Let us read this problem. An Indian company imports goods worth Singapore dollar 45,000 from Singapore, due to be paid in 3 months. The company has decided to hedge in the forward market. The company's banker provides the following quotes. So we are provided with Singapore dollar upon dollar quote and dollar upon rupee quote with swap points for 3 months. What value in rupee terms will the company's liability after 3 months be? Very simple forward hedging problem. Similar problems are come in the exam many times, and this also involves calculation of forward rates first and then cross rate. Let us see how we do this. So it's a simple problem where we have to hedge using forward market. Let us see what is given to us. Write down the given. First of all, what is an exposure? Indian company imports goods, therefore Indian company has to pay, so exposure is payable. What is the quantum and currency? Quantum and currency is SGD 45,000. The company has decided to hedge and they are given directly rates. Now, what is the due date? Due date is 3 months. Let us see the information given. $1 is Singapore dollar 1.3935 slash 1.3942. We may write Singapore dollar for both the rates or once, both are acceptable. And 3 months swap is given 12, 15. So they are ascending order, 12, 15 increasing, ascending. Therefore we have to add. So when we add, before adding we have to put decimal points. In this spot code we have 4 decimals. So we have to apply 4 decimals here. Similarly here also. And then we have to add. So we get 3 month. This is 3 month swap. So this is 3 month. $1 will be equal to Singapore dollar. When we add, we get 1.3947 slash 1.3957. Now what is this quote? Now this quote they are given Singapore dollar upon dollar. So this is Singapore dollar upon dollar quote. What is the other quote given? 1 rupee equal to dollars 0.0132 slash dollars 0.0135. 3 month swap 6.5. Whenever the swap point is written, you write aligning with the last digits. So I am writing 6 and 5. Now 6 and 5 is in descending order. Now this you have to write in the exam. that they are descending, therefore I am deducting, that they are ascending, therefore I am adding. If you don't write and directly add subtract, possibly you could lose a mark. So don't do that. So now aligned spot quote has got 4 decimal. So you put 4 decimals. So we get 3 month, 1 rupee equal to dollars 0.0. Now we have to subtract, deduct 1 to 6, 0.0130, and this is what quote. This quote is standard unit is rupee, so standard unit will come in denominator and the other currency numerator. So this is dollar upon rupee quote. So this is the information that is given to us. Now what value in rupee terms will the company's liability be after 3 months? Now company decided to hedge in forward market. So if you are having a payable, what you do in forward market? The company now if it is a receivable, if it is a receivable, we sell foreign currency forward. If it is a payable, we buy foreign currency forward. So here the company, here we are having payable. So therefore the company will buy foreign currency. What is the foreign currency involved? SGD. Will buy SGD 45,000 forward in the 3-month forward market. Now, so therefore what quote we want? Remember, you want to buy. Second, the quantum means what is the quantity? Quantity of which currency is given? Quantity of SGD is given. So since quantity of SGD is given, now which is the other currency involved? Now this currency, this company is Indian company. And Indian company's currency is rupees. So the other currency involved is rupee. So we have to find quantum currency, that is SGD. We have to find other currency, that is rupees. So therefore we need quantum currency should be in denominator. So whichever quantity is given, that should be denominator. Which is the other currency involved? Who is going to buy SGD forward? Indian company. Indian company's currency is what? Rupee. So that should be numerator. So we want this quote. But which rate you want to buy? Therefore I want to have ask rate. So we need rupee upon SGD ask. Now the given quote, you can see rupee upon SGD is not given. We are given 2 quotes involving dollar. So dollar is there in both the quotes. So they will cancel out. But let us first build this. So we need rupee upon SGD ask. Now this quote is not directly available. Therefore we have to use, or we use, cross rates. So we can say rupee upon SGD. Let us write. Now how many quotes are given? 2 quotes are given, 1 and 2. So there will be 2 fractions. 5 quotes, 5 fraction. 2 quotes, 2 fraction. Now this rupee should be here. SGD should be here. Unwanted currency should cancel out. So I write here dollar, dollar. The dollar will cancel out. So we can see LHS equal to RHS when dollar cancel out, which is unwanted currency, because we are involved in calculating quote between rupee and SGD. So dollar should cancel out. So we build the equation first. Now I want ask. Therefore both will be ask. So this will be same. Ask, ask and ask. Now let us see, do we have these quotes? If we have these quotes, we use it. Else we use inverse. Is equal to rupee upon dollar. Do we have rupee upon dollar? No. We have dollar upon rupee. So I have to use inverse. And when I use inverse, I will use dollar upon rupee. But I have to use bid. Because I want ask, but I don't have the quote. I have to use inverse. When I use inverse, ask will become bid. So bid will be this 0.0126 into. Next I want dollar upon SGD, but I have Singapore dollar upon dollar. So again it is inverse 1 divided by Singapore dollar upon dollar bid. So 1.3947. Now you can see arithmetically, the dollar is getting cancelled and rupee will go to numerator and then LHS RHS will tally. So they just, you can verify this. And when you do this, 1 divided by 0.0126 divided by 1.3947, get 56.9048. 56.9048. So we have got this quote. What is this actually? It is rupee upon SGD ask. So I can write therefore 1 SGD can be bought at 56.9048. But am I to pay one? How I wrote 1 SGD? Because the denominator is standard unit currency. Denominator is standard unit currency, so 1 SGD equal to this. But am I to pay 1 SGD? No. I am supposed to pay 45,000 SGD. Therefore, cost of SGD 45,000 will be equal to into rupee upon SGD 56.9048. $45,000 into 2560716. So this is the required answer. Now here one thing can be written just to safeguard in case you are not, you believe that you will not be very attentive, possibly concentration problems. We can write one more subscript here. I want 3-month ask rate. So therefore 3 month. Therefore 3 month. And here also 3 month. Why I am writing? Because we have spot also. We have 3 month also. You can see here. This is spot quote. This is 3-month quote. This is spot. This is 3 month. Now it's really a very bad day when you are going to substitute spot for 3-month quote. Now after calculating the 3-month quote, it is very unlikely that you will substitute spot quote. But in case you have concentration problems, so here itself you can write we need rupee upon SGD 3-month ask. You can prefix 3-month everywhere so that you are abundantly cautious about the substitution. So by calculating we got the answer. The final answer is 25,60,716 rupees. Hope you understood this. Let us see this problem. ABC Limited, whose home currency is the dollar, took out a fixed interest Hong Kong dollar bank loan for which payment of Hong Kong dollar 5 million is due in 6 months time. The following information is available. Given spot rate 1 USD equal to HKD 7.7510 slash 7.7550, 6-month forward rate 1 USD equal to HKD 7.8010 slash 7.8050. Interest rates which can be used by ABC Limited. So they are given as borrowing and deposit rate for both the currencies. How much more is the forward hedge over money market hedge? Avoid decimals. Again, a very popular problem which comes in the exam and quite important. Let us see how we do this. Remember, it is a loan taken. So exposure is payable. It is a loan taken. So therefore you have to repay loan. So it is a payable. The currency is Hong Kong dollars. Quantum is 5 million. Due date is 6 months. So it is an exposure in Hong Kong dollar and you have to pay in 6 months time. Now there are two alternatives to hedge as far as this problem is concerned. One is forward hedge. This being a payable, the firm ABC Limited will be buying Hong Kong dollar forward. So strategy is buy HKD 5 million forward in the 6-month market. So you have to buy HKD 5 million forward. Now what is the forward rate given? Forward quote is $1 equal to HKD 7.8010 slash HKD 7.8050. Now we can see that here again we have exposure in Hong Kong dollars, but quote is given in dollars. So therefore we will be dividing, or we can say that we don't have Hong Kong dollar quote. Exposure is Hong Kong dollar, so we are not given Hong Kong dollar quote. Therefore we have to use inverse rate. Now you will buy So what is the forward hedging cost? Forward hedging cost is equal to HKD 5 million. We have quantum in HKD. Therefore, we need quote of HKD in standard units. Means I need 1 HKD equal to USD dash, or I need USD upon HKD quote. I want this quote. And since I want to buy, I need ask rate. So forward hedging cost will be, I repeat once again, the exposure is payable, hedging strategy is buy HKD because I have to pay, therefore I have to buy HKD. But I need not buy today. When I have to pay, I have to pay after 6 months. So I will be buying HKD forward in the 6-month market. See, the quantum currency is HKD. Therefore, I want HKD expressed in standard unit. So whichever quantum you have to pay, whichever currency you have to pay, we need that currency expressed in standard unit. So I want 1 HKD equal to USD dash. If I express in A upon B format, it is USD upon HKD. Standard unit currency will be in the denominator. So therefore, I want this quote. Since I want to buy, I need ask rate. I will write into USD upon HKD ask. Now this is what we require. This quote we require. But what is the quote they have given? See, they have given this quote. This is, what is that quote? It is HKD upon USD quote. You can see USD is expressed in standard unit. So they have given the opposite, inverse. So instead of, suppose I want A upon B ask. If I don't have A upon B ask, then it is same as using B upon A bid. So since I don't have this, I will have to use this, is equal to HKD 5 lakh into 1 upon HKD upon USD bid. Now because this is what we have. So what is HKD upon USD bid? 7.8010. 7.8010. See, when you carefully substitute, you can see HKD cancelling. So the quantum currency, this particular thing, the quantum currency should cancel out. So here HKD is currently cancelling, and this gives USD 5 million divided by 7.8010, 640,943. So this is your forward cost. They are asking how much more is this cost over money market hedge. Now this was forward hedge. Now we should go about finding money market hedge. So money market hedge, we can write MMH. In money market hedge, if it is a payable, your step 1 should be deposit PV of payable currency. What is the payable currency? HKD. How much you have to pay? 5 million. What is the present value of 5 million? And you want to deposit. So what is the present value of 5 million? Present value of 5 million discounted using deposit rate of HKD. So you want to find PV, therefore you take deposit rate of HKD. What is the payable currency? HKD. What is the quantum? 5 million. So you have to take PV of HKD. To take PV of HKD, you will use HKD rate only. But you want to find PV of deposit. So the deposit rate is given as 7.5%. So therefore, deposit HKD 5 million 1 plus, and it is 7.5%. 7.5% into the period is 6 upon 12. So you have to deposit HKD $48,192.77. So this much you have to deposit. Now you are ABC Limited, you are a US firm, so you don't have this HKD. So you have to, if you want to deposit HKD today, and you being a US firm, you have to buy this. Step 2, cost of buying this HKD. Since US firm doesn't have this. Now if you want to buy HKD, from where you will buy? You will go to market and you will buy from market. So you will go to market and buy. At what rate? At USD upon HKD spot ask. So you will be buying at this rate because quantum is HKD and therefore you want USD upon HKD quote. Since you want to buy, we need ask rate. But USD upon HKD spot quote is not given. Given spot 1 USD equal to HKD 7.7510 slash 7.7550. You have to be very careful whenever two digits come in a quote. You have to be very careful. 7.7510 and 7.7550. Now this is HKD upon USD quote, but we want the opposite. So this again we will write HKD 4 into 1 upon HKD upon USD bid. Since we wanted ask rate, but quote is not available, inverse is available. So whenever you use inverse, you would be taking bid instead of ask. So that bid is 7.7510. So now we can see that this HKD is cancelling and we will be getting USD 4819,277 divided by 7.7510. 621,762. So $621,762 will be the requirement to buy HKD 4819,277. Now, how we began, our currency is payable, which is the currency HKD. Therefore, you have to deposit HKD. How much you have to deposit? Present value of payable HKD. So therefore, I have to deposit 4819,277. But I don't have this. Therefore, I buy from spot market using dollar funds. But I don't have dollar funds. Therefore, borrow. So step 3. These dollars are not available. Therefore, borrow USD at, what is the borrowing rate given? 4.5%. At 4.5% per annum. And you are going to borrow for 6 months. So therefore, borrowing cost of dollars will be USD 621,762 into 1 plus 4.5% into 6 upon 12. Now, when you calculate this, we get 635,752. Now, this is the money market hedging cost. So dollars were not available, therefore you borrowed dollars. So step 4, at the end of 6 months, the HKD deposit which you have deposited today will mature to 5 million. So HKD deposit proceeds, that is HKD 5 million, that is HKD 5 million will be used to settle payable. So the deposit would mature, you will get 5 million, straight away settle the payment, the payable which is due. Now dollar loan you have taken and you have to repay 635,752, that you fund using business cash flows. Repay USD loan using business cash flows. So this completes money market hedge. But their question is, how much more is forward hedging cost? Let us see, what is the forward hedging cost? 640,943. What is the money market? 635,752. Therefore, forward hedging cost greater than money market hedging cost. Therefore, go for money market hedge. This is the decision they will take, but the answer is increase of forward hedge over money market hedge is equal to USD 640,943 minus USD 635,752. So the correct answer is $5191. So forward hedging cost is $5191 more than money market hedging cost. Now, what are the steps we did for money market? First, we found out whether it is a payable or receivable. Here it is payable. Therefore, we have to first start by depositing present value of payable currency. Now, we have to deposit today foreign currency, but we don't have foreign currency. Therefore, we bought the foreign currency from spot market using our currency. But we don't have our currency, therefore we borrowed. So in this problem, we wanted to deposit HKD. But US firm will not have HKD. Therefore, US firm will buy HKD in the spot market using dollar funds. But dollar fund it doesn't have today. So therefore, it will borrow dollar funds and then use the borrowed money to buy HKD and then deposit. Okay. So at the end, what happens? At the end, the foreign currency HKD deposit will mature. Use the money to repay HKD loan. Then USD borrowing will have to be repaid, principal plus interest. That will be repaid using business cash flows. Hope you understood this. Let us read this problem. ICL, an Indian multinational company, is executing a plant in Sri Lanka. It has raised rupees 400 billion. Half of the amount will be required after 6 months' time. ICL is looking for an opportunity to invest this amount on 1st April 2020 for a period of 6 months. It is considering two underlying proposals: Japan, US, nature of investment they are given, dividend, income from stock lending, discount on initial investment at the end, interest, exchange rate on the 1st of April, that is the beginning, and 30 September at the end of 6 months at the end. You as an investment manager is required to suggest the best course of option. Now, this particular question was asked in the old syllabus couple of attempts back, and they have just modified the numbers, and it has come in the new syllabus for the first time. Let us see how we do this problem. This problem is from November 2020 exam. This was asked for 8 marks, question number 5A. Now, like every other problem in November 2020 exam, this problem also had a very small twist, and students who would be reading the question very fast would have fallen in this big twist. See, it is given in the beginning that ICL, an Indian company, Indian MNC, has raised 400 billion. Half of the amount will be required after 6 months' time. Means what? Half of the amount is required now. So the surplus is only half of the amount. It has got investment proposal on 1st April for a period of 6 months. So the trap was here only, the beginning, very beginning, upfront. So amount available is equal to rupee 400 billion upon 200 billion. So this was a big trap. I'm sure some of them would have formed because void ab initio. Everything gone. Suppose you have taken 400, then where is the question of getting near answer? Okay. Now Japan and US investments are now similar problem we had done in the class. It was GBP and that is UK and US. This is Japan and US. So let us see proposal 1, invest in Japan. Now amount is in rupee, and if you want to invest in Japan, you have to convert to yen. Therefore, yen available. Remember, it is a rupee quantum. So you need yen upon rupee quote. Yen upon rupee spot. Now, what they have given to us? They are given yen upon rupee spot exchange rate 1st April 2020, that is 1.58. So rupee cancel, so we get yen 1.58316. Now this will be invested in Japan index fund, and you will get dividend. So after you invest, what all you will get? A, you get dividend. How much? It will be 25 billion, yen 25 billion. What else you'll get? Income from stock lending. B, income 11.9276 billion. What else you'll get? Discount on initial investment at the end. So realized funds at the end of 6 months less 2%. So you're investing 316. So 316 into 1 minus 2% will be 0.98, 309.68 billion. So we have taken 25, 11.926, 9276 and 2%. So we can now total. So memory recall comes to 346.6076 billion. So this is what you would get in yen terms, but remember you have to convert back to rupees. Therefore, rupee equivalent value will be, we have got yen quantum now, 1 upon yen upon rupee. Why they are using it? Because they have given to us JPY upon INR. So we have yen quantum, we want yen quote, but we have rupee quote, therefore inverse. 1.57. So when you do this, you get divided by 1.57. Memory recall is already there. So you remember, you should not be erasing the calculator all time, all cancel out. That amount will be useful. Now divided by 157, we are getting 220.76 92 billion. So this is the first amount we are getting from Japan. Now we have to compare what we get in US. Second, invest in US. Now we are having rupees 200 billion. So dollars available will be rupees 200 billion. Sorry. Into dollar upon rupee. Now they are given dollar upon rupee, luckily 0.014. So when you do this, we get 2.8 billion. Now we are going to invest in treasury bills. They are given in the second row, and it's going to be 5% per annum. Therefore, dollar proceeds after 6 months will be $2.8 into 1 plus 5% into 6 upon 12. $2.87. Therefore, rupee equivalent value is equal to $2.87 billion into, I want dollar upon, sorry, since it is dollar quote, I need rupee upon dollar, but I don't have, therefore I take inverse 1 upon dollar upon rupee, that 0.013. Dollar cancels, we get rupee divided by 0.013 to 20.7692. Now you can see this number actually. Both are same. So we are getting 220.7692. So what decision you will write? So they are given, you as an investment manager is required to suggest the best course. Decision. As rupee proceeds are equal in Japan and US, the firm or the MNC can be indifferent. Now if your calculation was on 400 billion in the beginning, entire answer would be gone. Suppose you rounded off unnecessarily, then your entire answer would have gone. See how we get the hint. Just see here. They are giving 9276. 4 decimals they are giving. That is a hint that something is going to come. So they given 11.9276 billion. Okay. Okay. Hope you understood this. And this was actually asked in the old syllabus 2 years back. Now it has appeared in the new syllabus paper. Let us see this problem. On January 1st, VW, a European firm, agrees to import auto parts worth $7 million from the United States. The parts will be delivered on March 31st and are payable on the day in dollars. VW decides to hedge its dollar position by entering futures contract. The spot rate is $0.9002 per euro and the March futures price is $0.9333 per euro. VW would have paid euro 25,000 per contract as margins, sourced at a cost of 10% per annum. On March 31st, the spot rate turns out to be $0.8333 per euro, while the March futures price is $0.8833 per euro. Assume size of each contract as 1,25,000. Then VW's net benefit of hedging as compared to remaining unhedged is, so they have asked that. So generally, we have seen ICAI has asked DC futures problem involving dollar and rupee at least 3 times. Now this is also DC futures problem, but it is not involving rupee, it is involving dollar and euro. Now VW is a European firm and it has to pay dollars. So for VW, dollar is a foreign currency. Instead of using foreign currency futures, that is dollar futures, it is using its own currency, that is euro futures. So therefore it is a DC futures problem. So let us see how we do this. Oh, VW is a European firm. And their currency is euro. And it is importing parts from US. So their exposure is in dollars. And since they have to pay euro, exposure is payable. So this problem deals with a payable. And the exposure currency and the quantum is $7 million. And the due date it is given that on January 1st it agrees to import, on March 31st it has to pay. So due date is March 31st and it is 3 months. We must understand this first or identify this first. There are various ways of hedging. We can use option contracts, we can use forward contracts, we can use futures contracts. Now this problem is dealing with futures contracts. Remember, futures are standardized instruments. Now therefore you should find out how many contracts you should be buying or selling. Now first of all, exposure currency is dollars. So you should first find out from the problem, are we having dollar future? This is not part of the answer, what I am writing in red. Are we having dollar futures. So let us find out. The spot rate is $0.9002 per euro and March futures price is, now March futures price is given. So futures price will tell you what contract you are having. March future price is 1 euro equal to dollar 0.9333. So see this standard unit currency. Standard unit currency will tell us which contract we are having. That is, the futures contract is of which currency. Standard unit currency is euro. So we are having euro future. But our exposure is in dollars. Exposure dollar, contract is in euro. Now, keeping this aside, let us assume that we are having dollar future, means exposure euro and dollar future. If it is a payable, so for payable, had we payable if dollar futures were available, we would have bought dollar futures. Dollar is a payable exposure. If dollar future was available, I would have bought dollar future. But I am not having dollar future. I am having euro future. But we have euro future. Therefore, we sell euro futures. So when you sell euro futures, you are getting a right to sell euro, then you get dollars. Use the dollars and settle the payment of the US supplier. So you have to do this very, very carefully. So we know that whenever we have a payable, if we are having same currency as a payable, then we will buy future. But when we don't have that, we sell the opposite currency futures. Therefore, we sell euro future. Now, futures contract or standardized contract. So we have to find out the next step. So if I can say this is number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. Now this step can be written later on also. So therefore I am not given number for this. I'll write down just below this step number 4. Number 4 is find number of contracts. Number of contracts is equal to size of exposure upon size of contract. Now we have identified that since here we are written, since standard unit currency is euro, we are given euro future contracts. Now all this you can write in the question paper, answer paper also, not a problem, but become lengthy. Without writing this also you can get marks. So therefore I have put on the side. So we have got euro future contract. Now the contract size they have given 1,25,000. So the euro future contract size is given. So size of contract is euro 1,25,000. If this was, and what is the exposure? Exposure is this dollars 7 million. Numerator is in dollar, denominator is in euro. I can't cut. Both have to be in same currency. Remember, I cannot change the denominator. The denominator is a product, a euro product, euro futures product, which gives the buyer or seller right to buy or sell euro. So I can't change the denominator. Therefore, I have to change the numerator. Means I should convert dollar to euro. Using what rate? Using the futures rate, which you are going to use for hedging. And the given futures rate is, given futures rate on Jan 1 is euro 1 equal to dollar 0.9333. So I change this. See, now I am having dollar quantum, but I am having euro quote. So having dollar quantum, having euro quote, divide. So 7 divided by dollar 0.9333. You can see that dollar will cancel. It will go to numerator. This will be euro. Seven 500,268. So many euros you will be getting. So this is substitute there. Therefore, number of contracts euro 7,500,268 divided by euro 125,000 divided by 125,000. Get 60.002, 60 contracts. So we are going to use 60 contracts. So step number 5 is hedging strategy. So here we will be writing VW, that is a firm, will sell 60 euro future contracts due date 31st March at dollar 0.9333 per euro. This is a very important step. If you don't write this, you lose 1 or 2 marks. So VW is going to sell 60 contracts. So once the hedging strategy is written, we go to the next step, that is the settlement. Settlement. So this is on 31st of March. On 31st of March, what is going to happen? Due date arrives. VW has to pay dollars. So it will buy dollars from spot on 31st March. It will buy dollars and pay to the American company. So actual purchase of $7 million on 31st March at the ruling spot rate. that will be $7 million into what is the spot rate on that day. It is given on March 31st. Spot rate turns out to be, remember again you are having $7 million, and spot rate is given in euro. So divide. So 1 upon dollar upon euro 0.8333. So now here one very important thing you should keep in mind. Now who is hedging? VW, the European firm, is hedging. What is their currency? Euro. I repeat, who is hedging? VW, the European firm, is hedging. What is their currency? Euro. So therefore, this entire thing should be in euros, remember. So whatever answer you can see, now we are getting euro. So 7 million divided by 0.8333. We ignore the decimals. 8400336. So this should be remembered. So you should be always writing in euro only. You by mistake also you should not write dollar, because you can't add euro and dollar. So the final settlement amount should be euro. Okay, the first step what we did, 31st March came, VW bought dollars from spot and paid. Step number 2, that is B. Now futures contracts have been sold. At what rate? Futures sold at $0.9333 per euro. What is the futures rate on 31st March? Futures on 31st March is $0.8833. Remember, this is sold. So this will be bought or covered. So you can see you have bought at a lower rate of 0.8833 and sold at a higher rate of 0.9333. So therefore gains. Therefore gains from futures. Number of contracts into underlying units into gain. Or we can write change in futures price. Delta F. 60 contracts. Underlying unit, each contract is 1,25,000. And what was the future price? Future price was dollar upon euro 0.9333 minus 0.8833. So this will be, now you can see this euro is cancelling. So you are going to get gains in dollars. So that gain will be 0.9333 minus 0.8833 into 1,25,000 into 60. We get $3,75,000. Remember, VW is a European firm, and from futures market you got dollar gain. So it has to convert to euro. Since this is a foreign currency gain, it will be converted to euros at prevailing spot. on 31st March, that is $0.8333 per euro. So $3,75,000. Remember, we are having dollar in hand, but we are having euro code. Therefore, divide 1 upon dollar upon euro 0.8333. So we cancel. So we get the answer 450018. So here we are getting euro 45. So this is from derivatives market. Third, margins. Remember, margin is not a cost, but funding margin is a cost. So margin, funding cost. So what was the total margin? Equal to 60 contract into euro 25,000 per contract. So total is 15 lakhs. So euro 15 lakh is a total margin you paid. But this is not a cost. Margins are refundable. So this would have, whatever mark to market settlement, you would have received it back. So you have to take only cost. So cost is 10%. Period is 3 months. Because the entire contract you are going to hold only for 3 months. Why? January 1st is the day of exposure taken. March 31st is a settlement. So 3 months. So therefore margin funding cost is equal to euro 15 lakhs into 10% into 3 upon 12. $37,500. You got euro 37,500. So these are the 3 things you have to show in settlement. Number 1, actual purchase of dollars, because you have to pay the US supplier. So we got this euro. So it is an outflow. So this is an outflow. Next, you receive derivative gains. So therefore this is an inflow. Next, margin funding cost. Again, this is an outflow. So A and C are outflow. B is inflow. And remember, this is a payable. So net futures hedging cost is equal to A minus B plus C is equal to euros. Remember, we need to get the answer in euro because VW is a European firm. It has to know in its own currency what is the cost. So we add 8400, 336 and 37,500 and subtract 450018. We get 7987818. 7987818. Remember, this is futures hedging cost. They are not asking that. Had you not hedged, what is the cost? Had VW not hedged, cost will be euro. This is same as, I would have bought from spot and paid, which is same as A. Suppose I have not done anything at all. No derivative market, nothing, no margin. Due date has come, go to bank, and whatever is shown here in A part, actual purchase of $7 million. This would be the cost without hedging. So 840036 84. So using futures, you got some benefit because you got some derivative gains, and the derivative gain was more than the margin funding cost. So therefore, your cost was lower in futures. So they are asking net benefit of hedging as compared to without. So they are asking the difference. Therefore, net benefit of hedging euro 8400336 minus euro 7987818. It will be euro 412518. So this is the required answer. This problem is a usual occurrence in your CA final exam, where the futures of the opposite currency will be provided. VW is in European form, exposure was in dollars. Instead of giving you dollar future, they gave opposite currency, that is euro future, that is domestic currency futures. So whenever you are provided with domestic currency futures, then it is a lengthy calculation, and you have to be very careful that you should not be doing any silly errors. Hope you have understood this. Let us read this problem. An American importer anticipates a yen payment of yen 100 million in 2 months. The current dollar yen spot rate is 0.007739. A 2-month June yen call option with a strike price of $0.0078 per yen is trading at $0.000108 per yen. A 2-month June yen put option with a strike price of $0.0078 per yen is trading at $0.000102 per yen. Each yen contract is of size 6.25 million. At expiry, dollar yen spot will be 0.007850. Find how many contracts American importer will buy or sell. Also find out whether you would exercise the said option. The foreign currency option hedging problem. Entire problem is not asked, but it involves almost every part of it. Very important problem. Let us see how we solve this. What is the exposure? Now, if the exposure is receivable, or payable, how you go about hedging? Using options. Now in this case, what is the currency? American importer anticipates yen payment. Now is yen receivable or is it yen payable? So I will write for both receivable payable what we will do, and then we will solve the problem. If yen is receivable, means I am going to receive yen, then what I need right to sell yen. Remember, I am receiving yen. I am a US company. Once I get yen, what I will do? I will have to sell. Now, which option will give you right to sell? The option that gives you right to sell is put option. So therefore, what I will do is, I will buy yen put option. If it is a receivable. Now, if it is a payable, If it is a payable, what I will do? Payable means I am a US company. I want to pay yen. Therefore, I want to have a right to buy yen so that I can pay. So I have to buy yen and pay. So what is the option that gives you right to buy? That is call option. So what we do is we buy yen call option. So this problem is payable or receivable. Once you understand this, then you will not get confused with the put option or call option which they have given. American importer anticipates a yen payment in 2 months. So I am an American importer. I have to pay. So we are talking about this. So I have a payment in yen which is coming up in 2 months. So I will buy yen call. So I will buy yen call option. So in this case, what is given to us? Now when it is due? 2 months from now. 2-month June yen call option with a strike. So the details of call option is given. Strike price X is equal to dollars 0.0078 per yen. Now how to know that what is the exposure and what is the currency of the option? Now exposure is payable, quantum is $100 million, currency is yen, due date is 2 months. So therefore I have to buy 2-month yen call option. So I have to buy 2-month yen call option with a strike of $0.0078 per yen. Now since the exposure is yen 100 million, I have to be careful that I buy yen option. So how to know that the given option is yen option? See the strike rate and see standard unit currency. Standard unit currency means currency, if I write this, I can write this as 1 yen equal to $0.0078. So 1 is standard unit. So standard unit currency is yen. Therefore this is yen option. Had it been $1 equal to yen something, it would have been dollar option. So this is yen option. So exposure is in yen, option is also yen. So we can use straight away. Okay, so this is how we find out. First we identified whether it is a payable or receivable. Then we identified what is the exposure, quantum, currency, due date. Then we saw which option is given to us. Now we have ascertained that our payment is in yen and we have yen option with us. The next step will be to calculate number of contracts. Will be size of exposure upon size of contract. Now size of exposure you have written here, yen 100 million. What is size of contract? Each N contract is N 6.25 million. When you divide, you can just see it should be same currency, numerator denominator, then only it will cancel. So this is a confirmation test that whether you are going on the right route, you should cancel. So we get number. Remember, it is number. So I must get a number. So I get 16 contracts. So this company, American importer, will buy 16 yen call option contracts. At a stake of $0.0078 per yen. So this how we find out what the American importer will do. Now further they are given at expiry the spot rate is given. At expiry means they have given ST. ST is equal to $0.007850 per yen. What is X? That is a strike price. $0.007800 per yen. Now ST is greater than X and it is a call option. Since ST is greater than X and it being a call option, American importer will exercise. American importer will exercise the option at expiry. So call options are exercise. Call exercise when ST greater than X. Put is exercise when X is greater than ST. So this being a call option, and since ST, that is the expiry price, is greater than strike price X, the American importer will exercise. So the correct answer is American importer will buy 16 yen call option and will exercise the option at expiry. Hope you understood this. Let us read this problem. Lakshmi Industries Limited has exported handicrafts worth Australian dollar 2,50,000 to a customer in Australia, and the receipt is due in 3 months on 31st July 2020. It is planning to hedge using option contracts. The following information is available. So spot, that is today, is given. 31st July is also given. Option details are given. Now we are able to see that the exposure is in Australian dollar, but you can see the price, strike price, premium, that is price of option, everything is given per rupee. So this is a DC options hedging problem, very, very important. So the question is, what will be the rupee hedging proceeds for Lakshmi Industries Limited? Let us see this problem. So we have to calculate the total hedging proceeds. Now why we use proceeds? Because it is a receipt. Why rupee proceeds? Because Lakshmi Industries is an Indian company and it is going to hedge Australian dollar receipt, and therefore on conversion it will be in rupees. So rupee hedging proceeds for Lakshmi Industries is asked. Now we are going to use option contracts. Now when we use option contracts, we have to find out whether we have to use call option or put option. But whenever we are getting any hedging problem in the chapter of foreign exchange, first we should write the exposure. So exposure is receivable, then quantum and currency. Australian dollars 2,50,000. Due date 3 months, which is 31st of July 2020. Now whenever we deal in option or futures contract, our next step is to calculate number of contracts. Now for calculating number of contracts, we use the formula. Number of contracts is equal to size of exposure divided by size of contract. Now at this part you have to pause. We have to ensure that both the numerator and denominator of the formula should be in same currency. Secondly, we must also remember that the contract is a kind of a product. You can't change it. Means you cannot change Australian dollar contract to rupee contract, because any contract gives you right to buy or sell that currency. So suddenly you can't convert it to say that it can be right to buy or sell some other currency. So the size of contract, the nature of contract cannot be changed. Now first we have to see the problem carefully. The exposure is in Australian dollar. Now what is a contract? Is a contract is of Australian dollar or is a contract of some other currency? Now only two currencies are involved in the entire problem. One is Australian dollar, other is rupee. So we can say, is the contract is of Australian dollar or is the contract is of rupees? How to find that? See, there are two ways we can find. We can find the strike price. Strike price, we have to see the standard unit. Now let us see strike price. It is given 0.01953 Australian dollar per rupee. So 1 rupee Australian dollar dash. So standard unit is of rupees. Therefore it is a rupee option contract. Since standard unit is of rupee, it is a rupee option contract. Means this contract will give you right to buy or sell rupee. So exposure is given in Australian dollar, but the contract is a rupee contract. So, and the size what they are given 25,000 is of rupee contract. So the denominator will be rupees 25,000 and numerator is exposure Australian dollar 2,50,000. So you can't count, you can't cut. Why? Numerator is one currency, denominator is some other currency. So we have to either convert Australian dollar to rupee in the numerator or rupee to Australian dollar in the denominator. But we cannot convert rupee to Australian dollar in the denominator. The reason is contract is a product giving you right to buy or sell a particular currency. So we are having a contract which can give you right to buy or sell rupee. It cannot do the opposite. So denominator cannot be changed. Therefore numerator has to be changed. So numerator Australian dollar should be converted to rupee using strike price. Remember, for converting we have to use strike. Now we can say that we are having FC exposure and we are having DC contract. Because for Lakshmi Industries, rupee is a domestic currency and we are having DC contract. For Lakshmi Industries, Australian dollar is a foreign currency and we are having foreign currency exposure. Exposure is in FC but contract is in DC. Therefore, we have to convert FC to DC in the numerator using strike price. And what is a strike price? We have to use. For that, we have to find whether we will use call option or put option because they are given different strike prices. Now, at this stage, we have to evaluate. We want to actually hedge receivable. So I want to receive FC. So suppose I am receiving Australian dollar. So I will sell on receipt. So I must have a right to sell Australian dollar. Therefore I want Australian dollar put option. So therefore I will buy FC put. So hedging strategy using FC contract. Using DC contract. We are having receivable. Receivable is in FC. We are having foreign currency receivable. Suppose I receive foreign currency, I have to sell. Therefore, I want right to sell FC. Right to sell is nothing but put option. So therefore, I want FC put. So therefore, I will buy FC put. If FC contracts are available. But here we have DC contract. So I cannot do this. So what I will do? I will buy. Remember, I can't sell any options because it contains unlimited risk or very large risk. Therefore, I will buy DC opposite, that is call. So using DC contract, I will buy DC call. Now how to understand this? Now if I buy DC call, then I am getting a right to receive some quantum of DC at expiry. So I am actually fixing the contract today that I want so many DC per Australian dollar at expiry. So we will be doing this by DC call. So therefore we have to use strike price of call option. So we will be writing, since we have receivable and we do not have FC contract, we use DC contracts and we buy DC call option at strike 0.01953 Australian dollar upon rupee. So this strike price I should use to convert Australian dollar exposure to rupee exposure. So number of contracts equal to Australian dollar 2,50,000 into, remember Australian dollar should cancel out. So when I multiply by strike price, suppose I write like this, no, Australian dollar doesn't cancel out. So therefore I should use inverse. I will write 1 upon so now you can see cancel, and we will be having rupee. Denominator is 25,000. So this will be equal to rupees. So we will have 2,50,000 divided by 0.01953. 128,008,19 upon divided by 25,000 by 12.04. So therefore Lakshmi Industries will buy 512 rupee call option contracts at strike of 0.01953 Australian dollar per rupee. So this you have to write. This is a very important part. So in case you didn't get in the first attempt, again rewind and see, so that you will be getting a good grip on this particular concept. Now here strike price, standard unit currency will tell you which contract you are having. Similarly, you can get from premium also. So you can either get from premium or strike price. You have to just see what is the standard unit currency, and that is a contract we are having on hand. Now, after doing this, we do settlement. A. Now Lakshmi Industries will receive Australian dollar 2,50,000 on 31st July. So it will go to spot market and sell it. So sale of actual A dollar 2,50,000 at spot on 31/7/20 is equal to Australian dollar into, now sale spot rate on 31st July is given, Australian dollar upon rupee. So again you will have so when you do this, one to 5. So this will be 1 to 5, 6 to 8, 1 4. So you will be getting this. Now premium. How much premium you have to pay? When you have to pay premium? Premium you have to pay today. How much premium you have to pay? You have to pay premium for 512 contracts. So premium cost is equal to number of contracts into underlying units into premium. This will be 512 into 25,000 into premium. Call option premium is 0.0008. So you should be writing with currency. Now this is rupee, remember. Sorry. You can see rupees cancelling means I am going to get Australian dollar as answer. So whenever you use DC contract, premium you will be getting in FC. Whenever you are using FC contract, premium will be in DC. But remember, all these should be in DC terms. That is rupee. So this is correct. 10,000 to 40 Australian dollars. Now Lakshmi Industries will not have Australian dollar to pay premium. It has to pay premium on day one. So this many Australian dollars you don't have. You have to buy from spot. Therefore, cost of purchasing in spot today is equal to $8 to 40 into rupee upon $8 ask. Now today's rate is given, but rupee upon $8 is not given. $8 upon rupee is given. So inverse is equal to $8 10 to 40 into 1 upon $8 by rupee bid. And bid is given as 0.0191. Cancels. Five 3 6 1 2 6. So we get this will be 536. So this will be the premium cost in rupee. Remember, DC contract, whenever you buy and sell, premium will come in FC, which you have to buy from spot. See, exercise gains. We are using call option. What is the price at expiry given? It is given that rupee is 0.0199 $8 per rupee. What is strike? 0.01953 $8 per rupee. So we can find that ST is greater than X. Therefore ST greater than X. Therefore call can be exercised. Therefore exercise gains is equal to 512 contracts into rupees 25,000 into Australian dollar by rupee 0.01990 minus 0.01953 Again rupee will cancel. You will get Australian dollar gain. Remember, we are using DC contract. So premium will be in FC. Gain, if at all you are realizing, it will be also in FC. So 0.0199 minus 0.01953 into 512 into 25,000. 4736. But Lakshmi Industries is Indian company. So what it will do with Australian dollar? It's a foreign currency. Convert. When you will convert on 31st July, because that is when you are going to excise. So we have to use 31st July rate. Remember, quantum is in Australian dollar. So I want rupee upon Australian dollar quote. But I have rupee quote. So inverse. Therefore, rupee gains is equal to Australian dollars 4736 into rupee upon Australian dollar 31st July 20 and we need actually bid. This will be equal to Australian dollar 4736. Remember, we don't have rupee upon Australian dollar, but we have Australian dollar upon rupee, and that is 0.0199. Australian dollar cancels, rupee good numerator. So 4736 divided by 0.0199. 237990. So this excess gains will be 237990. Now see, A is inflow because it is a sale. B is outflow because premium is a cost which we pay. And C is gains, excess gains, therefore inflow. Therefore, net hedging proceeds A is an inflow, B is outflow, C is inflow. So let us do this. 1 2 5 6 2 8 1 4 minus 5 3 6 1 2 6 plus 2 3 7 9 9 0 1 2 2 6 4 6 7 8. So this is how we get the answer. So this is a typical problem where exposure is given in foreign currency, but the contract that is provided in the problem is of domestic currency. So therefore, it is a lengthy, cumbersome process of doing the problem. You have to practice couple of times to get total confidence before exam. Otherwise, it will be a big challenge. Hope you have understood this. Let us see this problem. An Indian importer has imported goods worth $20,000, which is due to be paid in 3 months. 3 hedging alternatives are explored: forward hedging, money market hedging, and options hedging. Following information is available. So the deposit and borrowing rates are usually provided for money market hedging. Forward rate is given for forward hedging, and the strike price, premium, etc. is given for options hedging. Which is the best hedging approach for the Indian importer? Perform calculation strictly in rounded rupees. Whenever such information is given that you have to do strictly in rounded rupees, do not try to be generous by showing decimals. Unnecessarily you will lose mark. Why? Because the final answer may not tally. Let us see how we do this problem. Now in this case, we should know what is forward hedging, then what is money market hedging, and finally options hedging. We have done problems already. So at this stage, we will be just writing what is the strategy we should follow. Number one, let us find out what is the exposure. The company, Indian company has imported goods, so it is payable. What is quantum and currency? $20,000. Due date 3 months. While presenting the solution to you in this video, I am trying to put all the information in a single page so that you can have a holistic view of everything. But in the examination, you are going to do one below the other so that the presentation is neat, clear, and examiner is able to understand each and every step what you have written. Now in this case, you can see that we are having a payable, and the first alternative is forward hedging. We know that whenever we are having a payable, we have to buy FC forward. So I should be buying FC. What is FC in this problem? Dollar. So strategy is buy dollars forward in the 3-month forward market. So therefore, cost of hedge equal to, remember whenever it is payable, I should be using cost. Whenever it is receivable, I will be using the word proceeds. You have to be very careful about this. So cost of forward hedge will be equal to $20,000. Remember, Indian company is hedging, therefore the answer will be in rupees. I repeat, Indian company is hedging, therefore the hedging cost final answer should be in rupees. If the American company was hedging, the final answer should be in dollars, means in their home currency. Whoever is hedging, we want the answer in their home currency. So whoever is hedging, we want the final answer of cost / proceeds, if it is a receivable, in their home currency. So in this case, my final answer should be rupees into rupee upon dollar. Remember, I have to pay, so I will be buying 3 months, because It is due 3 months. I am using forward market, therefore 3 months. Ask. Now let us see what is given to us. 3-month forward, they are just given what is called as only one rate. Bid and ask rate is not given, just one rate is given. But we don't have rupee upon dollar. So therefore, we have the inverse. Therefore, we write 20,000 into dollar upon rupee, 3-month bid. So in this case, now they are given 0.01309. Sorry. Into 0.01309. I don't have ask, therefore I should use inverse of bid. So now you can see that dollar is getting cancelled. So this will be equal to rupees. Now I should be writing the answer strictly in rupees divided by 0.01309. 1527884 rupees 1527884. So this is your forward hedging. So this is the cost of forward hedging. So where you bought dollars forward. Now the problem talks about money market hedging now. Now money market hedging. Money market hedging, we have learned that if it is a payable, or step 1 should be deposit present value of $20,000 for 3 months. If it is a receivable, I will borrow. If it is a payable, I will deposit. Present value of 20,000 is equal to $20,000 1 plus dollar deposit rate. Now what is the dollar deposit rate given? 6.1% into 3 upon 12. This you will get. So what we do is 0.061 into 3 divided by 12 equal to plus 1. So 1.01525, 20,000 divided by 1.01525. So we get 19,700. In fact, we get 19,699.58. But we work in rounded rupees. So 19,700 I have to deposit. But I am an Indian company, I don't have these dollars. Therefore, you buy in spot first. So you have to buy dollars in spot. So company does not have these dollars. Therefore, buy in spot. Cost of buying is equal to $19,700 into rupee upon dollar ask. So when I write only ask, it is spot. But when I write 3-month ask, it is in 3-month market. Again, rupee upon dollar spot is not given. We are given dollar upon rupee is equal to $19,700 into 1 upon dollar upon rupee 0.01325. Again, you can see this dollar numerator denominator cancelling. Denominator of denominator rupee goes to numerator. Again, we have to work in rounded. So 19,700 divided by 0.01325. 148679. Now this is the amount of rupees required to buy that dollars which are to be deposited today. But the Indian importer is not having these rupees also. So therefore they have to borrow. So borrow rupees first, use that borrowed money to buy dollars. After buying dollars, deposit. So we are working in a backward way. Step 3. Company does not have these rupees. Therefore, it borrows at borrowing rupee cost is 11% for 3 months. Cost of borrowing is the cost of money market hedge. So this is an important statement. Cost of borrowing is the cost of money market hedge. So how much it will cost? Principal plus interest is the cost of borrowing. So how much you are going to borrow? You are going to borrow 148679. Therefore, MMH cost equal to rupee 148679 into 1 plus 11% into 3 upon 12 is equal to 148679 1527677. So let us verify this once again. One five two seven 677. No, no. $19,700 divided by 0.01325. 1586792. This is 1586792. One four 1486792. Sorry, 1486792 into 1.0275. 1527679. So we have got this money market hedge. So you can see this is number 1 forward hedge. This is number 2 money market hedge. Amounts are very close. See, when they give work in rounded rupees kind of thing, you have to be very careful. You should be doing. Now how I got a doubt, I saw we are getting far less amount. So we had omitted a digit in the top. So 1486792 was amount. I did not write 2. So we have to be careful here. So now we have got amounts very close. Now we can be assured because our calculations are all correct. So now third is options hedging. In options in future, the first step after trading exposure, quantum and currency due date is the number of contracts. Number of contracts is equal to size of exposure upon size of contract. Now size of exposure is $20,000. Now what is the size of contract? Now before you write, you have to be very careful. Have they given dollar option or have they given the other currency rupee option? Now in the problem it is written details of rupee 75 per dollar strike price option. So rupee 75 per dollar means $1. So it is a dollar option. So this ascertainment should be done. Otherwise you are in danger of doing everything wrong or exactly opposite. So we have dollar option, we have dollar exposure. So straight away we can write contract size $10,000. So we get 2. Now we can trade 2 contracts, call or put. Now we have a payable. Now I need to pay dollars. Therefore I want to have a right to buy dollars. And right to buy is nothing but call option. So therefore strategy, company should buy 2 dollar call option contracts at a strike of rupees 75 per dollar. So now we write settlement. A. The 3 parts of settlement. Number 1, actual purchase of dollars at the end of 3 months. Number 2, premium cost. Actual purchase of dollars at the end of 3 months. Number 2, premium cost. Number 3, exercise gains, if any. Now how much dollar will cost at the end of 3 months? Because I have to pay. So it will be the ask price at the end of 3 months into rupee upon dollar, 3-month ask. And that is given as 75.95. So this will be rupees. So 20,000 into 75.95, 15 lakh 19,000. What is the premium cost? Premium cost is number of contracts into underlying units into premium. So that will be 2 contracts into $10,000. Whenever you write underlying units, you must write with the currency. So $10,000 at 10,000 units each contract into rupee upon dollar. What is the premium for call option? It is 0. It is 1.37. 1.37. So this will be now dollar cancels. We are having rupee in the numerator. So 2 into 10,000 into 1.37. 27,400. And see excess gains. Excess gains will be number of contract into underlying unit into change, or I can write here, since it is a call option, maximum of st minus x comma 0 is equal to 2 into $10,000 into rupee upon dollar 75.95 minus 75. So 75.95 is the 3-month spot, that is ST, and strike price is 75. So we get 0.95 into 2 into 10,000, 19,000. So this will be 19,000. Now this is cost, outflow. This is premium, outflow. This is excess gains, inflow. So what we do is we add, and now you can see that 19,000 automatically offsets. So the total cost comes to 15,27,000. The purpose of squeezing here, because in one screen you can see all the 3 costs. So number 3, you can see this forward hedging cost, this is money market hedging, and this is option hedging. Remember, it is a cost. Therefore, the option hedging is the cheapest alternative. This is a very common problem in the exam. Hope you understood this. Let us read this problem. Your New York office has surplus funds to the extent of £2 lakhs for a period of 6 months. It proposes to invest these funds in Mumbai or Frankfurt and obtain the best yield without any exchange risk to the bank. Mumbai offers 5% per annum and Frankfurt offers 3% per annum. The foreign exchange market rates in Mumbai and Frankfurt are, so they are given euro upon dollar quote and dollar upon euro quote, and that is for Frankfurt. So in Mumbai they are given dollar upon rupee and rupee upon pound. In which center there will be incremental dollar investment proceeds. So this is a cash management problem to find out which center offers higher income. Let us see how we solve this. The currency of New York is dollars. And they are asking in which center there will be incremental dollar investment proceeds. So we have Mumbai market and we have Frankfurt and we have to compare dollars. So finally I need dollars. Why? Because the currency of New York, that is the office where it is located, the currency is dollars. So therefore we are comparing dollars. But which currency they are having on hand? They are having pound. The currency on hand is equal to pound 2 lakhs. This currency is available for how many months? It's available for 6 months. If you want to invest in Mumbai, in which currency you will invest? You will have to invest in rupees, but you are having pound in hand. So for investment in Mumbai, convert pound to rupee in spot. Which quantum we are having? We are having pound 2 lakhs. The two currencies involved are rupee and pound. So we need rupee upon pound quote. So in order to invest in Mumbai, you will first sell pound and get rupee, and that you will deposit. So therefore you need rupee upon pound bid. Why? Because you are going to sell pounds. But what is the quote we are given? We are given pound. What is the quote is given? Now let us write the quotes given here. In spot. So we have 1 rupee equal to dollar 0.0132. So this is dollar upon rupee quote. We have 1 pound equal to rupee 93.2979. What is this quote? This is rupee upon pound quote. This is in Mumbai. In Frankfurt, what you are having? Spot 1 pound equal to euro 1.1121, euro 1.1130. What is this quote? Euro upon pound. And 1 euro equal to dollar 1.1105 slash dollar 1.1128. What is this quote? This dollar upon euro. Standard unit currency is the denominator. That's how we are done. So these are all spot quotes. Now we need here rupee upon pound. Okay, so we have rupee upon pound and bid. We have got given only one rate, ask and bid rate. We don't ask and bid for Mumbai. So only one rate. So is equal to pound 2 lakh into rupee upon pound 93.2979. So this pound cancels, is equal to rupees. Let us multiply this. 186 1 crore 86 lakhs 59,580. Now this you will deposit for 6 months and Mumbai is offering 5%. Therefore, deposit proceeds of this amount after 6 months is equal to 186,59580 1 plus 5% into 6 upon 12. That will be rupees 191,2606 9.50. Now this is in rupees. So we had pounds, sold pound, got rupee, invested in rupee, and we got this rupee. Remember, I want in dollars. So I have to convert this rupee to dollars. When? At the end of 6 months. So therefore what we need 6 month forward rate. So quantum is in rupee. Therefore I need dollar upon rupee quote. We need to convert this to dollars. Therefore dollar amount will be equal to rupees 1912,6069.5 into dollar upon rupee 6 month bid. Why 6 month? Because it has to be converted at the end of 6 months. Why bid? Because I will sell rupee, get dollars. And dollar upon rupee quote is given to us. So now let us write Mumbai 6 month rates. They are given 1 rupee equal to dollar 0.037. This is dollar upon rupee. Similarly, they are given 1 pound equal to rupee 94.1215. This is rupee upon pound. So I need dollar upon rupee, which is 0.0137. 0.0137. Since bid and ask rates are not given, the same rate can be considered for bid and ask into 0.0137. This will give dollars 262027. So we are ignoring decimals, so we write 262027. Now let us take the Frankfurt option. In Frankfurt, the currency is euro. You are having pound. So first convert pound to euro. So when you want to convert pound to euro, we need euro upon pound quote. So that will be pound 2 lakhs. Euro upon pound spot bid. Now I need spot bid here. 2 rates are given. Now, do we have euro upon pound quote? Yes, we have. And that is this, you can see. So which we have used this rate. Now euro upon pound. Now this is euro upon pound. I need spot bid. So we will take this. So this will be pound 2 lakhs into euro upon pound 1.1121. it will give 2 lakh into 1.1121 222 to euro 222 Now this euro will be deposited at 3% for 6 months. So deposit of this amount at 3% for 6 months will give euro 222420 into 1 plus 3% into 6 upon 12. Two to 756.3. Now in Frankfurt we have to convert this euro to dollars because New York office is managing money, so they want to know in dollar terms how much more or less they are getting in Frankfurt. So this euro has to be converted to dollars when? At the end of 6 months. So therefore we need 6-month rate. What you will do? You will sell euro. Therefore you need bid rate. So therefore equivalent dollars at the end of 6 months will be equal to euro 225756.30 into dollar upon euro 6-month bid. Now do we have dollar upon euro? A 6-month rates are given like this in Frankfurt. We need dollar upon euro. So this is dollar upon euro. Spot is €1 equal to dollars 1.1105 slash dollars 1.1128 and 6-month swap is given as 2030. So 20/30, we align the decimals for 4 and they are in ascending order. Therefore add. So we are getting 6-month euro will be equal to dollars 1.1125 slash dollars 1.1158 and I want 6-month bid, means I will be using this rate. So this will be equal to euro 225756.3 into dollar upon euro 1.1125. Euro will cancel and we will get the answer in dollars. 225756.3 into 1.1125. This will be dollars 251154. So this is 251154 in Frankfurt, 2027 in Mumbai. So which is more? Mumbai is more. What is the question? in which center there will be incremental dollar investment. So therefore, Mumbai will provide incremental dollar investment proceeds equal to $262027 minus $251154 equal to $262027 minus 251154 10873. Hope you have understood this. The company which is managing money, their currency is dollars. Therefore, our final comparison is of dollar amounts. But the company which is managing money is having surplus pounds. So our initial step was to convert pound to rupee to invest in Mumbai versus pound to euro to invest in Frankfurt. Finally, we converted back to dollars and that gave us the answer. Hope you understood this. Let us read this problem. Union Bank entered into a 6-month forward contract for purchase of pound 2 million. The 6-month forward quotation on that day was rupees 96.25/40. The date of transaction was 16/8/2019 and the delivery date was 18 February 2020. On September 15, 2019, the client approached the bank with a delivery of pound 2 million under the contract. The following rates prevailed on that day. Spot rate is given, forward rate is given. Assuming interest paid and received will be at the rates of 10% and 12% on actual days and the number of days in the year as 365. Calculate the net/total amount to be collected from or paid to the customer due to early delivery. Now, early delivery of forward contracts is a very important part. Institute recently have asked 2 times. It's a very important problem. Let us see how we solve this. There's a classic problem on early delivery. First, let us understand whenever a forward contract is booked, what the bank does. This is the main part of this solution. Now, it is given that bank has entered into purchase contract. So now there is a customer and we have a bank. It is written that bank is purchasing pound. So I am writing B for bank is purchasing. So the arrow will be like this. Bank is purchasing. Now bank is purchasing what? Bank is purchasing pound 2 million. Means what the customer is doing? Customer is selling. So customer is the exporter. We can assume that he is the exporter. He has exported goods. Here we are assuming for easy understanding. He is exporter. He has exported goods and he is going to receive pound when? He is going to receive pound on 18/2/20. So he is going to receive pound from his client on 18/2/20 and that pound he is selling forward. And what the bank is doing? Bank is buying forward pound 2 million. And what the bank is telling? For every pound sale, I will give you rupees. Remember, customer is selling. And what is the rate that day? It was 96.25, 96.40. Means bank would have agreed to pay 96.25 because for sale, bid rate is applicable. So bid rate is 96.25. So this is how we have to understand the deal. So bank is doing a forward purchase. Therefore we wrote B, purchase. When the bank is doing this deal, remember, bank will do exactly opposite deal with the market. So we have market. Why it does? Because in its book, for every plus in foreign currency, there will be a minus in its books. So what it will do? It will sell. Now when you sell, what is the arrow? So arrow will be like this. It will sell pound 2 million, and when it receives 96.25, here they have not given that bank is actually selling to market at a different rate. So we are assuming same rate. Usually it will be different because that the difference will be the gain for bank. So here, while bank is purchasing pound 2 million from customer, it is selling pound 2 million to market. So you can see the flow of foreign currency, and you can see the flow of rupees also. So on 18 to 20, this will happen. Market, customer, exporter will give pound, bank will give it to market, market will give 96.25, and bank will pass on to exporter or the customer. This is how it happens. Now what is happening? The deal was to take place on 18/2, but customer has arrived on September 15, 2019. So he is coming and telling, oh, I come very early, take this dollar, take this pounds. Now bank will say, okay, you are delivering pound under which contract? The customer will say, I am delivering contract under that 18th February contract. Oh, you have come so early, so give me the pounds. So first bank will say, remember, as per contract, I am supposed to give you only 96.25. So step number 1, bank is supposed to pay rupees 96.25 per pound under the contract. But customer is given on 15/9/2019. Since customer delivers pound on 15/9/19, so he is giving pound. What you will do? You will sell in spot. Market is not, you are done with the market for 18th of February. So you have no other choice but to sell in the spot market. Bank will sell pounds at spot at rupee upon pound. Remember, we have pound quantum of 2 million. So we need pound in the denominator. So we want rupee upon pound quote. And I want spot bid as on 15 September. So it is given that on 15 September, the spot bid is 96.40. That is rupees 96.40. So therefore, rupees received on sale will be pound 2 million into rupee upon pound 96.40. So this will be 2 million into 96.4. So 19.28 crores. Now, this is the first thing the bank will do. Got the pound, sell it. Immediately, bank will think of that deal it has done with the market. It had sold pound 2 million on 18th February. So it will have to reverse it. It had sold to market valued at 18th February. So it will have to reverse. Reverse means purchase. Simultaneously. So this is step 2. Bank will offset, that is do the opposite of original contract. Therefore, bank buys pound 2 million valued at 18th of February. This will be done on 15th of September. So on 15th September, what is the quote for 18th February? So they have given forward rate for delivery 18th February. Now remember, bank has to buy. So it will ask rate is applicable. Therefore, cost will be pound 2 million into rupee upon pound forward ask, and that is given as 97.05. Pound cancel. So you get 2 million into 97.05, 19.41 crores. So we are getting 19.41 crores. Now, how the bank will settle this entire deal? Step 3. Number 1, swap charges. Swap means in this foreign exchange topic, swap means buying and selling. Now bank bought in forward market and sold in spot market in two different market, buying and selling in two different market, same currency, same quantity. So bank bought pound 2 million in forward market, bank sold pound 2 million in spot market. So it is doing a simultaneous buy and sell. That is called a swap. Then what are charges? Now here bank has bought at a higher rate of 97.05. See, 97.05 you have bought, and bank has sold at a lower rate of 96.40. This is going to create a loss for bank. Therefore we call it as a swap loss. So here therefore swap charges because of loss will be pound 2 million into rupee upon pound 97.05 minus 96.40, or we can say 1941 crores minus 1928 crores. So 19.41 minus 19.28. That will be 0.13 crores. Or you can say 13 lakhs. Next, we have to find out whether there is inflow or outflow. Number 2, inflow, outflow. Interest on the same. Now, what do you mean by inflow, outflow? As per original contract, bank has to pay rupees 96.25 per pound. Bank actually sold in spot at rupees 96.40 per pound. So bank was to pay 96.25, but it actually sold in spot at what rate? 96.40. So when you actually find out the difference between these two, so that 15 paise benefit customer is getting. I repeat, bank originally agreed that I will take your pound and give you 96.40. Sorry, I will give you 96.25. And when the customer came on 15th of September, bank sold pound and received a higher amount of 96.40, means 15 paise more. So on this 15 paise, bank has to pay interest to customer. So interest on difference at the rate of 10%. Now remember, whenever bank pays, it will pay interest at a lower rate. But whenever bank receives, it will recover interest at a higher rate. So we should take the lower rate. Interest on difference at the rate of 10% to be paid to customer for the period 15th September 19 to 18th February 20. In fact, the entire derivation will go into a couple of pages to prove why they are doing all these activities. So what we are supposed to do is, how to think. Bank is going to settle with the market only on 18th February. But bank has sold the pounds received from customer today. So from today till that date, bank is actually going to hold 15 paisa of the customer per pound. So on that it has to pay interest. Now how many days are there? So number of days, we have to exclude one of the dates. So this will be, you exclude 15 days of September. So from 16th to 30th, 15 days of September, October, November, December, January, and 18 days of February. We have excluded 15th of September, therefore we should include that 18th of February. So one day you have to exclude. So when you add this, six, $156 days. So you have to pay interest on 156 days, and they are given that you should take for 1 year equal to 365. Therefore, interest to be paid will be pound 2 million. I should write the currency every time into 156 upon 365 into 10% into the difference rupee upon pound 96.40 minus 96.25. You can see pound cancelling. We will get the answer in rupee. So this need to be paid. So calculate this into 156 divided by 365 into 10% into 15 paisa. 12822. Getting 12822. So this need to be paid. Swap charges need to be recovered. Therefore, net recovery from customer is equal to swap loss minus interest on inflow equal to 13 lakhs minus 12,822. So 12 lakh 87,178 to be recovered from the customer. So before we close, just one quick revision. This diagram is the most important part of the problem. And to draw the diagram, understand and then write, it consumes time in the exam. Therefore, whenever you are going to touch this problem for solving, you should remember that this is a time consuming problem. Because without drawing the diagram, there is a danger of doing the calculations exactly opposite. And sometimes they will give bank has entered into a forward purchase, customer has entered into a forward sale, and all those language will be troubling you. So once you draw the diagram, you know who is doing what, buying, selling. Then only between bid and ask rate you can use the correct rate. I advise you to see this video 2-3 times to have total understanding and practice without seeing 2-3 times. Then only you will be comfortable in attempting this kind of problem in the exam. Hope you understood this. Let us read this problem. Y has to remit $1 lakh for his son's education on 4th of April 2018. Accordingly, he has booked a forward contract with his bank on 4th January at rupees 63.8775. The bank has covered its position in the market at 63.7575. The remitter, due to rescheduling of the semester, has requested on 14th April 2018 for cancellation of contract. The exchange rate for dollar in the interbank market on 4th April and 14th April were exchange margin of 0.1%, interest outlay of funds of 12% are applicable. Rates must be rounded to 4 decimal place in multiple of 0.0025. What will be the total cost payable receivable by Y? Now this is the application of late cancellation of forward contract. Very lengthy problem. Now first of all, the question will be very lengthy, and by the time you read and understand every aspect of it, a lot of time would have passed. Then the presentation. But if you want to really solve this problem in the exam, then you have to practice a lot. Now, given a choice, one may select some other problem than this problem. Let us see how we solve this. Now, this problem, when you read even 5 times, 6 times, it will be difficult for you to actually solve. Visualizing the problem in the mind about everything is quite difficult. Best way is to draw a rough diagram like this. Now we have Y and we have bank. Now Y wants to remit $1 lakh for son's education. So you must know that Y is a buyer of foreign currency. So Y is buying foreign currency from bank. So $1 lakh. So Y is a buyer. So therefore bank is a seller. At what rate the contract is booked? Contract is booked at rupees 63.8775 and the due date is 4th of April. Now when the bank has agreed to sell $1 lakh to Y, bank would have done an opposite transaction with the market. Now opposite transaction is buy. Therefore you can see I am marking arrow inwards. And here bank has sold to Y. Therefore I am marking arrow downwards or outwards. So with the market, the arrow inwards indicates bank is buying $1 lakh. With the customer, the arrow is outwards indicates bank is selling $1 lakh. Now this rate is rupees 63.7575. Now this is the diagram. In normal course, what will happen? In normal course, this dollar will be given by the market and bank will pass on the dollars. Then Y will give 63.8775 per dollar, of which bank will pass on only 63.7575 to market, keeping the remaining as exchange gains. Now this is normal, but this normal deal has not happened. Why? Because Y has rescheduled it. Y has got his semester rescheduled. Therefore, he is telling you cancel the contract. But when he is coming only on 14th. He is coming on 14th of April 2018. But on 4th of April 2018, the market will give these dollars. Now for a bank, there are two sides of the deal. Market side of the deal, customer side of the deal. And it has to deal with it separately. Now let us see the market side of the deal. For the bank, the market side of the deal means bank will receive $1 lakh on 4th of April. Customer is not going to take. So what the bank will do with those dollars? On 4th of April, it will sell in spot market. So we write that first. On 4th of April 2018, bank will receive $1 lakh booked under the forward contract. from market. So 4th of April has come, customer has not come, customer is coming only on 14th April, market will deliver dollars. So what the bank will do? Bank has to sell in spot market. So bank will sell these dollars in spot. And it will receive, this will on 4th of April. So you can see that this is not going to happen and this is going to happen. So this blue shaded is what going to happen. Market will give dollars, bank will have to sell in spot. So we want at what rate bank will sell in spot. Now look at under 4th of April, spot market. What is the bid rate? Bid rate is 63.2775. So bank will sell in spot at 63.2775 per dollar. Now this has taken care of the dollars received from market. Remember, bank has to give to market 63.7575. Now this is sold at 63.2775. Now you can see the difference here. This is 63.2775, but you have to give to market 63.7575. So we'll deal with this little later. So currently dollars received from market, sold in spot. Remember one thing, bank does every trade in such a way that in its folio, every minus position of customer, you have a plus position of market, and for every plus position of customer, you have minus position in the market. Why? Then only when foreign exchange change or foreign exchange rates change, the minus and plus position of the customer and the market will offset. So there will be no risk for the bank. Now what has happened is you have closed the market position because market gave dollars. What you did is sold. So market side you have closed the deal, but customer side it is still open. Why? He has not reported on 4th. So therefore, FEDI rule says that you have to buy $1 lakh in the forward market. If nothing is given, you will have to buy in 1 month forward market. So to cover exchange risk due to closure of market deal and open customer deal, the bank books 1 month forward contract, that is buy $1 lakh in 1 month forward market. So now when the bank buys, then in the folio of bank, customer position 1 lakh, market position 1 lakh. So we got two things of opposite nature. Because bank has sold here, you can see bank has sold. So by buying, so by bank buys, therefore by buying bank has created a equal and opposite position. So what is the rate in 1 month forward market? So they are given 1 month rate is 63.4275. That is, bank buys dollars at rupees 63.4275 per dollar. Now bank has done one deal in spot market, one deal in forward market. In the currency dollars, same quantum. Therefore, it is a swap. Now let us see this sale of dollars in spot and purchase of dollars in 1 month forward in same currency and quantum is called swap. So therefore, buying has been done at rupees 63.4275 per dollar, and selling, now buying has been done in 1 month market, selling is done in spot market, therefore it is called swap. One deal in spot, other in forward, buy or sell. One market buy, other market sell, or one market sell, other market buy, anything can happen, but it should be same quantity, same currency, one spot, other forward. That is called swap. So selling has been done at rupees 63.2775 per dollar. So we have picked up these two rates: selling, buying. Now what is the difference? Therefore, swap loss. Why? Buying rate is more than selling rate, will be equal to rupees 63.4275 minus 63.2775, 0.15. This is a swap loss. Therefore, swap loss to be recovered will be 0.15 upon dollar into dollar 1 lakh. Dollar cancels, rupees 15,000. So this is your swap loss A. So this you will have to recover from customer. So now what we have done, we have closed market position. Number two, we have rectified mismatch of foreign currency exposure in our books. Because had we not booked the forward contract, there would have been mismatch in foreign currency exposure with customer. Your $1 lakh sale position or sell exposure is open because customer has not reported, and you close the market side by doing the selling in spot. Therefore, you booked forward contract. So two activities have been done. Now, let us see what you will do with customer's deal. Customer is reporting on 14th. As per FEDI rule, you are supposed to cancel the customer's contract. Why? After 4th of April, the contract doesn't exist. Customer is coming on 14th April. Contract is already gone. But whatever is he has to come within 15 days. FEDI rule says he should come within 15 days. So 4 plus 15 is 19. So he has come on 14th itself. Therefore, bank will cancel the customer side of the deal. On 14th April, bank will cancel customer contract at. Now, please note this. On 4th January, when Y bought dollars, bank applied ask rate while quoting to customer. Suppose you are going to bank, you say I want to buy foreign currency. What a bank will do? Bank will give you ask rate. So now Padai rule says if you had applied ask rate, you close the contract at today's bid rate, that is on 14th April bid rate. So therefore on 14th April, when Y comes to bank, cancel his contract at bid rate. Bid rate is your opposite of rate applied while booking the contract. So on 14th April, whatever is the bid rate, so on that rate should be applied. So bank will cancel customer contract on 14th April at spot bid rate, that is rupees 14th April. What is the bid rate? 63.1575. Now here remember that bank will recover commission. It is given that 0.1% exchange margin. So net sale rate after applying commission on sale, rupees 63.1575 minus 0.1%, $0.0632. Now they are given round off to 0.0025. Therefore round off rate 63.0950. So this is the round off rate. So now let us see how customer side of the deal will be closed. Original buy rate of Y, rupees 63.85. 8775. Cancelled sell rate of Y 63.0950. And here I want to caution you, this is an important step. You have to apply commission when you are giving the bid quote for cancellation. So when you cancel this, you get 63.8775 minus 63.0950, 0.7825. Now, since buy rate greater than sale rate, loss for Y equal to $1 lakh into rupee upon dollar 0.7825 equal to rupees 78,250. So let us call this as B. So we can see that this is the first recovery, swap loss. This is the second recovery. This is cancellation of contract on the customer side. Now last, one more thing has to be considered. Just see this diagram. Now see carefully this third part. On 4th of April 2018, bank has to give market 63.7575 and bank got from spot sale only 63.2775. So bank has paid something from its pocket on 4th April. Bank got 63.2775 on sale from spot, but it delivered to market 63.7575. So bank paid something from its pocket on 4th of April. When customer is coming on 14th of April. So bank has funded for the customer from 4th to 14th. Exclude one of the dates, get 10 days. So for 10 days, bank has funded this difference on 1 lakh rupees. So bank has funded this difference on 1 lakh rupees. Therefore, it will charge 12% on this funding. So we write on 4/4, bank sold dollars at spot rupee 63.2775, but bank paid market rupees 63.7575. Therefore, it funded the difference, that is rupees. So 63.7575 minus 63.2775, 0.48 per dollar. Therefore, total funding rupee upon dollar 0.48 into $1 lakh equal to rupees 48,000. So it funded this much. On this, it will charge 12% for 10 days. Therefore, interest to be charged on outlay of funds will be rupees 48,000 into 12 upon 100. 12 is given the question, 12% for 10 days upon 365. So we ignore the decimal. So 48,000 into 0.12 into 10 divided by 365. 158. So interest, so this is recovery again. So this is C. This is also recovery. Therefore, total to be recovered is equal to A plus B plus C equal to 15,078 to 50. So total to be recovered will be 93,408. It's better that you run through this video 3-4 times to have a total grip. Why I'm telling this? Because here the customer has bought foreign currency. In the exam, if they give customer sold foreign currency and reported late, everything will be opposite. So best way is draw this rough diagram, understand, and therefore it consumes time. Now when you go to solve in the exam, you are allowed to use around 15 minutes max for a problem, max. This will take half an hour. Now if at all you are doing perfectly, and I am thinking that you are going to do very carefully and so that you want the correct answer. If you increase the speed, not a problem. You can see how many rate they are given. So the remaining rate that are given just to frighten the students. So you have to be careful. Now ultimately how many rates we use? We hardly use 4 rates. From the rates given, we have used only 3 rates. So practice. I hope you understood this. Let us read this problem. Orion requires $10 million net of issue expenses or flotation cost. The estimated flotation cost is 2%. It proposes to issue GDRs. Expected market price of share at the time of issue of GDR is rupees 250. Face value being rupees 100. 2 shares shall underlie each GDR and shall be priced at 4% discount to market price. The expected exchange rate is rupees 64 per dollar. If the expected dividend is 15% and the growth rate of dividends is 12%, what will be the cost of the GDR? So this is a problem on pricing of GDR, and similar problem has come 2 or 3 times already. Therefore, very important. Let us see how we do this. So let us see what is given. First of all, what is the amount to be raised? So amount required $10 million. So amount required is $10 million. Now you want to actually the estimate, you want to, this amount is given net of flotation cost, and flotation cost is 2%. So net of 2% flotation cost means, therefore amount required net of flotation cost $10 million 1 minus 0.02. So when you do that, you get dollars 10 20 40 82. So you want to raise so much of money. Now what you are going to do, you are going to give them GDR, and each GDR is underlined by 2 shares. Now 1 GDR equal to 2 shares. So value GDR is 2 into market price per share. 2 into 250 equal to 500. But are you going to give directly 500? Suppose you give, suppose the Indian market share price is, for 2 shares it is 500, or 1 share is 250, and you are telling overseas investor, take the shares, I am giving you same price. Nobody will subscribe. Therefore you have to give discount. So discount is equal to 4%. Therefore net price of issue is equal to 500 minus 4% of 500. So that comes to 480. So you are going to price the shares at 480. Price the GDR. We can actually talk like this, right? Net issue price of share or you can write GDR. The reason is we have subtracted discount and we have taken into account 2 shares per GDR. So net price of GDR is 480. Now this is in rupee terms. You want in dollar terms. So exchange rate $1 equal to rupee 64. Therefore price of GDR in dollar terms rupees 480 divided by rupee upon dollar 64. So 480 divided by 64, 6.25. So we are getting 6.25. Let's verify once more. Sorry, 7.5. So this 1 GDR I am going to issue for $7.5. See, 1 GDR is 2 shares. Current market price is 250. 2 shares means 500 rupees. But I am going to give them 4% discount. So 500 minus 4% discount is 480. And exchange rate is 64. So 480 upon 64 is giving you $7.50. Now this is the price that you are going to issue. Therefore number of GDRs will be $10, 20, 4082. So this is what you want to raise net of flotation cost. $7.50. So when you do 10204082 divided by 7.50, one 360,544. So many GDRs will be issued. Now they are asking what is the cost to Orion Limited Management. Now cost of GDR D1 upon P0 plus G. Now what is P0? P0 is amount realized per GDR. So is equal to rupees 480 minus 2%. So how we got 480? Each share 250, 2 shares 500. Then 4% discount is subtract 20, you get 480. Now you issued GDR for 480, but did you actually get 480? No. You have used it to fund the flotation cost, the 2%. So 480 minus 2%. 470.4. So we have got P0 470.4. Now D1 is given. It is 15%. Expected is 15% of 100 rupees. So 15% into 100 rupees equal to rupees 15. Therefore per GDR 15 into 2 30. So we have got P0, we have got D1, and G is given as 12%. Therefore we get P0 equal to 30 upon 470.4 plus G. Sorry, this is not P0, this is K. %18.38%. Now subtracting 2% here is very important. You can see this, we already done that. So 18.38 is the correct answer. Hope you understood this. Let us read this problem. An Indian company is setting up a project in US with an estimated capital of $100 million. The project is likely to provide cash inflows of $10 million, $30 million, and $50 million in the next 3 years. Stable interest rates in India and US are 8% and 2% respectively. If the spot rate is $1 equal to rupees 75.50 and the expected rate of return of the Indian company is 12%, calculate the estimated rupee NPV of the project. Use 4 decimals for rates, 3 decimals for P factors, and 2 for all other calculations. International capital budgeting problem hasn't come for many years, therefore assumes importance. Let us see how we do this. Now, in this case, we have to remember one important fact, that the project is in US, therefore all inflows and outflows will be in dollars. And they have given that expected rate of return of Indian companies 12%. Remember, this 12% is in rupee terms because it is given of the Indian companies 12%. The Indian company's currency is rupee, therefore it is in rupee terms. Now, how we write the formula first for calculating the NPV of the project? NPV is given by minus outflow plus cash flow, that is inflow 1 plus K, inflow 2, 1 plus K square, inflow 3, 1 plus K cube. So they are given 3 year inflows. So we are written like this. Now, these are in dollars. But this K is in rupee terms. So I can't discount dollar cash flows with rupee rate of return. There are two methods then. Method 1. Method 1. Numerator cash flow in foreign currency. Denominator K in foreign currency. Then it is called foreign currency approach. Method 2. Numerator cash flow in home currency. Denominator K in home currency. Then it is called, and when we have both of these like this and we discount and calculate NPV, then it is called home currency approach. Now in this problem we are given K in home currency, cash flow in foreign currency. Now I can convert cash flow in foreign currency to home currency. And remember, we are given interest rates are given, spot rate is given, so we can use interest rate parity theorem. Now interest rate parity theorem states that F upon S equal to 1 plus RH upon 1 plus RF. So we can actually calculate forward rates for next 3 years. So my NPV will be minus outflow into spot rate. So when I multiply spot rate, I can convert dollar outflow to rupee outflow plus cash flow 1 into forward rate of first year. So this will convert numerator from dollar cash flows to rupee cash flow and discounted by rupee return plus CF2 into F2. This is forward rate at the end of year 2. 1 plus k square plus CF3 into F3 AQ. Now this F1, F2, F3 we can calculate using interest rate parity theorem. So F1 will be S into 1 plus RH 1 plus RF. Now what is S given? 75.50 into, now what is the spot rate given? Spot $1 equal to rupees 75.50. Now this is your F. Standard unit currency is F. Standard unit is this 1. So we have standard unit 1. So standard unit is F. And this is H. So therefore RF, that is dollar US interest rate 2%. RH Indian interest rate 8%. So let us substitute here RF and RH 1.08 upon 1.02. So 7550 into 1.08, 79.9412. Similarly, F2 equal to F1 into 1 plus RH upon 1 plus RF, 79.9412 into 1.08 by 1.02, 79.9412 into 1.08 divided by 1.02, 84.6436. F3, F2 into 1 plus RH 1 plus RF equal to 84.6436 into 1.08 upon 1.02, 84.6436 into 1.08 divided by 1.02, 89.6226, 89.6226. So we have calculated the forward rates. We can substitute in the NPV formula and arrive at the answer. Therefore, NPV equal to capital is 100 million. So minus $100 into rupee upon dollar 75.5 plus $10 into rupee upon dollar 79.9412 divided by 1.12 plus $30 into rupee upon dollar 84.6436 divided by 1.12 square plus $50 into rupee upon dollar 89.6226. Now you can see here dollars are getting cancelled, so we will get everything in rupees now. And finally So when you do the calculations, we will have to, when we do the calculation, we'll get NPV, but we'll have to use P factor of 3 decimals. So here PV at the rate of 12%, so 0.893, 0.797, 0.712. So when we do this, we get minus 7550 plus 10 into 79.94 into 0.893. $713 0.87. Verify once more. 10 into 79.9412 into 0.893. 713.87 plus 30 into 84.6436 into 0.797, 2023.83 plus 50 into 89.6226 into 0.712, 3190.56 is equal to 90.56 plus 2023.83 plus 713.87 minus 7550, negative 1621.74 million. Since NPV less than 0, this US project should be rejected. Hope you understood this. Let us read this problem. Ram Industries is a well-known garment unit. They have exported goods to US and are expecting receipt of $250,000 in 3 months. The rates are as given below. Spot, 3 months swap. Interest rates are available for both the currencies. They are providing with dollar and rupee deposit and borrowing rates. Ram Industries plans to offer 1% discount if the client is willing to pay immediately. In that case, proceeds can be placed at the above given rupee deposit rate for 3 months. The spot rate at the end of 3 months is expected to be 75.85, 75.95. The company is confused and is also thinking of not hedging at all. Under which alternative Ram Industries will receive maximum rupee proceeds? So we have got multiple alternatives, and this leads, this is about leading and lagging payment, seeing the market situation, exploiting it. Let us see how we solve this. Let us see, the exposure is receivable. quantum in currency dollars 2,50,000, due date 3 months. Now there are 4 alternatives available. Forward hedging, money market hedging, then discount alternative, no hedging. So we have to find under which option the rupee proceeds are maximum. Now under forward hedging, see, I am drawing this in a screen so that we can see everything in a single page. In the exam, we will be doing one below the other. Now, what is forward hedging? Now I am having a receivable. So what is the strategy I will adopt? I will sell FC forward. Ram Industries is an Indian company. Dollar is a foreign currency. So it will sell dollars forward. So Ram Industries will sell dollars 50,000 forward in 3-month market. Now when you sell at a bid rate, Therefore rupee proceeds will be equal to $2,50,000 rupee upon dollar, 3-month bid. Now 3-month bid is not directly given, we are given swap points. Spot $1 is rupees 75.50, 75.90. Swap 38.42 ascending, and decimals 2 because spot rate has 2 decimals. So 38 2 decimals, 42 2 decimal, ascending, therefore add. So when we do that, we get 3-month forward $1 equal to rupees 75.88 slash 76.32. Therefore rupee proceeds. So I'll be now this particular rupee dollar 3-month bid is this bid rate. The lower of the two rate is a bid rate. So this will be $2,50,000 into rupee upon dollar 75.88 equal to rupees 1,89,70,000. So this is what you get in forward hedging. Next we come to money market hedging. In money market hedging, whatever is a foreign currency, we first borrow PV of foreign currency. Borrow PV of $250,000 at dollar borrowing rate. Therefore, borrow $250,000 1 plus dollar borrowing rate is given as 4%. 4% 3 upon 12, that will be dollars. We ignore the decimal. 247525. 247525 is what you borrow. Then what you do? You are an Indian company. You have dollars. Sell and get rupees. Sell these dollars at spot to get $247,525 into rupee upon dollar. Spot is 75.50. So 247,525 into 75.5, 18688, 138. 18688, 138. Then what you do with this rupees? Deposit for 3 months. Deposit these rupees for 3 months. What is the rupee deposit rate given? 6%. So rupee proceeds after 3 months will be money market hedge proceeds. That will be equal to rupees 18688, 138 into 1 plus 6% into 3 upon 12. 18688, 138. 18968460. 1 crore 89 lakhs 68,460. So this is what you got in money market hedge. So you can see that forward hedge is tad better than money market hedge because it is a proceed. Next, discount. Suppose you give discount, how much dollars you will receive? If 1% discount is given, we get $250,000 into 1 minus 1%. $247,500. Now this will be sold in spot. This will be sold in spot and deposited at 6% for 3 months. Therefore, rupees available for deposit will be $247,500 into rupee upon dollar 75.5. 18686250. Therefore, deposit proceeds will be equal to 18686250 into 1 plus 6%, 3 upon 12 will give rupees 1896 6544. 1896 6544. So under the discount alternative, we have 1896 6544. Even now, when you compare these three, forward hedging is better as of now. Last, no hedging. Suppose you don't hedge at all, then whatever is the bid rate on at the end of 3 months, if hedging is not done, dollars will be sold at 3-month spot bid. Dollars will be sold at 3-month spot bid rate. That is rupees. Now what is the 3-month spot given? 75.853. Therefore, rupee proceeds will be equal to dollars 2,50,000 into rupee upon dollar 75.853 equal to rupees 1896 3250. So we have got the next one, no hedging. So we can see that the best one is forward hedging. The best one is forward hedging because it is giving us higher rupee proceeds. Very simple problem, but still you have got a lot of work to do. You can see how much we have written in this simple problem of forex. Now this is the drawback of forex. You can't escape without writing even a single statement. Everything has to be written. Then only there will be logical continuity, or we can say then only examiner will understand what you have written. Hope you understood this. Let us read this lengthy problem. This problem was asked in November 2020 examination. Not only it is lengthy, it involves a lot of twists in between also. And this problem has been, asked in the adjusted NPV section. So this has never come in CF and SFM. For the first time they ask, to read the question itself will take a lot of time, and then to understand and solve, finally to know where all the twist has been kept. Let us read and then solve the problem. The management of a multinational company TL Limited is engaged in construction of infrastructure project. A proposal to construct a toll road in Nepal is under consideration of the management. The following information is available. The initial investment will be in purchase of equipment costing $250 lakhs. The economic life of the equipment is 10 years. The depreciation on the equipment will be charged on straight line method. EBITDA to be collected from the toll road is projected to be $33 lakhs per annum for a period of 20 years. To encourage investment, Nepalese government is offering a 15-year term loan of $150 lakhs at the interest rate of 6% per annum. The interest is to be paid annually. The loan will be repaid at the end of 15 years in one tranche. The required rate of return for the project under all equity financing is 12% per annum. Post-tax cost of debt is 5.6% per annum. Corporate tax rate is 30%. All cash flows will be in dollars. Ignore inflation. You are required to advise the management on the viability of the proposal by using ANPV, that is adjusted net present value method, and they are given PVIFA. Now those who know the concept of ANPV, that is adjusted NPV method, and they know it very well, extremely well, they will only be able to solve this problem. Now there are 2-3 twists in the problem. Let us see how we solve this. Okay, this is a problem of adjusted net present value asked in the November 2020 examination. For the first time, Institute asked this problem, question 6B, for 8 marks in November 2020. Now, adjusted net present value concept is we have to take first NPV only equity, NPV only equity, then we should take NPV of financing effects, that is your debt, and then find ANPV, adjusted net present value, NPV only equity plus NPV financing effect. Suppose I call it as this A and this B. A and PV will be A minus B. This A will be usually negative. This will be mostly positive. So what happens is when we take A and PV, it will come positive. So if A and PV is greater than 0, if A and PV greater than 0, accept the project. Now for only equity, suppose you want to calculate what is A. NPV only equity. Will be equal to minus outflow plus present value of. Now we have to take present value of what? Present value of earnings. But this earnings should be before depreciation, interest and tax. So we can say they are given EBITDA. So present value of EBITDA you have to take into, so this into 1 minus T. So we can say you will take present value of this and you will add present value of depreciation, tax shield. So NPV only equity, just see there is no debt. See what I have done, you can see I removed debt, I removed interest, I removed tax, and I use EBITDA. Earnings before interest, depreciation, tax, okay, depreciation, or you can say EBITDA, they say depreciation, amortization, and tax. So I have taken that, and I have deducted tax, and I'm going to take depreciation tax shield, but I am not taking interest. So there is no interest cost. Therefore, we call only equity. So APV method involves ignoring interest, means you have to calculate separately, NPV separately. And then when we take NPV of financing effects, now debt will be taken. No? So what we do is we first take NPV. First I get, now when I borrow, I receive money. So debt. I had to pay interest. So minus PV of post-tax cost of interest. So interest into 1 minus T. Now there is a big catch here. This PV should be using pre-tax cost of debt. I will take post-tax interest cash flows, but I will discount with pre-tax cost of debt. This is extremely important, and I'm going to show you the trap in the question. Now you will receive money, you borrowed, you pay interest every year, and you also repay the principal. So PV of principal repayment. Write neatly. Again, the PV is same, pre-tax cost of debt. So once you calculate this A and this B, and ultimately I will calculate this A and PV, which is this. A will be negative, B will be positive. So when you do net, you get the answer positive, therefore you accept. So this is the concept of A and PV. This was tested for the first time in the CA final exam. And let us do this problem, number 6B. And trust me, hardly 1 to 5% student would have attempted or done. You know, my authored book has got problems. I did the problem in the class also, but this was elaborate problem, means same concept. Those who have learned, they would have done. Are done in the class, so it would have been easy for students who have attempted the paper. But the trap of this pre-tax cost of debt would have floored many. Let us see that. So let us solve the problem now. So first, we have to write the general formula. Adjusted present value is equal to NPV only equity plus NPV of financing side effects. NPV only equity will be equal to, now minus initial investment. So initial investment, let us read The initial investment will be in purchase of equipment costing $250 lakhs. So minus plus present value of EBITDA. EBITDA is given as to be collected is projected at 33 lakhs per annum for a period of 20 years. So 33 lakhs for a period of 20 years. So 33 lakh into 1 minus T into PVIFA. Now the discount factor we should be taking, they would be specifically given all equity financing. You can see the required rate of return for the project under all equity financing is 12%. So 12% for 20 years. And then PV of depreciation tax shield. So depreciation is for how many years? Let us read again. Economic life of equipment is 10 years. So they are given 10 years. So we'll write working note. Equipment cost 250 lakhs. Life 10 years. And it is given that straight line depreciation. Therefore depreciation per annum 250 upon 10 equal to 25 lakhs. So this will be 25 lakhs into T into PVIF 12% for 10 years, only 10 years life, therefore 10. So when you, the PV values are given, so when you substitute, you get negative dollars 3509110 3509110. Now when you take NPV of, now this I said usually NPV of equity will come negative. So what are the important points you have to see? You should know what is the discounting factor. The discounting factor is only equity. Discounting factor only equity. So it will always be given. Now let us take this financing effects. So whatever borrowing I make, now the loan is given here. To encourage investment, Nepalese government is offering 15-year loan of 150 lakhs. So $150 lakhs. I have to pay interest every year, and that interest is, it is given the loan at an interest rate of 6% per annum. So 0.06 into 150 lakhs you have to pay every year, and you will get tax benefit. So 1 minus 30%. But this should be discounted using, our interest rate is interest for 15 years. Now this is the catch. I should be using pre-tax cost of debt. Pre-tax cost of debt. So we have got working note 2 here. Now they have given us in the question post-tax cost of debt. Now post-tax cost of debt equal to 5.6%. Therefore, pre-tax cost of debt is equal to 5.6% divided by 1 minus 0.3. So this will be equal to 8%. So we are supposed to use 8%. You can see the big trap. Students would have got hint also possibly, because the PV factor is not given for 5.6%. It is given for 8%. So PV factor is given for 8%. So where is the question of using 5.6%? So 8% is given. Now this is repayment of interest. Then I have to repay the principal also. So $150 lakhs I will repay, but I will repay in the 15th year. So 815. Again you can see I have discounted using pre-tax cost of debt. So when you actually substitute the information given of the P factors, you get $4882,830. So you can see that NPV only equity was this. NPV financing effect was this. Only equity came negative. Financing effect came positive. Therefore, APV. Therefore, APV is equal to minus $350, 9110 minus plus $4882,830 equal to $1373,720. Therefore, accept. There you are required to advise the management on the viability of the proposal. Viability, accept the project. So this was asked after many years, or in fact for the first time, I'm sorry. And I can say they have asked after many years after they have introduced in the syllabus. Okay. So summarizing, APV means calculating 2 times NPV, once using equity alone, where we specifically use discount factor of equity. Then we calculate NPV financing side effect, that is debt alone. Debt separately, equity separately, then merge. Okay. And when you take NPV of financing side effect, that is debt, the most important point to remember is you will be discounting using pre-tax cost of debt. Okay. Hope you understood this. Let us see the next chapter. This is interest rate risk management. This comes under section 4 along with forex and real options. And I have seen one trend that one problem from this section comes every attempt nowadays. And there were many topics in this chapter which were not asked at all. But recently I have found slowly one by one it is appearing in the exam paper. So you have to be prepared with this chapter. It's not very difficult, but you have very less and fairly poor material in the ICAI textbook. And what I have done is I used my experience and so many practical examples to explain to the best of my ability. Go through this summary of the chapter and then the problems. You will be absolutely prepared for the exam as far as this chapter is concerned. So let us see interest rate risk management. You can expect approximately 8 marks. Now barring May 2013, which was a very odd exam, though it was in the old syllabus, where many questions came in from this chapter. After that there was a lull, there was no questions at all for years, and now they are asking one question for 8 marks, which is a very good trend. So students know that if we don't do this chapter, they are going to lose approximately 8 marks or an opportunity to attempt 8 marks. What are the questions that can come? Let us write down first. Forward rate agreement, that is one question which can come from this particular topic. Caps, floors, collars. A question can come from this section. Interest rate futures, though you don't have any material at all in the anywhere, but one question is there in the material, in the whole syllabus I saw. I'm not sure whether they will ask. I'll just briefly discuss that. Interest rate swap question was not asked for last 20 years. The new syllabus, old syllabus, nowhere. It came for the first time in November 2020. So you will see the problem attached. I have solved this November 2020 problem, and another problem also is already present. Okay, so interest rate swap and currency swap. Currency swap is part of Forex, but it has got concepts linked to interest rate swap. So you have questions, on these 5. Now November 20, you had a question on currency swap. So it could be on cap floor collar, it could be on forward rate agreement or interest rate swap. So what I'm trying to say is these are very important. Interest rate futures, I'm not sure whether they will ask a question. So I'll just run through all these 5 one by one. So let us take first one, forward rate agreement. Suppose I have a corporate, this is time 0, this is 3 months, and this is 9 months. So this period is 6 months. Corporate is planning to borrow for the period of 6 months, but 3 months from now. So as you can see from the diagram, corporate wants to borrow sometime later. When? After 3 months. For what period? For 6 months. So he is looking for a forward rate agreement. So a corporate is a borrower. So borrower, remember, borrower, what is the risk? Risk is rate will rise. Risk is rate will rise. So for borrower, rising rates are risk. So what he will do? He will buy FRA. FRA is forward rate agreement. So he will buy FRA contract, which will give him right to borrow for a period of 6 months, 3 months from now. When the contract is going to commence? Contract is going to commence 3 months from now. When the contract is going to terminate? Contract is going to terminate 9 months from now. So therefore it is a 3x9 FRA. So FRA agreements are stated in numbers. The first number 3 is a period when the contract is going to commence. So 3x9 FRA contract commences 3 months from now. Contract ends 9 months from now. Similarly, 6x9 FRA contract will commence 6 months from now. It will end 9 months from now. So the borrower will buy FRA contract. Borrower buy FRA contract. So if he is buying FRA contract, what he will benefit? Let us see that. If rates, or I can write if actual rate 3 months from now rises, means 3 months pass, actual borrowing rate has risen. So if I call FRA rate, so now therefore he will buy FRA at RF. I call it RF. RF is FRA rate. So he has got a right to borrow at the FRA rate. Remember, he is entering into deal today only. So RF is agreed upon today only. 3 months pass. Actual rate R is greater than RF. So this is FRA rate. This is actual rate. Now actual rate is greater than FRA rate. Then the borrower will receive. Then borrower will receive. Remember, all these interest rate derivatives except for currency swap, all are based on notional principle. Notional means actual principle is not given. It will be like, let us do a deal for 10 crores. I will pay 8%, you pay 7%. I'm just giving an example. So 10 crore is notional. It's in the mind, that's all. Actually, in the real life, it will be in paper, but actual principle will not be given. So, notional principle into, remember I have written here, borrower will receive. This is borrower. Borrower will receive. Remember, R has risen, no? So, R minus RF. So, borrower will receive R minus RF into D upon 365. Suppose, what is the D? D is an intra period between, this period. This, I'm just marking. You can see D is this period. So D is the period from 3 months to actual number of days. So this is D. Now this will be received by the borrower. When he will receive? He will receive at this point. Just say I am marking. He will receive at this point. Means he will receive in advance. Therefore, he will receive present value upon 1 plus R into D upon 365. If it is given in months, we can write n upon 12. If it is given in multiples of 30, you can write 30 upon 180 like that. Depends upon what they state in the problem. Okay. But the usual trend is all money market deals, all these kind of deals, they usually use 1 year equal to 360 days. So if they will give in the exam 1 year equal to 360 days, they will tell. Otherwise use 365. Okay. So this will be what borrower will receive. Why? He thought interest rate will rise. Therefore, he bought for a contract. Since his view has turned out to be correct, he will receive this compensation. So this is compensation received. Compensation received. It is also called worth or value of FRA contract. Also called worth or value of FRA contract. So this formula is very important. Very simple formula. Now what happens if R is less than RF? If R does not rise above RF, that is R less than RF, then borrower will pay. Borrower, or what we call as buyer of FRA will pay seller N into RF minus R, because now RF will be greater, into D upon 365 divided by 1 plus R into D upon 365. So same formula. So we can assume that it is a positive difference. If R is greater than RF, R minus RF is positive. If RF is greater than R, RF minus R is positive. It is a positive number, remember. So when the rates rise, buyer will pay. So buyer will receive. So what has happened? Buyer thought the borrowing rate will be 8%. But if it becomes 9, no problem. You buy a FRA contract. If it becomes 9, you will get 9 minus 8, 1% from the counterparty. Okay, so your effective rate of borrowing will be lower. How? Let us see. Effective borrowing rate. If we are taking an example, if R greater than RF, so what will happen? A, borrower's borrowing cost will be N into R into D by 365. Is it not? This is a borrowing cost. We are writing only cost, remember. Principal into, this is a 6th standard formula for simple interest. Principal into actual rate of borrowing R into D by 365. Now he will receive compensation. B, future value of compensation. Now why I am writing future value? Because he is going to get compensation upfront in present value terms. When he is going to pay borrowing cost, he is going to pay borrowing cost at the end of borrowing period. Suppose this is 3 months, this is 6 months. Okay, he is going to pay borrowing cost here. Borrowing cost payment, this particular cost is going to pay here. But when he is receiving inflow from counterparty, that is compensation. Compensation of R minus RF he is receiving here. He is receiving compensation here, 1 plus R into D by 365. So we have to take future value of this. When you take future value, this will go off. Because when you take future value, you will do 1 plus RT, no? So this will be the numerator, N into R minus RF into D by 365. Therefore, net cost, you can see net cost equal to A is outflow for the borrower minus B is an inflow for the borrower because he is receiving compensation. So when you subtract, R and R will cancel, so we will get N into RF into D by 365. This is FRA rate. So you can see that borrower will not incur more than FRA rate. Suppose you are entering into a FRA contract today, then your effective borrowing cost will be FRA rate. Very, very important problem. You can see the problem, when problem is solved, you can go through it. Okay. Now, borrower expects rates to rise. Who is a counterparty? Counterparty is a depositor, investor, seller of FRA contract. What is the fear for him? Rates will fall. If borrower is buying FRA, what the seller will do? Seller will sell FRA. If borrower is making money when the rates rise, when the depositor will make money, depositor will make the money when the rates fall. So this is a concept of FRA contract. So this is FRA. Next we come to caps, floors, collars. Remember, everywhere we are dealing in notional principle. Okay. Now, what is a cap? Cap is similar to our call option. What is a floor? Floor is similar to your put option. What is a collar? Collar is buy cap, sell floor. Let me explain one by one. Let us talk about cap. So we have a variable rate borrower. A variable rate borrower means the borrower whose interest rate of borrowing is variable. When the interest rate increases in the market, the borrower's interest cost increases. When the borrowing rate decreases in the market, his borrowing cost will decrease. That way. So he is a variable rate borrower. So any rise in interest rate is a risk. So suppose the rate is like this. Let us take it as L plus 2%. L stands for LIBOR, and want to tell you that LIBOR has been removed. LIBOR is no longer there. Still, we are using the word L because you are familiar with this word. You can understand. In the exam, you will find institute, instead of using LIBOR, they may use banks prime lending rate, BPLR. So now they have to use, because LIBOR has got the license has ended, so we are not using LIBOR. But I am using L. Assume that L is a variable rate and currently borrowing cost is L plus 2%. If L equal to 8, then the borrowing cost is 10%. But the borrower is thinking, no, I can't pay more than 11. Means L equal to 9 is okay for him. But above this is a danger for him. Now he doesn't want to pay above L equal to 9. So he is facing danger, he is facing risk above L equal to 9. Means what? He wants protection. So what he will do? He will buy call option or cap option. So to protect against this, he will buy cap with L equal to 9. If he is buying cap, means if L rises above 9, he will get inflow. So we can say that cap strike rate equal to 9%. If SG is greater than X, he will receive payoff. Is it not? We have learned in call option, when SG is above X, we receive payoff. So he will buy a cap of X equal to 9. So cap. If it, whenever the rate goes above, he will receive what is called as payoff. So what is the payoff? So payoff will be notional principal into maximum ST minus X into D by 365. Now suppose there will be something called reset period. Now once they enter into an agreement for cap, it will be for 3 years. But they will not check whether SG greater than X at the end of 3 years. No, they will check every 6 months. So reset period means after 6 months you settle the difference, reset, it is reset to 0. Then another 6 months settle the difference, reset to 0, like that. So you will make settlement at the end of every 6 months. So reset period. So since the reset period is 6 months, they will use 6-month benchmark rate. They will use 6-month LIBOR rate, or they will use 6-month bank prime lending rate. So 6-month variable rate, which is prevailing in the market, which may be an index created by Reserve Bank of India, which can be an index created by all banks, or NSE, or FIMDA, or any body. So that index will be used as a benchmark, and they will use 6-month benchmark, so that reset period can be matching that 6-month period. So at the end of every 6 months, they will verify, is ST greater than X? Yes. Pay the difference to the buyer. So you have bought, variable rate borrower will buy cap. So we have written a very important thing, variable rate borrower will buy cap. Means he will actually be benefiting whenever actual rate rises above X. And how much he will get? He will get, so this formula is very important, very simple formula, it's not a great formula. Notional principal, principal into, it's like, PNR, principal into number of days into, whatever rate you are getting, the difference of rate, ST minus X. So what you can do, you can write like this, sorry, we will put the same, comma 0. So if ST is greater than X, he will receive payoff. If ST is not greater than X, he will not receive payoff, but he has to pay premium. So to get this right, buyer of cap will pay non-refundable premium. Okay, so this is about cap. So cap, to protect against upside rise in interest rates. Sorry. Cap bought by borrower. Protection against upside of interest rates. So whenever you expect rates to rise, then you are a borrower, and you feel it is a risk, then you are a borrower, you will buy cap. Now we come to variable rate, we come to floor. we have a variable rate depositor. Variable rate depositor. This rate is L minus 2%. Currently L is 8%. So this deposit is getting how much? 6%. If L becomes 6%, what happens? Suppose if L is 6%, then this will be 6 minus 2 equal to 4%. 4% is a danger for this depositor, because this depositor says 4% is too less for me. I can't accept. So for me, this is a danger. So for this depositor, this is a danger. So he wants a downside protection against falling interest rates. So therefore he will buy floor. So he will buy floor with X equal to 6%. So whenever ST, so he will buy floor with X equal to 6%. Whenever whenever X is greater than ST, buyer of floor will receive payoff equal to notional principal into max of X minus ST, 0 into D upon 365. Similar formula, but instead of call payoff, it is put payoff. Okay, so this formula is very important. So variable rate depositor will buy floor. Again, the buyer of floor will pay. Buyer of floor will pay non-refundable premium. So we can see that if you want protection from upside, you buy a cap. Suppose we write L equal to 8%. Suppose we write L equal to 4%. Suppose you say that this is a danger. This is a danger. So what you will do is to get upside protection, buy cap. Buy cap for upside protection. Buy cap for upside protection. Buy floor for downside protection. So you can see that if you buy a cap and if you buy a floor, remember you are paying double premium. Sometimes what you think, see, about downside I have no problem. I think rate will not fall at all. I am sure rate is not going to fall, but rate may rise. So I am having a risk of, if there is a risk of rate rising and no risk of rate falling. No risk of rate falling means what? Then I can do one thing. I will buy cap. So if I buy cap, so for this I will buy cap because I am having a risk of rate rising and I am very sure rate will not fall. Therefore, I can easily sell floor. I will sell floor because there is no risk of rate falling. Means what? If somebody is thinking that I'm expecting rate to fall, I want to buy a floor. Okay, I am selling floor. Take. I sell floor. Give me premium. So in that case, what you are doing? In that case, you are paying premium. In that case, you are receiving premium. Remember, you are seller of floor. It is like buy call, sell put. So buy call you pay premium, sell put you receive premium. Now this is called as, this strategy is called collar. So collar is buy cap plus sell floor. In fact, this is buy collar. Now what is sell collar? Sell collar is opposite of buy. What is opposite of buy? Sell cap. Plus what is opposite of opposite? What is opposite of sell floor? Buy floor. Now who will buy collar? Variable rate borrower. Variable rate borrower will buy collar. Why? Because he is buying a cap. Who is buying a cap? Whoever feels rates will rise, they will buy a cap. So when you buy collar, you are buying a cap. So variable rate borrower will buy a cap for upside protection and try to reduce the premium by selling a floor. So you can say doing a simple buy cap and versus buy collar. Buy collar will be cheap. Why? In buy collar you will pay premium for cap, but you will receive premium for selling floor. So buy collar may be preferred by variable rate borrowers. Similarly, sell collar will be used by variable rate depositor. So this is important. So what is the payoff? So net payoff will be net payoff. Notional principal into max of st minus x comma 0 into d upon 365 plus. Now here payoff you have to pay. Okay, now how will you write? Now here remember it is going to be your sold up floor. So this will be minus n into max of x minus st comma 0 into d upon 365. So this is also very important. Okay. So we have understood this. Now one question can come only on cap option like this. So in cap, hedging, sorry, hedging using cap. Now there are two things you have to keep in mind. The premium. Now how premium is accounted? Now premium, see cap, generally cap, floor, collar, they are for a period of 3 to 4 years. But when you are paying premium, you are paying in time 0. So premium is a cost for buying a cap, which you are incurring at time 0. What about the benefit from cap? Benefit from cap can come over a period of 3 to 4 years, at the end of every 6 months. So cost at time 0, benefit over 4 years. So there is a mismatch. Therefore, it is a practice in accounts to amortize the premium paid. So premium amortization formula, very important. This also you must remember. Very similar to your equated annual cost, which you have learned in IPCC for unequal life projects. So we will write formula is similar. So equated annual, instead of cost, it will be premium, is equal to premium amount divided by PVIFA K, comma M. Now this will be number of reset periods. This will be post-tax cost of debt. So this is a very important formula. Now how to use this? I'll just show you a simple table. It's not difficult. They will give premium amount. They will give loan amount. They will give premium is 1%. 1% into loan amount will be premium. And that premium you can't charge entirely in time 0. You have to equate it annually and charge at the end of every reset period. Okay. Now coming to this. Now premium amortization formula. One more thing you must remember, reset period. I've already said reset period is usually coinciding with the period of the benchmark rate that is used for comparison with the strike price. Suppose I am using ST. ST I get from 6 month bank prime lending rate. Suppose I am getting ST from here. So what is this? This 6 month. Therefore, usually reset period is 6 months, because you are going to use 6 month rate. So this is another concept you must know. Now when you get problems, they will ask you, find out how to use cap option, etc. So you write reset. The columns will be somewhat like this: reset period, then you will write ST, then you will write X, then you will write payoff, then you will write loan rate, then you will write net loan rate, because there is a payoff may be there, net rate. Now rate is there, amount is given, so loan, then you will write net interest, then you will write premium amortized, then you will write total cost. So this is the format. Remember this format you have to draw. So reset period 1, reset period 2, like that. I'm just writing some numbers. Reset period 1, ST is 8, X is 7. So payoff is 1%. Suppose this percentage. Loan rate is let us say loan is your LIBOR plus 2. So this is your LIBOR. L is ST is LIBOR rate. So 8 plus 2, 10%. Net rate 10 minus 1 equal to 9. Net interest. So if it is dollar 10 lakh, so 9% of 10 lakh. And then premium amount. Then total cost. Suppose this is A, this is B, this will be A plus B. So you will find that for every reset period, this will not exceed a particular limit. Therefore, you will say hedging is done. So very, very important format. This also you write down and mark it. Okay, so this equated premium. Now this K, this post-tax cost of debt, sometime in the exam they give it as fixed rate. They will call it as fixed rate. So we use the fixed rate as a amortization rate. Okay, so this is all about cap, floors and collars. So we can take a look at the main table. So we have completed this. We have completed this. Next we come to IRR. Interest rate futures. As I told you, they never ask a problem. They are not asked given a simple theory question also. And the reason being, IRFs are not great success actually. Indian market as such is a debt market is not very vibrant like a foreign market, but even in foreign markets, futures is not as popular as our FRA contracts or these cap floor option contracts. Nevertheless, let us learn interest rate futures, IRF. First of all, you must know one rule. In interest rate futures market, rate is given as 100 minus prevailing rate. Price is given as 100 minus prevailing rate. What is the price? Price of interest rate futures. Now I am buying interest rate future. What price? That price will be, suppose if prevailing rate is 6%, then price will be 100 minus 6 equal to 94. So 94 will be the price of futures. So this is a very, very important concept. Why it is done? To make it easy for everyone. Suppose I see 94, I know rate is 6%. Suppose I see 93, I know rate is 7%. So people are trading the rates, remember. I believe 8%, so 100 minus 8, 92. It will be very easy. Okay, so that's how interest rate futures trade. What do borrowers do? Let us take borrowers. Now this is loan rate. Let us see, this is IRF. Now loan rate is increasing. So if loan rate increases, cost increases. Now how to hedge using interest rate futures? What they will do, they will short IRF, say at 94. So 94 means 100 minus 6. If rate rises to 6 to 8, then price will be 100 minus 8 equal to 92. Yes or no? If rate rises, futures price, the IRF will fall. But I have shorted, remember I have shorted. Therefore, short IRF at 94 will give gains of 2% because you started at 94, now it is 92. So while borrowing costs, therefore, while borrowing cost increases, say by 2%, it is hedged by starting IRF. So a borrower need not worry. I am a borrower. I am expecting at the end of 1 year, my interest cost is going to increase. Short IRF. So while your borrowing cost will increase, short IRF will give you gains. So we write the main mantra. Borrowers short IRF. Now what do depositors do? Depositors or investors will go long on IRF. So what they will do? They will go long. Now, while solving problems, you may have to deal with this. Not difficult at all. They'll say if interest rate increases to 8%, so that the borrowing cost is maintained. That's all. That's the questioning part. But only one thing you must remember: there is one step which may come. Number of contracts. Remember, we are not dealing with forwards. We are dealing with futures. Futures market have standardized contract size. So we have to calculate number of contracts. In Forex also we have seen, we write quantum, exposure, quantum and currency, due date, then number of contract. What is the formula we wrote? Size of exposure upon size of contract. Here we have one more thing, tenure of exposure upon tenure of contract. The reason being, usually we have a 1 year loan, so exposure is of 1 year, but the instrument what you are going to choose may not be for 1 year. It may be 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months. It may be different tenure. So at the end of, suppose loan is 1 year, your future is going to get expire in 3 months, so you have to roll over. So that rollover is captured in there. So at this level it is very unnecessary, or is not proper to discuss further. You just understand this. So number of contracts will be this much. So what kind of problem you will get? You will get one borrower is having this, he is having a loan commitment of this, interest rate future is quoting like this, and tenure is this. So find the number of contracts. So you have to find this. How many contracts you will short? You will short or go long? You will short so many contracts. So the calculation that if the rate rises to so and so, so you should show if rate rises to so and so, borrowing cost this much, inflow from futures this much, therefore net cost this much, which is equal to futures cost. Or very simple. The way we showed in forward contract FRA, same thing I have to show you. Okay, so when you see the FRA problem, similar thing will be shown here. Now, next we come to swaps. Swap means exchange. Here we are talking of exchange of cash flows. There may be one party, I will write currently A. He wants to give floating cash flows. He wants to receive fixed cash flows. There may be another party, B. He wants to pay fixed cash flows. He wants to receive floating cash flows. Why he want to do that? It is affecting his business. Let us take a bank. Bank has to pay fixed rate to depositor. And bank's borrowers, they pay floating rate. And the floating rate keeps on going up, down, up, down, up, down. Whereas you have to pay fixed commitment to depositors. So there is a margin. Margin swings up, down, up, down. When the floating rate increases, bank earns more. When the floating rate falls, banks might lose. So the changing floating rate is causing a problem for bank. Therefore, assume that A is a bank. So A wants to give away floating cash flows, receive fixed cash flows. Similarly, B has taken a floating rate loan, but it is getting fixed revenue. So therefore, B is better off giving fixed and getting floating. So you can see both the parties have different type of problems, opposite type of problem. They want to swap the cash flows, say for a period of 3 years or 5 years, but they don't know each other. Therefore, they are brought together by a bank. Bank is a swap dealer. The person who is paying fix, remember, he is the buyer of swap. So he is the buyer of swap. Just remember this, don't try to remember everything. Buyer of swap pays fix. If he is paying fix, what is receiving? Opposite nature, floating. If he is paying fix, what about seller? Seller is receiving fix. If seller is receiving fix, what is paying? He is paying floating. So everything can be automatically understood. So remember this only. Buyer of swap pays fix. So if B is the buyer, then we have A the seller. Now what about the dealer? Dealer is only a facilitator. Facilitator means he will only bring A and B together. His job is to earn commission. That's all. What he will do? There is a floating leg. This floating leg, he will not charge any commission. Dealer will not charge any commission in floating leg. That is, he will quote flat. Flat meaning no margin. Why? Because usually what happens when you try to earn commission on both the legs, and when one leg moves away, in market rates, it's not totally under our control. Sometimes floating rates, there will be huge demand supply. So floating rates may swing wildly, while there may be no activity in fixed rate market. So whatever you are earning in fixed rate market, floating will take away. So dealers will play safe. Floating rate, no commission. Charge commission only in the fixed leg. So what, for example, it will be like this. Suppose he is paying 7.6. He will pass on 7.4. Means he will charge 0.2%. So dealer will do like this. So he will quote. How he will quote? This is also a very important problem in the exam. Swap dealer quote. Swap dealer quote For a swap, now institute will use a word generic swap. Generic means something which is basic, something main, fundamental, whatever name you can call. AIC means all in cost. That is all inclusive. AIC 7.4/7.6. Now remember, in Forex, first rate is a bid rate. Second rate is a ask rate. Bid rate is applicable for what? Seller. If I am a seller of foreign currency, bank is a buyer, remember. So bid rate, so we can see seller of swap. So seller rate is 7.4. So this is bid rate. And this is ask rate. So AIC 7.4/7.6 versus, suppose floating rate is BPLR versus BPLR flat. So this will be the way your dealer will quote. Now here some norms are used in the market. In interest rate swap market, 1 year is 360 days, remember. We'll write. So I'm writing so many important things. I told in the beginning, better keep on building your notebook so that you get everything in the notebook, then run through the notebook. Okay, that's a better way. So in IRS market, we use 1 year equal to 360 days. Now, how we calculate fixed interest payments? Fixed interest payments will be notional principal into all-in cost rate, whatever it is, divided by 100 into, usually reset period is 6 months. So we can write here 30N upon 360, where N is number of months. Usually it will be 6 months. So notional principal, as we already learned, all-in cost, whatever is the rate. If he is a buyer, then we use ask rate. If he is a seller, we use bid rate. In the exam, they will not bother you. They will give only one fixed rate. Then no problem. Then floating payment. Floating interest payment will be N into, floating interest payment will be N into BPLR into actual days upon 360. Remember, again I am using 360 only, denominator, but numerator will be actual days. At the end of every reset period, only net payment will be made by one of the counterparties. Both will not pay, remember. So the swap dealer will say, suppose company A, you are supposed to pay 20,000. Company B, you are supposed to pay 24,000. A, you don't pay. B, you pay 4,000. I repeat, at the end of every reset period, after checking what is the BPLR, so they know Mr. A at the rate of 7.6%, you are expected to pay 24,000 or 20,000. Mr. B at the rate of BPLR, you are supposed to pay 24,000. Since Mr. B, your payment is more than A's payment, you pay difference 4,000 to A. That's all. and while paying 4,000, banker will take some commission if depending upon the deal. So this is how the interest rate swap settlement happens at the end of every reset period, and this question comes in the exam quite often. So they'll give a quote. They will say calculate fixed interest payment, calculate floating interest payment. If the rate is so and so, who will pay whom? That's all. Over. And remember this, you should remember very well, that who is a buyer of swap. Remember, buyer of swap is the one who expects rates to rise. So I have given 2-3 linkages to buyer. One who expects rates to rise, one who pays fixed cash flow is a buyer. So opposite for seller. One who expects rates to fall is a seller. One who pays floating cash flows is a seller. Extremely important part of this chapter. Okay, do not forget to see on the last day before going for exam also. Buyer pays fixed. Buyer expects rates to rise. Okay. Now let us see how IRS is structured. IRS construction. Assume that we are given like this: A, B, objective. Objective of A is to pay floating. Objective of B is to pay fixed. Means A will only make floating cash flows, B will only make fixed cash flows. The two problems I have solved. So here I'll just give you steps. So when you see the problem, you'll get a revision. Okay. Then fixed market, floating market. Assume that in the fixed market it is 10, it is 12%. Here it is L plus 0.5, L plus 1%. Step 1. Difference in fixed market. 12 minus 10 equal to 2%. Bigger number minus smaller number. Don't do opposite. Step 2. Difference in floating market. Same order as step 1. Then step 1 you did B's rate minus A's rate. 12% minus 10%. So here also you should do same order. So L plus 1 minus L plus 0.5 equal to 0.5%. Step 3. Difference in step 1 and 2. Big number minus small number equal to 2 minus 0.5 equal to 1.5. Now 1.5 is a positive number greater than 0. Therefore, we can construct a swap. Step 4. Sharing. Now this is called quality spread differential, or this is possible gains. So you can get total gains equal to 1.5. Sharing gains. Sharing gains 1.5. By default equal. By default equally. Remember, in the exam, if nothing is given, it is equal. But sometimes they will give out of 1.5%, whatever you get, A wants 1%, B wants 0.5%, they can give. But if nothing is given, we assume equally. So here if we assume equally, therefore A's benefit 1.5 by 2, 0.75%. B's benefit 1.5 by 2, 0.75%. Benefit means what? The A's objective, you can see, A's objective is floating. A's objective is floating. What is the cost in floating market? L plus 0.5. So, if A is coming to do swap, therefore, A's cost, if swap is accepted, as per objective, what is the objective? Floating cost, L plus 0.5 minus 0.75 equal to L minus 0.25%. What is B's cost? Similarly, B's cost will be, what is B's objective? B's objective is fixed. What is the cost? 12%. Now B will get a difference of 0.75. So 12 11.25. So you can see that the total gain is 1.5%. They can get 0.75 each. Now the most important step of the problem, that is strategy. How you design the strategy, how you decide who will borrow where. For that, you have to find, now this difference is 2%, this difference is 0.5%, which is higher, 2% is higher. So attack this column. Attack this column and find who is having advantage of lower rate. In the higher difference market, identify advantageous party. In the higher difference market, the lower rate is enjoyed by A. In the higher difference market, in the higher difference market, lower rate is enjoyed by A. Therefore, A should borrow in fixed market. So you can see here, the higher difference market is fixed market because it is having a difference of 2%. What about floating market? The floating market interest differential between the two parties is only 0.5. So which market differential is higher? Fixed market. In the fixed market, who is having advantage of lower rate? A. Tell A to borrow in fixed. What about B? B will borrow in other market. Therefore, B should borrow in floating market because both will not borrow in same market. So if you draw a diagram, it will be like this: A, B. You are telling A to borrow in fixed market. So in fixed market, what is the cost A has to pay? 10%. You are telling B to borrow in floating market. In floating market, what is the cost? L plus 1%. Let us see this. You can see here, A should borrow in fixed market, cost is 10%. So if A borrows in fixed market, it has to pay 10%. And B borrows in floating market, it has to pay L plus 1%. So this is market payment. So L plus 1% it has to pay in floating, 10% it has to pay in fixed. But what is the objective of A? A has told that I will pay only floating cash flows. So A's floating cash flow cannot service A's fixed loan. Can A's floating cash flow service A's fixed loan? Can you take a floating rate loan from State Bank and tell no, I will make only fixed payment? You can't do that. Similarly, B's fixed cash flows cannot service its own floating cash flows. So what they will do? B will tell A, Mr. A, you make floating payments and I will use that to service my loan. I will make fixed payment, use my fixed payment to service your loan. I'm swapping the cash flows. So this route will help both. So this is how, what do you call it, swap will be constructed. In November 2020 exam also they ask up to this only. Okay, beyond this, how to construct a table, that is shown in the two problems which you will see. So till this point you must know how to answer. Beyond that also, I feel when you go through problems, it's not difficult, you can go through it and that will take care of it. Next we come to currency swap. In currency swap, there are two risks: interest rate risk, currency risk. Currency risk can be managed by booking forward contracts. Interest rate risk can be managed by interest rate swap. The way we are done, the way like this. In the exam, when they give currency swap problem, don't bother about currency risk. Either they would have given like this, that currency value is not changing. They will not, or they will, if they don't give, you can write currency risk is managed by booking forward contract. Means what? Even if you get a currency swap problem, you will have to solve like IRS only. So, since in a currency swap, currency risk is managed by booking forward contracts, or it will be given in the question, that foreign currency is invariant or not changing. In a currency swap, currency risk is managed by booking forward contracts, or it will be given in the question that foreign currency is invariant or not changing. Therefore, we have to manage only interest rate risk. See November 2020 problem. So when you see that, you can have a look at that. Last we come to overnight index swaps. Now, interest rate swap is generally for a period of 5-7 years. Overnight index swap is also similar, but it is only for 7 days. 7 days, 4 days. I don't think it will be more than 14 days. Very short period. Here also buyer of swap pays fix. Sorry. Buyer of swap pays fix. What about the buyer? What is the thinking? Buyer is usually borrower, or you can say borrower or one who expects, or you can write or a speculator, one who expects rates to rise. So if you are a speculator, if you are a borrower, if you are a trader and expecting rates to rise, you will be buyer of swap. Means you will pay fix. So pay fix, receive floating. Therefore receive floating. Since it is 7-day swap or 14-day swap, certain rules you have to remember. Remember the rules. Remember. Number 1. Fixed interest calculated using simple interest formula. Notional principal into rate of interest by 100 into D by 365. Very simple formula. Fixed interest. 7-day swap, D will be 7. 10-day swap, D will be 10. Like that. Very simple. Notional principal again. Second, floating rate interest will be calculated on daily compounding basis. This is very important. Daily compounding basis, floating rate. Fixed rate, simple interest formula. Now, how to do daily compounding? Suppose I keep 100 rupees today. Simple example. I earned 1 rupee. So next day principal will be 101. I earned 50 paisa. So 101.50. Next day principal will be 101.50. I earned 2 rupees. 3.50, like that. Daily compounding basis. Remember, no, not many days, 7 days, max 10 days. Okay. Third rule, usually Sunday is a holiday. Therefore, Saturday rate applies for Sunday too. This is also very important. Okay, so we have solved one problem. You can go through that. Very, very important. Do not miss. Extremely important. Refer problem. So when you go back all the way here, so we are done this, and I have not written one more, which I did now. That is overnight index. Now all these come in rotation. 8 marks. One problem will come from any of the 6. IRF is the least possible. Okay. Hope you have understood everything. In case you are not understood, just rerun the video, see, attempt the problem, or see the solution, then attempt the problem. Okay. Let us now see the formulae and concepts in the chapter of interest rate risk management. First is the forward rate agreement. Now, forward rate agreement, as the name suggests, it is a deal done in the forward market. The tenure of the contract is usually 12 months or lower. And just taking an example here, suppose this is 0 period, this is 3 months from now, and this is 6 months from now. So here a corporate is thinking that he want to borrow in this period. Remember, he is not borrowing today. He is thinking that he has to borrow 3 months from now. Or how many months? For 3 months. So we are talking of short term, remember. Corporate is thinking that he wants to borrow after 3 months for a period of 3 months. So according, when the contract is going to, or we can say that when he is facing risk, or he is thinking that he will face risk, he will face risk 3 months from now. So what he will do? He is a borrower. So borrower will buy for a contract. Now what he will do? Now let us first understand what is, how to denote a FRA contract. Which period you want to protect? You want to protect this period. When that period is going to start, it is going to start 3 months from now. When the period is going to end, it is going to end 6 months from now. So we can call it as 3x6 contract. So the borrower will buy 3x6 contract, means the protection which will start 3 months from now, that is the first one, and the protection which will end 6 months from now, that is the second number. 6 minus 3, 3 months. So he will buy this for protecting 3 months. Borrower will buy FRA contract. Who is the opposite of borrower? Depositor. Investor. Investor will sell FRA contract. And this is only the why borrower. Please understand, borrower, what is the risk for him? The risk, he is a borrower. So if the loan rate increases, he has to pay more interest. So the risk for the borrower is a rising rate. So therefore, borrower will buy FRA contract. Depositor, what is the risk for him? The risk is if the rates fall, he will receive less interest. So for the depositor or investor, falling rate is a risk. Therefore, he will sell FRA contract. Now, the transactions of FRA contract is such that you buy or sell FRA contract today. So you do buying or selling at this point. You will do buying or selling at this point. So whatever is the difference, suppose you buy or sell at RF, and actual rate on this day is R. So you are buying or selling FRA contract today. Today only you are entering into an agreement. And the actual day comes, that is 3 months from now, for example. And that actual day the rate is R. Now remember, you are a borrower You bought at RF equal to say 8%, and at the end of 3 months the rate has really increased to 9%. So now rate has increased. So when rate rises, borrower's view that rate will rise has come true. In that case, he will receive compensation from the seller on this day itself. So this day compensation will be received equal to R minus RF. So borrower will receive compensation of R minus RF calculated on notional principal. So you can see here now R minus RF. Borrower will receive compensation. FRA compensation payable in advance on borrowing date. So you will receive compensation on notional principal for a period of the agreement. Since it is paid upfront, we will have to take present value and 1 plus RT. So here we use a simple interest concept only. So divided by 1 plus RT. Very important thing, this is R, not RF. Remember that. So we calculate compensation. So when you go to problems, you will find one on FRA, which will explain this concept very well. Next is interest rate options, which are popularly called cap, floor, collar. Now, when you are expecting rate to rise, you are a borrower. Rising rate is risk for whom? Rising rate is risk for borrower. So when you are expecting rate to rise, you buy cap. Cap is similar to call option. Now in equities also, suppose I want to buy RIL and I am expecting rate to rise. So if I am expecting rate to rise, I will buy RIL and I will buy call option on RIL. Here also, if I am expecting rate to rise, I am a borrower, I will buy cap option. Cap is similar to call and floor is similar to put. Since I am a borrower of an option, I will pay premium. So premium will be paid by me. Now, if you are expecting rate to fall, you will buy floor. Floor down. So you are expecting rate will go below floor. So you are taking protection. So buy floor. Similarly, again you are buying. Therefore, you will pay premium. Premiums are non-refundable. Now, assume that you are expecting rate will go above 8% and you don't believe. So you are believing this. You are believing rate will go above 8% and you do not believe rate will fall below 5. You don't believe this. Means you have a very clear view on the downside, but you are uncertain about the upside and you are a borrower. Remember, I am a borrower. I fear that rate will rise. Therefore, I want protection. And downside, I am very sure rate will not fall below 5%. Then what I will do? I will buy a cap to protect my upside. And I will sell floor to protect somebody else. Protect the counterparty. I know that rate is not going to fall. So let us sell floor. So buy cap and sell floor. Buy cap for upside protection. Sell floor to provide downside protection to counterparty. Now when you buy cap, you have to pay premium. When you sell floor, you receive premium. So what happens is your net premium is lower. Remember, when you buy cap, you have to pay premium. When you sell floor, you receive premium. So net premium paid by the borrower is lower as compared to pure cap option. And that's what is written. Hedging future, same concept. Borrower will short futures. Depositor will go long on futures. What we have learned in equity. Now interest rate swap. Now swap has never been asked in the examination. And we have solved one problem in the example. Now just imagine, suppose you are a borrower. So what is the risk for you? Rate will rise. You are a borrower. Risk is rate will rise. Then what you should do is you should pay fixed cash flows and receive floating cash flows. But if you are a depositor, you are expecting rate to fall. Remember, I am a depositor. I have placed money in HDFC Bank at 8%. Now I am expecting that rate will fall. I will get only 7%. So it is a risk for me. Because as a depositor, I am going to get less interest. So how I manage this? Try to do a deal where you pass on floating rate. Just see. Pass on floating. Remember, we are talking of floating rate. I am expecting rate will fall 8, 7, 6, 5. So as it falls, I will keep on paying lower and lower rates to counterparty. And I will receive fixed rate from counterparty. So while I pay falling floating cash flows, I receive fixed cash flows. As a result, I will make money. And that's what we have learned this. Here again, an example solved in the revision video will be of great help, where I have explained in detail how you construct a swap. So this is a very important part. If you are expecting, if the variable rate borrower expects rate to rise, pay fixed cash flows, receive floating cash flows. And if the variable rate depositor expects rate to fall, then you pay floating cash flows, receive fixed cash flows. One punchline you must remember, that buyer of IRS, buyer pays fix. So you can see buyer of IRS is paying fix. You remember only one thing. I am a buyer. So how it will be generally? Let me draw a small diagram to explain to you. Who is the buyer? Buyer will pay fixed cash flows. So this will be received. This is fixed. Now if he is paying fixed, what he will receive? He will receive floating cash flows. Who is paying floating cash flows? Seller. So seller will pay floating cash flows. So buyer pays fixed, therefore receives floating. Buyer pays fixed, therefore seller receives fixed. Since seller receives fixed, seller will pay floating. So automatically we are remembering only one. Buyer pays fixed. Other things are automatically known. Now these two parties don't know each other. So we have a swap dealer. So we have a swap dealer who is usually a bank. He will do the deal. So when buyer pays fix, he will pass on fix after deducting commission. If seller pays floating, he will not deduct any commission and pass on to the buyer. So therefore we can say swap dealer, who is usually a bank, will charge commission only in one leg, where there are fixed cash flows. So the swap dealer will charge only in this leg. In this leg, he won't charge any commission. So in interest rate swap, couple of things to remember. Number one is there are two parties, buyer and seller, and buyer of interest rate swap pays fixed and seller will pay floating. Now the counterparties do not know each other, therefore we have a swap dealer in between them. Swap dealer will maintain two legs, floating leg and fixed leg. In the floating leg, swap dealer will not charge any commission, but in the fixed leg, he will charge all the commission. And finally, one more thing you must remember about interest rate swap is they are constructed on notional principle. So the principle is notional and cash flows are calculated on notional principle at the end of, say, every 6 months. So at the end of every 6 months, the swap dealer will find out how much buyer has to pay, how much he has to receive, how much seller has to pay, how much he has to receive. So you will find out, and only net settlement will be made at the end of every reset period. So when you look at the problem, you will understand the concepts. So these are all the formulae. In fact, there is only one formula here, which you are supposed to know. The remaining are concepts. So let us now move to the next chapter. Let us read this problem. A firm expects to have a surplus of £25 million for a period of 6 months. But this is available after 3 months from now. It is expecting rates to fall. However, in order to protect against falling interest rates, it is planning to use a 3x9 forward rate agreement contract of notional principal £25 million and agrees on a rate of 4.25%. What compensation it will receive or pay if on expiration the 6-month euro sterling deposit rate turns out to be 3.75%. This is a problem on forward rate agreement. It has been asked a couple of times. Very, very important. Let us see how we solve this. A borrower who feels rising rates are risky will buy FRA contract. If rates rise, he will receive compensation. But if rates fall, he will pay compensation. Opposite, investor or depositor, for him falling rates are risky. Suppose I am having money. Today's deposit rate is 6%. I am expecting rates are going to fall. So having money, I want my rates to rise to get additional benefit. But if the rate is going to fall from the current level, I am going to lose interest. Therefore, we say falling rates are risky. So in this case, he will sell FRA. Now, after you have sold FRA, After you have sold FRA, if rates rise, you will pay compensation. But if rates fall, you will receive compensation. Now, one easy way to remember this is, you are expecting rising rates. So, you are expecting rates will rise. If rates rise, you will receive compensation. Similarly, depositor. What is the risk? Rates will fall. If rates fall, you will receive compensation. So when the view that the rates will fall or rates will rise matches, you will receive compensation. Now, FRA contracts are bought at time 0. So you buy or sell FRA on this date. To protect against rising or falling rates during this period, which is called FRA period. So on this day, now suppose you are buying and selling FRA, say at RF rate. You are entering into a FRA contract today. Let it be borrower or investor. He is entering at a rate RF. Now this is for protection against rate rise or rate fall sometime in future. So I am just marking this by arrow. So at this point, if the actual rate, if I denote by R, then comparison between R and RF will decide whether the borrower or the depositor will receive or pay compensation. Now let us see this problem. In this problem, we have a firm. It is having surplus money, 25 million pounds. This surplus is available for a period of 6 months. But this surplus is available 3 months from now. So this is 3-month period. So surplus is going to be available on this date. And this surplus is available for 6 months. So this firm is interested in protecting rate fall during that period of 6 months. So this period, it is expecting rates will fall. So it want to protect that fall in interest in that period. For that, it is taking action today. Since it is having surplus funds today, therefore it is an investor. So the firm is an investor. Now investor is expecting, you can see here, investor expecting rates will fall. What he will do? He will sell FRA contract. And if rates fall, the firm will receive compensation. So the investor will sell FRA contract. So in this case, 3x9 FRA contract is available. Now how to interpret 3x9? 3x9 means the contract will begin 3 months from now. So today 0. So contract will begin 3 months from now. So that is just 3 months. And contract will end 9 months from now. So this contract will end 9 months from now. So therefore this 9. Therefore period of contract is 6 months. So it is giving protection for a period of 6 months. So 3x9 should be interpreted this way. I repeat, the first number 3 is the period from today when the contract will begin. The second figure 9 is the period from today when the contract will end. So 3x9, so 9 minus 3 difference is 6 months. So it is a period during which the protection from forward contract or FRA contract will be available. So this firm will sell fra contract. Why? Because for this firm which is having money, falling rates are risky. So it will sell fra contract. So our solution would be that this firm will sell 3x9 fra contract. Now second part. Now is the final rate lower than fra rate? That we have to find out. So it will sell fra contract. What is the quote? And agrees on a rate of 4.25%. So therefore, we will write firm expects rates to fall. Therefore, it will sell 3x9 fra contract. Now this is the most important statement you must write. The first statement, in fact, of the problem of your solution, you can say. So it will sell this. Now what is the actual rate? Now at, and it is agreeing at 4.25%. Therefore RF is equal to 4.25%. Now you have sold this fra contract today at 4.25%. 3 months will pass. The actual day, the actual date will arrive when you will have surplus funds in hand. So you go to bank. Bank is telling the rate will be, the sterling deposit rate will be 3.75%. So what you will do actually, you will place your funds at 3.75%. But there will be there will be an inflow for you because you have sold fra contract. So while you will actually place your deposit at 3.75%, a separate inflow will come. Why? Because you sold fra at 4.25, and since R less than RF, seller will receive inflow or compensation. Had it been the other way, if the actual rate would have risen, then seller would have paid. So we can say that since R, that is 3.75%, is less than 4.25%, it is this rate, seller will receive compensation. And what is that? It will receive compensation in present value terms, in simple interest. Now what is simple interest? How we calculate interest? We calculate interest using the formula PNR upon 100. This is a simple formula for simple interest. So we are going to use this, but we are going to get the difference on here itself at the beginning of the period. Therefore, we will be paid present value of simple interest. So we can say that I will be paid present value. So we can write, whatever is the rate into T. So what is the actual formula? The actual formula is I am going to get compensation. So compensation received is equal to, forward contracts are always on notional principle. Notional means actual 25 million pound will not be given. So notional principle into the difference. What difference you are going to get? You are going to get the difference of RF minus R into what is the period of fra contract? Period of fra contract is, I can say it is 9 minus 3, 6 months. So 6 months upon 12. So this is a simple interest formula. PNR by 100. 100 we can write here RF minus R upon 100. So we can say this. entire thing it will be available at the beginning of the FRA period. So therefore present value plus 1 plus R into 6 months upon 12 months. So when we substitute this, we get pound 25 million into 4.25 minus 3.75 divided by 100 into 6 upon 12. 1 plus R is 3.75 into 6 upon 12. So when you do the calculation, you will get pound 61,350. So this is the inflow the firm will receive. Therefore firm receives pound 61,350. So the question was, what compensation it will receive or pay? The firm will receive 61,350. So this complete the answer for this problem. What we have learned in this problem? We have learned some basics of FRA contract. Let us write it down. Number 1, borrower will buy FRA to protect against rising rates. Number 2, depositor or investor will sell FRA to protect against falling rates. Number 3, now when you buy FRA, you will buy at RF. When you sell FRA, you sell at RF. Now what are the possibilities? At expiry, R can be greater than RF or R can be less than RF. Let us see for borrower. If actual rate is more than forward rate which you have taken, then borrower will receive compensation. The view of borrower is what? Rates are going to rise. And if the rates have actually risen, he will receive compensation. But if his view goes wrong, he will have to pay compensation. What about investor or depositor? Depositor or investor, if R is greater than RF, what is the fear of the depositor? Rates will fall. What has happened to actual rate? R has risen. R is greater than RF at expiry. Therefore, you will have to pay compensation. If R less than RF at expiry, then you will receive compensation. And last, we have seen that compensation is paid in present value terms given by the formula notional rate into difference between R and RF into period in years divided by 1 plus R. Remember, the denominator is important. It is R. It is not RF. Into, because we have to take present value based on whatever is the prevailing rate. When you are going to get compensation, you are going to get compensation at the beginning of the FRA period. That day, what is the market rate? Market rate is R. So that R should be the discounting factor for taking present value. So R into period. Again, it will be years. This is what we use, and this problem involved depositor and R was less than RF, and therefore the firm received compensation. Hope you understood this. Let us read this problem. A company wishes to borrow £10 million on the 1st of January for 3 months. LIBOR is currently 8%. The company borrows at LIBOR plus a fixed margin of 2%. The company does not wish to pay above its current rate of 10%. It is thinking of using a collar on LIBOR to reduce the premium cost instead of purchasing a cap option. Company believes that LIBOR will not fall below 5.5%. Cap of 8% costs 0.2% and floors of 5.5% costs 0.15%. What will be the effective borrowing rate for the company when LIBOR rises to 9.5% and when LIBOR falls to 4.5%? It's a classic problem on the concept of or the understanding of cap, floor and collar. Very important problem, and it can come in the exam anytime. Let us see how we do this. So in this problem, you are tested whether you understand what is a collar and how to calculate when interest rates change. Means how to calculate the payoff and set off the premium. Now let us write some basics. What is the view on interest rate? Now view is interest rate will rise. View, or we can say risk. Now this is the risk for whom? It is the risk for borrower. If borrower, what is the risk? He always feels, oh, interest rate will rise, I have to pay more interest. So how we can protect? He can buy cap option. Cap is similar to your call. So when rate rises, he will get the difference between ST and X. Now, what about the depositor? For depositor, the risk is interest rate will fall. If it falls, he is going to earn less interest. Therefore, fall of interest rate is a risk for depositor. So what he will do? He will buy floor. Floor is similar to our put option. So when the rate falls, you will get the difference between X and ST. So this will be the strategy and will receive ST minus X. If ST rises, here you will get X minus ST. If ST falls, now both are buying, so both will pay premium. So pay premium. Now the buyer of cap is getting protection on the upside. So assume that we are having a level of interest rate. So I will call it as ST1 and I call it ST2. Now let us say this is ST1. So in this zone, the buyer will receive premium, or sorry, buyer will receive payoff. So whenever ST1 rises, the buyer of cap will receive inflows. Now let us draw another band or another level ST2. Now whenever rate falls below ST2, the buyer of floor will receive inflow. You can see above ST1, buyer of cap will receive inflow. Below ST2, buyer of floor will receive inflow. Now assume that I don't believe this will happen, but I believe this will happen. Means I am very sure rate will not fall below ST2. Means what I can do is I can buy cap. I can buy cap and get protection on the upside, and I can sell floor. Buyer of floor, who is a counterparty, seller of floor. So when I sell floor, I am offering protection to the depositor. So when rate falls, I have to pay the depositor. Remember, depositor will buy floor. Whenever rate falls below ST2, the depositor will receive inflow. But I am sure it will not fall below ST2. So there is no question of paying the depositor. So I am having a view buy cap, sell floor. Now in this case, I will pay premium, and here I will receive premium. So you can see the net premium paid is less as compared to this. Remember, borrower is buying a cap. Here also is buying a cap, but simultaneously is selling a floor. Why? To reduce the initial premium paid. So he is paying premium here but receiving here, therefore net premium is less. This strategy of buying a cap and selling a floor is buy collar. So in this problem, the borrower, the company which is a prospective borrower, is buying a collar. So by buying a collar, is protecting itself from upside rise and offering protection for downward fall. Now let us write the problem information given. Now the amount of borrowing is pound 10 million. Now company borrowing rate L plus 2%, cap, strike rate 8%, premium 0.2%, floor strike rate 5.5%, premium 0.15%. So they have asked the effective borrowing cost when ST. So when ST is equal to 9.5%, what is the scenario? And when ST is equal to 4.5%, what is the scenario? And you are buying a collar. So we buy collar. So this is the information given. So first we should write Buying collar means buy cap and sell floor. Therefore, net premium paid is equal to cap premium minus floor premium. So cap premium is 0.2%. This is 0.15%. So we get 0.05%. So net premium paid is 0.05%. So you can see if we bought only cap, we would have paid higher premium 0.2. But by offering protection to the depositor, that is by selling floor, we have reduced our initial premium cost. Now situation number 1. ST is equal to 9.5%. Now what is cap? Now payoff from cap is similar to call, therefore we use a same formula, max ST minus x comma 0. So max 9.5 minus 8, because x is strike price of cap, that is 8 comma 0 equal to 1.5. Now we have sold floor, so we will write payoff from floor. Remember, we have sold floor, so we should write minus 1 into. Now this is for seller. We have sold, so we should write normal formula but into minus 1 equal to minus 1 into. Now we write put x minus ST comma 0 minus 1 into max x is 5.5 minus 8.5, sorry, minus 9.5 comma 0 is equal to 0. So we can see net inflow from caller is equal to 1.5 plus 0 is equal to 1.5%. Now what is the effective loan cost? Effective loan cost is equal to L plus 2 plus 1.5 minus 0.05, or I will put this way, all costs I will do plus and inflow as minus, that will be better. So this being cost, so inflow I will show in negative sign and all costs in positive sign. So when you do this, it is 9.5 plus 2 minus 1.5, so that is 10 plus 0.05 equal to 10.05%. So this is how we calculate net effective cost. Now let us do for B. ST equal to 4.5%. Payoff from cap is equal to max ST minus x comma 0. equal to max 4.5 minus 8 comma 0 equal to 0. Payoff from floor we write, but we have sold is equal to minus 1 into max x minus st comma 0 minus 1 into max x is 5.5 minus 4.5 comma 0 equal to minus 1 into 1 equal to minus 1. Therefore, net inflow from caller 0 minus 1 equal to minus 1. So here when rates fall, we are going to lose net. Therefore, effective loan cost loan rate L plus 2, then minus 1. So this being a cost, I had to add, and net premium we had paid. Remember here it was gain. Inflow, and here outflow. So therefore what I have done is I have added. So it adds to cost. So L plus 3, L is 4.5 plus 2, 6.5 plus 1, 7.5 plus 0.5, 7.55. Now by buying this caller, when the two expected rates are 9.5 and 4.5, the company is unable to fulfill its wish. What is the wish? Company does not wish to pay above 10%, but here you can see it is crossing 10%. That question is not asked, but if at all you have to make a judgment, you have to say that if the expected rates are 9.5%, then company may not be able to fulfill its wish of capping its total effective rate to 10%. Hope you understood this. Let us read this problem. A swap dealer quoted 8.3% slash 8.5% versus LIBOR flat. A firm is the buyer of swap for a notional principal of 50 crores and net interest settlement takes place every reset period of 6 months. If LIBOR is 8.2% at the end of the first reset period and the actual number of days covering the swap is 184, then who will pay whom on the settlement day at the end of the reset period? 1 year equal to 360 days. So this is a problem on the understanding of the swap, that is interest rate swap. So generally the swap terms will be spelled out and the principal will be notional, interest will be calculated, fixed and floating at the end of every reset period. So let us see how we do this problem. There are two parties in a swap deal, A and B. Now B is the buyer of swap. Remember, buyer pays fixed cash flows, and a swap means exchange of cash flows, usually between fixed cash flows and floating cash flows. buyer pays fix. So this has to be remembered. So buyer of a swap will pay fixed cash flows, and A is the counterparty, the seller. He will pay floating cash flows. So in a swap, cash flows are exchanged. While one party pays fixed cash flows, in this case B, buyer always pays fixed cash flows. The other party does the opposite. So B is paying fixed, A is paying floating cash flows. They will be knowing each other or not knowing each other. Still, a bank will be involved. So they are brought together by a bank, who is also called swap dealer. So bank is a swap dealer. Just see what the swap dealer is doing. Taking floating cash flows from A and giving it to B. Taking fixed cash flows from B and giving it to A. By facilitating this, bank is earning commission. Usually, they don't earn commission in the floating leg. Floating leg means that leg where floating cash flows are passed on. They earn commission only in the fixed leg. So when they quote, they will quote zero commission in the floating leg. Zero commission means flat. Flat means no commission. Whereas in the fixed leg, they will give such a quote that the difference between bid and ask rate will be their commission. So in this problem, a dealer is quoting 8.3% slash 8.5% versus LIBOR flat. So this is the fixed leg part. 0.2% is commission. This is the floating leg part. No commission. So flat means nil. Nil commission. So if we try to draw this, B is a buyer. So in a bid ask rate, the ask rate is linked to the buyer. So we will be writing here 8.5%. And the bid rate is linked to the seller. So we'll write here 8.3%. You can see in the fixed leg, bank is taking 8.5% from B and passing on only 8.3% of notional principal. So 0.2% bank is taking as commission. This is fixed leg. Now floating leg, LIBOR flat means bank takes LIBOR and passes on LIBOR. So no commission here. So therefore I said that in the floating leg, bank do not charge commission. Now what is the question we are asked? We are asked to find out who is paying how much. But for that, let us see what is a notional principal. Notional principal is 50 crore. Reset period is 6 months. Now there is a formula to be remembered. Fixed cash flows. Fixed cash flows are calculated notional principal Remember, they are simple interest formula only. Notional principal into 30D by 360. Here 1 year is taken as 360 days, is very important. In interest rate swap, 1 year is 360 days into rate. Now the question is, a firm is a buyer of swap, so I have to calculate for the buyer. Now buyer, how much is paying? So into 8.5%. So he is paying 8.5%. So here it is 6 months swap. So D, or we can put it as N here. So number of months. So N is number of months. So it is a 6 months. So 50 crores into 30 into 6 upon 360 into 8.5 upon 100. So how much he has to pay? 50 crore two crore 12 lakh 50,000. 2 crores 12 lakh 50,000. So fixed cash flows are calculated using the formula notional rate. So this will write the formula. Let us write R. So this is how we calculate the fixed cash flows. Now floating cash flows are calculated as floating cash flows notional principal into actual by 360 into variable rate. So here variable rate is given as 8.2%. Actual days are given 184 days. Therefore, floating cash flows is equal to 50 crore into 184 by 360. Again, note days. 1 year is 360. 1 year 360 for IRS problems. Into variable rate 8.2%. So this will be 50 crores 184 divided by 360 20 or 2 crores 9 lakhs 55,556. 2 crore 9 lakh 55,556. So therefore we can see that the buyer of swap will have to pay this much. So pay, and will be receiving this much. Buyer pays fixed, so you pay 2 crore 12 lakhs odd. Buyer receives floating, you receive 2 crore 9 lakhs odd. So 2 crores 12 lakh 50,000 minus 2 crore 9 lakh 55,556. You get 294444. Therefore, net payment two nine four 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 four. Hope you understood this. Let us read this problem. Company A has outstanding debt on which it currently pays fixed rate of 9.5%. The company intends to refinance the debt with a floating rate interest. The best floating rate it can obtain is LIBOR plus 2%. However, it does not want to pay more than LIBOR. Another company B is looking for a loan at a fixed rate of interest to finance its exports. The best rate it can obtain is 13.5%, but it cannot afford to pay more than 12%. However, one bank has agreed to offer finance at a floating rate of LIBOR plus 2%. Citibank is in the process of arranging an interest rate swap between these two companies. Assuming Citibank will take 50 basis points commission, what savings will accrue to companies A and B? It's a general problem on interest rate swap, and this involves bank as an intermediary. Let us see how we solve this. Now it is given that there are two parties, A and B. A has an outstanding debt. Now A is currently paying a fixed rate of 9.5%, or currently having a debt. That is the correct word. Is currently having a debt. It has borrowed a loan where it has to pay fixed 9.5%. So while it is having an obligation to pay a fixed rate of 9.5 every period, the company intends to finance the debt with a floating rate interest. The company wants to fund this using floating rate payment. Why? Possibly company A would have invested in a variable coupon bond, and it is getting variable coupons every period, and it is linked to a benchmark. So as it receives variable coupons, it wants to use that cash flow to pay this loan, but this loan is fixed. So it is having a problem. While the receipts for company A is floating in nature, it is having an obligation to pay in fixed. Floating in nature means possibly, let us say, LIBOR. Company A has invested in a bond, and the bond is paying LIBOR percent as coupon. If LIBOR is 8, company will receive 8, but it has to pay 9.5 loss. Suppose LIBOR is 10, company will receive 10. It has an obligation to pay 9.5 gain. So as LIBOR changes up and down, because of the different nature of cash inflow and cash outflow, there is interest rate risk for company A. Now, the objective of company A is to pay floating. It wants to pay floating, but it is having an obligation to pay fixed. Now, the best floating rate it can get is LIBOR plus 2. So the floating rate loan, what it can get in market is L plus 2%. However, it doesn't want to pay more than L. So there is a constraint. So constraint is given not to pay more than L%. So the objective is to pay floating and constraint is it doesn't want to pay more than L. Let us read further. Another company B is looking for a loan, fixed rate of interest to finance its exports. Now this bank is having an objective of fix. It is actually looking for a loan, so it wants to take a loan of fixed interest. Where company A wants to pay floating, B wants to pay fixed. The best rate it can obtain is 13.5%. And it cannot afford, the business cash flows are such, it can't pay more than 12%. However, one bank has agreed to offer finance. Now, one bank has come to B and said, I can give floating loan. But the objective is not floating. It wants to pay fixed. But floating loan rate is L plus 2%. So this is the situation given. A and B, they don't know each other. How we come to know? Because Citibank is arranging the swap. Mostly when the counterparties know each other, they construct the swap mutually. But still, for a large deals, banks are involved. So in this case, Citi is arranging a swap and Citi wants 50 basis point commission. So whether a swap can be constructed. Now what is a swap? So I have company A, I have company B, I have Citi. Company A wants to pay floating. And company B wants to pay fixed. Now those who pay fixed, they are buyer of swap. So B is buyer. Since they are paying fixed. A is seller of swap. Now we have to design a swap. And remember, what is the demand they are having? So therefore, now just see, objective is floating. If A doesn't want to involve B, then the cost is L plus 2. Now it wants to pay only L. So what is the advantage they are looking at? So advantage L plus 2 minus L is equal to 2% or 200 basis points. I repeat, objective of A is to pay floating. Suppose it goes alone without doing a swap. The cost is L plus 2%. And it says that if I join a swap, then I can't pay more than L. Therefore, what is the advantage it is looking at? L plus 2 minus L, 200 basis points. What about B? The objective of B is fixed. Without swap, what is the cost? 13.5. How much it wants to pay? Max 12. So what is the advantage it is looking at? 13.5 minus 12 equal to 1.5% equal to 150 basis points. So A and B are willing to come together to do a swap A wants a share of 200 basis points, B wants a share of 150 basis points of the potential benefit whatever is possible. And remember, you have to pay CT 50 basis points. So all three people are putting condition. A is telling I will come, but I want 2% benefit. B is telling I will come, I want 1.5% benefit. CT is telling I will arrange, but I want 0.5% commission. Now this is the problem. Let us see whether this swap can be constructed. Step number 1. Interest differential in fixed market is equal to 13.5 minus 9.5 equal to 4%. So what we did, the first column, that is this column, we subtracted bigger number minus smaller number. So the interest differential in the fixed market you have to find out. Whichever is the first column, you have to find out that you should do bigger number minus smaller number. Suppose the first A is 13.5, B is 9.5, you do 13.5 minus 9.5. So 4%. Step number 1. Step number 2. Interest differential in floating market. So you take difference in the same order. L plus 2 minus L plus 2 equal to 0%. So here they are identical, therefore we get 0. Usually they will not be, so there will be some difference. Step number 3. Quality spread differential. So what you do is step 1 minus step 2. Answer, that is 4 minus 0 equal to 4% or 400 basis points. Now this is the total maximum benefit from swap. So maximum of 400 basis points can be exploited if A and B are willing to come together. So the size of the cake is 400. Now let us see how much A want. Now A want 200, B want 150, and C, that is bank, 50. So we are able to see that whatever demands are made by A, B and Citibank, they can be met because we are getting QSD. This is quality spread differential. QSD should be greater than 0 for swap construction. If it is not, we straight away write swap cannot be constructed. Step number 4, sharing. So we have found it here. A 200 basis points, B 150 basis points, City 50 basis points. I repeat how we got 200 basis point. A's objective is floating. Floating rate possible for A by going alone L plus 2. Through swap, it can pay maximum L, that is a constant. Therefore, the benefit is 200 basis point. Like that, B's objective is fixed. If it goes alone without swap, cost is 13.5. It can maximum pay 12%. So the difference is a benefit 150 basis point. And 50 basis points City will take. So we write that A's objective floating without swap cost L plus 2, constant L, maximum payable therefore benefit 200 basis points. B's objective fix without swap cost is equal to 13.5%, constant 12%, maximum payable therefore benefit 150 basis points. So balance 400 basis point minus 200 minus 150 equal to 50 basis points City commission. So here we will divide the QSD. Step number 5, very important step, swap strategy. Now to achieve this breakup, how we are going to design the swap? First, we need not write, but you have to understand the step. First, find that market where benefit is maximum, where the interest differential is more. So we can see that in the fixed market, the differential is 400 basis point. In the floating market, the differential is 0 basis point. So which market differential is higher? Fixed market. Now after finding the higher differential market, identify the lower rate in that market. So we identify the lower rate in that market, that is this. So we identify the lower rate in that market. So we identify the higher differential market and then identify the lower rate in the market and find the corresponding party, that is A. And you have to make A borrow in fixed market. Now if A borrows in fixed market, B will borrow in opposite market. So B will borrow in opposite, that is floating market, at L plus 2. So you are going to tell A, you borrow in fixed market at 9.5%. You are going to tell B, you borrow in floating market at L plus 2%. So this is the most important step. I repeat, first identify that market, fixed or floating, where the interest differential is higher. This need not be written actually as part of step. You have to just simply write, simply learn, identify that market where the interest differential is higher, find out that rate which is lower of the two in that market. So here the interest differential is higher in fixed market. Between 9.5 and 13.5, 9.5 is lower and that is associated with A. Therefore, A will borrow in the fixed market at 9.5 and B will borrow in the floating market at L+2. Swap strategy. A has advantage of lower rate in the higher interest differential market of 9.5%. Therefore, A should borrow fix at 9.5% and B should borrow floating at L+2%. So A and B will borrow in these two markets. Step number 6, table. Where we are going to conclude the construction of swap. So we draw parity, that is A and B, objective, now let us see. A is paying how many cash flows? A is paying one cash flow to city. A is paying another cash flow to market. A is receiving one cash flow from city. So there are three cash flows involved. A to city, A to market, A from city. So we write that to city, from city, to market. So this will give us total cost of A. Now cost without swap. Suppose A goes alone and then benefit. This is for A. Similarly for B. Now we have to fill up this table and this will give us the answer. What all we wrote? Parity, objective, three cash flows are involved. A will pay to city, A will receive from city, A will pay to market. Similarly, B will pay to city, B will receive from city, B will pay to market. Total cost of the swap. Had they gone alone, what is the cost without swap? Now let us write this. A's objective is floating because it wants to pay floating, as you have seen here. This one. And B's objective is fix. And A doesn't want to pay more than L. B doesn't want to pay more than 12. So we remember all this while we fill the table. So A's objective is floating. Suppose it doesn't go through swap. Cost is L+2. It wants a cost to be L. So it wants 200 basis points. Similarly, B's objective is fixed. Without swap, the cost is 13.5%. It cannot pay more than 12%. So therefore, it wants a benefit of 150 basis points. So we have filled up these three columns from the information given. Now in strategy, we have written A should borrow fix at 9.5. So A to market. A has, when it borrows at 9.5, it has to pay 9.5. And B will borrow at L plus 2. Now this is what they have to pay to market, because if I am borrowing at 9.5, I will have to pay 9.5. If B borrows at L plus 2, it has to pay L plus 2. So now we have got these four boxes to be filled. Now here I draw the diagram to explain to you. Now this is A, this is city, this is B. A has to pay to market 9.5, B has to pay to market L plus 2. A cannot pay more than L, B cannot pay more than 12. Well, instead of that, we should not be writing this. A cannot pay overall more than L. When I say overall, it is like this. A will pay to city, A will pay to market, that is A plus B, total outflow. A will receive from city, inflow. So A plus B minus C should be L. And total cost for A should be L. Similarly, total cost for B should be 12. So we will have to fill up these four. And if I fill up these four and the figures tally, means swap is constructed. So we have to fill up these four, and that's what I have written here. So I can write here, say 1, 2, 3, 4. So A to city is 1. City to B is 2. B to city is 3. City to A is 4. Remember, this is the floating route, because why? A is paying floating, and this is a fixed route. Why? Because B is paying fixed. Now what I can do is, I can fill anything arbitrarily, but that A plus B minus C should be L. So what I can do is, I will write here for A plus B minus C should be equal to L. Now B is 9.5, so plus 9.5 equal to L. Now I have to fill these two, C and A. So to make mathematically convenient, I will start by writing 9.5 here. I can write any number. You should not get confused. Why 9.5? You see, 9.5, when I write this gets cancelled. So automatically this I can write as L. So for mathematical convenience, I am writing 9.5. So I can say C is 9.5 and this is L. So now you can add L plus 9.5 minus 9.5 is L. So I fill up this here. So A will pay to city L. A will receive from city 9.5. Remember, you are receiving from city 9.5. Here, after finding this, fill the table. Remember, no commission is charged on floating leg in practice, okay, on floating leg. So whatever L is there, L will be passed down straight away. So whatever difference you have to write, you will have to write down. So if you write L, I'll write here L. Now, what should be the balancing figure? Now remember, no commission is charged on floating leg. So whatever A is paying to city, city will pass on straight away, and city will recover commission only in the fixed leg. Now let us see what we should write, in this third part. So we will write here. So B, A plus B minus C should be equal to 12. Now A we don't know, plus B, that is L plus 2, minus C, that is L, equal to 12. L cancels. A is equal to 10%. So we write here 10. Now let us see whether it tallies. So 10 plus L plus 2 is L plus 12, minus L is 12. So it is tallied. So this we write as 10. Now you can see Citibank has taken 50 basis point commission here. So in this manner, A has got 200 basis points benefit, B has got 150 basis point benefit, and Citi has got 50 basis point commission, and therefore the swap is constructed successfully. So let us revise. First step, build the table. Second step, that is the first step of the solution, find interest differential in the fixed market, that is 400 basis point, bigger number minus smaller number. Step number 2, find the differential in the fixed next market, floating market. L plus 2 minus bracket L plus 2 is 0. Step number 3, quality spread differential. First step answer minus second step answer. 400 minus 0 equal to 400. Since it is greater than 0, swap is possible. Now 400 basis point is the total share of the cake. Now A is telling I will not pay more than L. A's objective is floating. It says I won't pay more than L. Without swap, the cost for A is L plus 2. So without swap it is L plus 2. It won't pay more than L. Therefore A is demanding 200 basis point commission, or 200 basis point benefit. Similarly, B's objective is fixed. Without swap, cost for B is 13.5%. But B is telling I won't pay more than 12. So for B, the demand of the benefit is 13.5% minus 12%, 1.5% or 150 basis point. So we can say that of the cake, A wants 200 basis points and B wants 150 basis points. So total share is, total QSD is 400. A is taking 200. B is taking 150. And the balance City want to take as commission. So as of now, it appears that this 400 basis point can be successfully, carefully shared. Now next job is to design a swap. We identify that market where the difference is more. It is a fixed market because difference is 400 basis point. Then we identify lower rate in that market, that is 9.5%. Then we identify which party can borrow at that lower rate. We find A. Therefore, we make A borrow in the fixed market at 9.5. Therefore, B will borrow in the opposite market at L plus 2%. Then finally we come to table. We draw the table as it is shown. We fill up using the objective floating and fixed, and we get this answer. You need to see this particular video 2-3 times, and then you will get a total grip on this in case you are not understood by now. So repeatedly see, it is not very difficult. I have said so many points here. Hope you will understand by repeatedly doing. Otherwise, in case you already attended my course and solved problems in a class, you should have understood by now. Let us read this problem. IB, an Indian firm, has its subsidiary in Japan. Zaki, a Japanese firm, has its subsidiary in India and face the following interest rates. Zaki wishes to borrow rupee loan at a floating rate, and IB wishes to borrow yen loan at a fixed rate. The amount of loan required by both the firms is same at a current exchange rate. A financial institution may arrange a swap and requires 25 basis points as its commission. Gain, if any, is to be shared by the firms equally. Is swap possible? If yes, then IB will end up paying how much? So this is a problem on currency swap. This problem was asked in November 2020 exam for the first time ever in CA final. I've been telling students that interest rate swap problem and currency swap problem should come. Now they did ask one problem, if I am right, somewhere in 2009 or 10, but not entirely similar problem. But in new syllabus they've asked for the first time. Let us see how we do this. This problem was asked in November 2020. For the first time, a question on interest rate swap came. I can say in new syllabus. Earlier they used to ask theory question. Now since 2008, it is there in the syllabus, and after 12 years you have got a question. And we are having a case of a bank as an intermediary or a swap dealer. How we solve? Now those who have learned under me, very simple step. First we have to write down the information. Company, they given the name IB, Zaki. You must know the objective. Zaki wishes to borrow rupee loan. So this is rupee loan. And IB, and they are given rupee rate. I'm sorry, I could have written like this. Rupee rate and yen rate. And IB wishes to borrow yen. So objectives are given. IB, when it goes to rupee market, it is borrowing at BPLR plus 0.5%. So 0.5%. IB, if it goes to yen market, it is able to borrow at 2%. Zaki, if it goes to INR market, that is a floating rate market, it is able to borrow at BPLR plus 2.5%, and here 2.25%. Now, like every other problem, in this problem also, institute deliberately transpose the rows and columns. Usually we write in this manner, the way we are written on the board, but they gave the table reverse manner. Now, how we solve this problem? First, step 1, difference in rupee rate. BPLR plus 2.5, BPLR plus 0.5 equal to 2%. Step 2, difference in yen rate, 2.25 minus 2, 0.25%. Quality spread differential, QSD, 2% minus 0.2%, 25%, 1.75%. So total is 1.75%, that is our QSD. So this is therefore total benefit from swap is equal to 1.75%. Step 4, sharing. It is given that a financial institution will take 25 basis points. So financial institution, 25 basis points or 0.25%. And the firm's gain, if any, is to be shared by the firms equally. So IB will take 1.75 minus 0.25 by 2 equal to 0.75%, and Zaki will take 1.75 minus 0.25 by 2 equal to 0.75%. So total comes to 1.75%. So they will be sharing like this. So sharing of gains you can write. So how we did this? First, you have to find the difference in the rupee market or the first currency market. Here the first currency is rupee. Find the difference in the second currency market and then find the net difference. So this net difference is bigger number minus smaller number. So we got net difference. Now this is the size of the cake. 1.75% is the size of the cake, of which 25 basis points will be taken by the dealer. So that will leave 1.5%, and which will be shared equally. So 1.5 divided by 2, 0.75, 0.75. Now we have to see whether the swap can be constructed. Gains are available. So that is our first test. You must have gains first of all. Otherwise, if there is no cake, then what is to be eaten? Nothing. So we have understood that there is a cake. Now we know how much should be given to each. But we have to see whether it is practical. So step number 5 is strategy, the most important part of the problem. Now, if you see carefully, higher difference is in which market? Higher difference of rates is in which market? Rupee or yen? You can see it is in rupee market. How much is the difference? 2%. So we have to find out in which market the difference of rate is higher. In rupee market it is 2%. In yen market it is only 0.25%. So the difference is higher in rupee market. So take that. In that market, so in this market, firm having advantage of lower rate is whom? In this market, firm having advantage of lower rate is IB. Therefore, IB should borrow in rupee market at BPLR plus 0.5%. So IB should borrow here. In this market, higher difference market, lower rate commanded by IB. Therefore, tell IB to borrow in rupee market. At this stage, we must verify whether IB's objective is opposite to advantage. Now, IB's advantage is in rupee market. Why? Rupee market differential is 2%. The yen market differential is 0.25%. So differential is higher in rupee market, and IB is having advantage of lower rate. Therefore, advantage of IB lies in rupee market. But what is the objective of IB? Objective is yen. IB wants to borrow in yen, but it is having advantage in rupee. So this is a confirmation test. Yes, we can go ahead. So when you do this, you must verify whether the advantage and objective is opposite. So in this case, it is opposite. So IB should borrow in rupee market. So therefore, Zaki should borrow in yen market at 2.25%. Now this strategy is the most important. This problem came for 8 marks, so this will be given 2 marks. The most important part of the problem. Now let us draw a diagram. So we got IB, we got financial institution, we have got Zaki. What is the objective of IB? Objective of IB is IB will pay yen. So this will be yen will flow through. Objective of Zaki is it will pay rupee. So it will go like this. Now FI will take 25%, 0.25%. You are telling IB to borrow in rupee at BPLR plus 0.5%. You are telling Zaki to borrow in yen market at 2.25%. This is yen. Now you can see that IB can pay yen only, but IB has borrowed in rupee. So now what to do? Now whatever Zaki, now Zaki what is going to? Zaki is going to pay rupee. So rupee will come here. And this rupee will be used to repay IB rupee loan. Zaki's rupee payment will service IB's rupee loan. Similarly, IB's yen payment will service Zaki's yen loan. Means I repay your loan, you repay my loan. That is how they manage exchange rate risk. So this is the beauty of a swap. IB can pay yen, but you are telling him to borrow rupee. Zaki can pay rupee, but you are telling him to borrow yen. No problem. I will service yours, you service mine. So this is the structure. Now we have put the strategy. Now we have to fill the table, because ultimately we are asked to find what rate of interest will the firms end up paying. Now we can calculate here directly. We need not draw the table at all, because they are not told whether to draw a diagram table. Now we can see the answer. We can finish it off here. Now IB's objective is to pay yen. Cost is cost without swap. Cost without swap is 2%. Benefit 0.75%. Therefore, cost with swap 1.25%. Zaki's objective is to pay rupee. Cost without swap is BPLR plus 2.5%. Benefit from swap 0.75%. Therefore, cost with swap, suppose you go for swap, then BPLR plus 1.75%. So at this point, the answer ends as far as CA exam is concerned, because they are asked whether a swap can be arranged. Yes, we have seen it can be arranged. So QSD tells that swap can be arranged, but the objective and advantage should be of opposite nature. That confirms swap can be arranged and benefit can be obtained, and this is what we do. But I will do extra. Now this is not part of solution for the exam. That is our table. So you draw the table. Party, IB, Zaki, objective. IB's objective is yen, rupee to bank, or to FI we can write, because they use the word FI. From FI to market. Cost with swap. Benefit, or we can write cost without swap. Benefit. Now benefit is 0.75%, 0.75%. What is the cost without swap? So had IB gone alone without swap, then what is the cost? IB's objective is N. Cost without swap 2%. So 2%. Similarly, cost without swap for Zaki is this. So BPLR plus 2.5%. What is cost with swap? 1.25%. BPLR plus 1.75%. So we fill the table from right to left. IB is borrowing in which market? I told him to borrow in rupee market. So where they have to pay BPLR plus 0.5. Zaki is borrowing in yen market 2.25%. Now this comes from your step 5. Now this comes from here. Now I have to fill this. I'll have to fill this. Now here, unlike now here there is a counterparty. So here there is a bank. So whatever IB pays, Zaki will not receive because bank may take. So we have to find out. So generally floating leg is kept fixed. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep floating leg. Now which is the floating rate here? Floating rate is rupee. So I'll keep floating rate fixed. I will write here, I can write like this. I will write here BPLR. Zaki will pay BPLR and IB will receive. Floating rate fix. So let us put this. So Zaki is going to pay to FI BPLR. Zaki to FI BPLR and IB will receive BPLR. Now we have to write the balancing figure. So here I will remove this blue color and I will put green because it is same. Now remember what is cost with swap. Let us see what is the total cost for each. Let us see IB's cost. IB has to pay here. IB will pay here also. Or I will write here IB will pay here. IB will receive here. And IB has to pay to market. So 1 and 3 are outflows for IB. 2 is inflow for IB. 1 is outflow to IB. 2 is inflow, which we have written BPLR. And 3 is also outflow, which also we have written BPLR plus 0.5. So I have to write. So what is the net cost? So net cost with swap is equal to 1 plus 3 minus 2. So I will have to do this. Similarly, Zaki. Assume that it will pay here, it will pay here, and it will receive here. Okay, so 1 here also I will write 1. So we will put this here, sorry. 1, 2. So don't confuse this 1, 2, 3 with the other one because it is exactly opposite. So we are going to do pay to counterparty, that is pay to bank, pay to market, less received from bank or FI. So this will be like this. A B, C. I will write here A is outflow, C is outflow, B is inflow. So let me tell you for IB. Therefore, for IB, A plus C minus B. Now for IB, the cost with swap is this. This should be 1.25. A, I don't know. A. C, I know. BPLR plus 0.5. B, I know. BPLR is equal to 1.25. Therefore, A equal to, can see BPLR cancels. And this goes to other side. This will be 0.75%. So this will be 0.75%. Similarly, for Zaki, we can do for Zaki A plus C minus B should be BPLR. Now this is the cost with swap. BPLR plus 1.75. What is A? A is BPLR. What is C? C is 2.25. B I have to find out. Equal to BPLR plus 1.75. BPLR cancels. B is equal to 2.25 minus 1.75 equal to 0.50. We are getting 0.50. So we fill this. IB will pay to bank or financial institution 0.75. So you will pay 0.75 and you will receive 0.5. You can see the difference is 0.25 earned by FI. So on the floating leg, FI is not earning anything. On the fixed leg, FI is retaining its commission of 0.25. And you can see that the entire structure is complete now. And therefore, you can see this is going to be the next cost, net cost. So this you fill diagram, keep floating payments same. Now this was not part of solution, not part of CA exam solution. So they are asking how much they will end up paying. So they will end up paying this 1.25%, this one. So we can write, you can see here, IB will end up paying 1.25, Zaki will end up paying BPLR plus 1.75%. Okay. So this is how we solve the entire problem. Suppose they ask, draw the diagram and table, then this question of 8 marks will carry 12 marks or even 15 marks. Hope you understood this. Let us read this problem. ABC Bank entered into a plain vanilla swap through an overnight index swap on a principal of 10 crores and agreed to receive MIBOR overnight floating rate for a fixed payment on the principal. The swap was entered into on Monday, 1st of August 2019 and was to commence on 2nd August and run for a period of 7 days. Respective MIBOR rates for Friday to Thursday were, so they are given the rate 6 days. If ABC Bank received 3486 net on settlement, calculate fixed rate. Notes: Sunday is holiday, work in rounded rupees and avoid decimal working. The fixed rate is question mark Actually, there should be a question mark. So that's what they have asked. So let us see how we do this. Now, the concept is, what is a swap? First of all, swap means exchange of cash flows. So what is an index swap? Index swap means a swap that is exchange of cash flows which is going to be linked to an index. How the index rises and falls, that will decide how much cash flow one party will give to the other. So index swap. Then what is overnight index swap? Now the term overnight comes from the call money market. Whenever banks have surplus funds, they keep with other banks or Reserve Bank of India, and they earn one night rate, overnight rate. So surplus funds kept with RBI or other banks will earn banks overnight rate on surplus funds. So overnight index swap means a swap which is constructed using an index, and that index is driven by overnight rates. Okay, now when you see the problem, it is given that bank is entering into a plain vanilla swap. Now plain vanilla means the swap is a simple exchange. One person will give, suppose we have a buyer of swap, this is buyer and this is seller. Now buyer of swap will pay fixed cash flows. Remember, buyer always pays fixed. So you should remember, buyer pays fixed. So buyer will pay fixed cash flows and seller will give buyer floating cash flows. Now buyer is going to pay fixed cash flows based on a certain rate. Now that rate could be a constant rate. Let me draw a simple graph. So if this is 6%, 6%, 6%, 6%, 6. So I have drawn 7. So over next 7 days, every day, say 6% will be given by the buyer to the seller. Based on what? Based on some notional principle. Notional means actual principle is not exchange. An amount is decided by buyer and seller. Let us do a swap for 10 crores. So buyer will pay a fixed rate into 10 crores. You know, buyer is obligated to pay fixed rate into 10 crores daily. So it is a 7-day swap. So this is 7 days. So this problem also involves 7 days. So over next 7 days, for every day, buyer will pay fixed rate into that notional principle. What the seller will do? Seller will pay based on, now this is seller receiving. I am drawing an arrow in. Now what seller will pay? Seller will pay, interest rate based on what is given to us. So they are given 6, they are given 6.1, then they are given 6. Now this is Friday, Saturday, now Sunday market is closed, so same rate 6.1, then 6.2, then 6.3, then 6.25, then 6.3. So like that. So seller will receive fixed cash flows, fixed payment every day, while he will pay floating cash flows every day. Now the buyer of swap is doing the opposite. He is paying fixed, receiving floating. Seller is receiving fixed, paying floating. Okay, this is what the swap is. They have given notional principal equal to 10 crores. And they have given swap is going to commence on 2nd of August. So we have got 0, 1st of August, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Now it is commencing on 2nd, and that 2nd is Friday. This is Saturday. This is Sunday. Markets are closed. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is going to end on 8th of August, Thursday. So the transaction between the buyer and seller is going to be based on these rates on these dates. So what is the floating rate given for Friday? 6%. So I'm writing everything in percent here. Saturday 6.1. Remember, whatever is the rate for Saturday, you should write for Sunday also, because Sunday market is closed. Whatever rate was agreed for Saturday will be the rate for Sunday. Then 6.2, 6.3, 6.25, 6.3. Now the floating rates are given, but fixed rate is not given, so we have to find that. But they are given on information. ABC Bank received rupees 3486 net on settlement. Now, how to know whether ABC Bank is a buyer or seller? Because very important. Is ABC Bank paying fixed cash flows or receiving fixed cash flows? So we have to find that. Then only you will be able to solve the problem correctly. So let us see which word in the problem tells whether ABC Bank is a buyer or seller. Let us read the first 3 lines. ABC Bank entered into swap on 10 crores and agreed to receive my bar. Agreed to receive my bar means ABC Bank is going to receive. So you can see the arrow here. It is going to receive my bar. So floating is linked to my bar. So when it is going to receive, therefore ABC Bank is a buyer of swap. So from this word, we conclude that ABC Bank is a buyer of swap. Therefore ABC Bank has to pay fixed cash flows and will receive. Or we can say ABC Bank will pay fixed interest into notional principal cash flows, and ABC Bank will receive floating interest into notional principal cash flows. And finally they are given that if ABC Bank received 3486 net on settlement, means net receipt. What ABC Bank is receiving? ABC Bank is receiving floating cash flow payments minus fixed cash flow payments. This is equal to rupees 3486. So net receipt is 3486. So if I find floating cash flows, and if I write the formula for fixed cash flows, then the difference will be equal to 3486. We have to solve that. Now in swap you have to understand one more thing, that it's a 7-day swap. Money will not go to ABC and come to ABC every day. No, they will keep a record. Assume that it is say 7%. We are 7 fixed rate is 7%. So let us see first day here. First day. Now first day floating rate is 6%, but the actual rate is 7%, or fixed rate is 7%. So as of day 1, ABC has to pay, because ABC is a buyer. ABC has to pay 7% into 10 crore into 1 upon 365, because it is for 1 day, and ABC will receive 6% into 10 crore into 1 upon 365, like that. So it will be noted, but it will not be, money will not be transacted. Settlement will happen at the end of 7 days. So they have given at the end of 7 days, the net money received by ABC Bank was 3486. Now one more concept one has to remember. Whenever we calculate fixed cash flows, it is based on simple interest terms. And whenever we calculate floating cash flows, it will be cumulative. Means, suppose here in this case, suppose let us call this XYZ bank. Now XYZ has to pay ABC. XYZ is going to pay ABC floating cash flows. Notional principal is 10 crore. So I have to apply 10 crore plus 6% interest. The 6% interest will have to be applied on 10 crore. So money at the end of one day will be 10 crore principal plus 6% on 10 crore. So we will have something into 1 upon 365 obviously. So at the end of one day, the 10 crore will slightly increase. And that will be the principal for the next day to calculate floating cash flows. So we calculate floating cash flows based on compounded basis, or what we can call as daily compounded basis. So calculating floating cash flows based on daily compounded basis minus calculating fixed cash flows on simple interest basis, the net difference is 3486. So we have to solve that. For that purpose, we will be writing, we have to create this table. And they have given period, or we can write it as day. Then notional principal, beginning principal. Then interest, that is for one day on 10 crore. Interest percentage, then interest amount. And closing principal. Because this closing principal will be opening principal for next day. Suppose I do first day. Notional principal 10 crore. First day interest is 6%. So we have to do 6% into 10 crore into 1 upon 365. So when you do that, 10 crores we are getting 16,438. Remember, we have been told to ignore decimals and we should take only the round amount. So the closing principal will be 10 crores Now for second day, the opening principal will be this, and we have to apply interest rate of 6.1%, and like that we should calculate. Now when you calculate like the, remember this, we are calculating floating cash flows. So this is your floating interest calculations. So it's better to give the heading like this and then draw this table, and when you do it, you will get a table like this. Now this I have calculated, so you will be getting a table like this where you will be arriving at the final amount of, you can see this final amount. So floating cash flows will be, floating interest we can calculate using this. So floating interest will be 10,01,18,554 minus 10 crore. You may pause the video to check whether the calculation is correct, and this will give you rupees 1,18,554. So I subtracted the principal of 10 crores. So this is a floating interest. Now what is a fixed interest? Fixed interest is simple interest formula PNR by 100. This principal is 10 crore. Number of days 7 days swap. Rate I will call it as F. Now I will do into 365 also here because I have to express in year. So 100 into 365. Now this is your floating and fixed interest. So rupees 3486 is equal to floating cash flows minus fixed cash flows equal to 118554 minus 10 crore into 7 upon 365 into F upon 100. This will be 3486. Solving, we will get F is equal to 6%. So we will get F equal to 6%. So the required answer is F equal to 6%. Let us revise what we have to remember in this particular thing. Number 1, swap means exchange. Number 2, index swap means swap based on an index. Number 3, overnight index swap means swap based on an index constructed using overnight rates. What are overnight rates? Rates which are actually paid and received by the banks when they keep or park surplus funds with the counterparty, usually another bank or RBI. Who is the buyer of swap? Buyer of swap always pays fixed cash flows and receives floating cash flows based on a benchmark. Now, what is this problem about? This problem about ABC Bank entering into a swap. How you know that he is a buyer? It is given that he is receiving floating cash flows. So, agreed to receive MIBOR. MIBOR is a floating benchmark. He agreed to receive MIBOR means he is receiving floating, therefore he is paying fixed, therefore he is a buyer. It is given that at the end of 7 days or at the end of swap, he is getting 3486. Therefore, his floating receipt is more than fixed payments. So, floating receipt minus fixed payment equal to 3486. Now, how to calculate floating receipts? We draw the table which you are seeing on the page, and when we draw this table, we can calculate this 118554. This is floating receipt. Now, what is fixed payment? Now, we don't know the fixed rate. So, we use the simple interest formula. Why simple interest formula? So, the rule in the market, index swap market is floating cash flows will be calculated on notional principal on daily compounded basis, whereas fixed cash flows will be calculated on notional principal on simple interest basis. So, therefore, we write the final amount 3486 equal to floating cash flows minus fixed cash flows, and by solving we get F equal to 6%. Hope you understood this. Let us go to the next chapter, mergers and acquisitions. This chapter comes under section 5, and the kind of problems which come are almost similar, and students are tested with their knowledge on how to calculate the exchange ratio, combined EPS, combined market cap, free float market cap, etc. etc. So let us see what all we can expect from this chapter. The weightage ranges from 8 to 12 marks. Section 5, one of the easiest chapters. Now I just want to tell something here. Generally, there is a perception in the minds of students that only if I know the complete answer, I will be getting marks. Only if I solve completely, I will be getting marks. It is not correct. Now suppose you are able to solve 75% of the answer and you are unable to finish it, means you are unable to answer the final question that is asked. You are not getting 0 marks, you are getting marks for the working you already done. Now in this chapter, why I am telling in this chapter, I completed all the chapters, why I am telling in this chapter. Now in this chapter, it is a possibility that you may not be able to answer the final question. Now they may ask what is the exchange ratio equal, EPS equal, market value equal, and all those things. Free float, you may know what is float, but you don't know what is free float. There are so many questions are there. Do not fear, attempt whatever you can, but don't write any nonsense. If you don't know anything, just leave it there. At least you will get the marks for what you have done. And out of 8 or 12 marks, if you are getting say 6 or 10, then it is worth it. The calculations are fairly easy, formula is simple. Okay. So you generally get one full problem for 8 to 12 marks. Let us see what all we have to learn here. We have to learn the following formulae. First, earning per share. I'll just keep on writing the formulae. Then we have market value, or we can say market cap. Sometimes they use the word value, so it is market price into number of shares. So this will imply here PAT is equal to EPS into number of shares. The EPS into number of shares we get PAT, MPS into number of shares we get market value. Now MPS upon EPS, it is P ratio. Now total shares is equal to N. This can be divided into 2. Promoters or controllers. Now when you take a company, company like Wipro, promoter is Azim Premji. So whatever they are holding in their own account or their trust account, the promoter, controller. Now if you take shares like ICAI Bank, held by so many investors, Infosys, so many investors are there. So there are certain investors who are holding as a controlling stake. So therefore I use the word controllers. In the exam they will give controller or promoter. So total shares are held by this and others. Now suppose I call it as X and call it as Y. Then X into MPS will be, first I'll write, sorry, Y into MPS will be free float, market cap. This will be non-free float, market cap. In the exam they often ask what is a free float. So therefore we can say, therefore free float is equal to total number of shares minus promoter shares, promoter or controllers shares. Okay. Now next, so these are the 3 parameters: EPS, MPS and P ratio. Next we see what is a book value. Now book value is nothing but share capital plus reserves. Another name, net worth. So what is book value per share? Per share, or we call it as BVPS, equal to book value upon N. Okay. So this is also another important parameter, book value. So whenever two companies merge, one company acquires another company, earning per share, market price per share, book value per share, they are the main basis of exchange. So we can calculate exchange ratio. Exchange ratio ER we can write. How we calculate? We always write the target company's parameter divided by acquiring company's parameter. Means if A is acquiring B, if A acquires B, A is the acquiring company and B is a target company. So if A acquires B, A is acquiring and B is target. So when we calculate exchange ratio, remember you should put the target company in the numerator. So this rule holds good only for positive parameters. Like EPS, MPS, P ratio, book value, etc. What do you mean by positive parameter? If earning per share increases, is it good for the company or bad for the company? Good. What about MPS? Good. So whenever the parameter value increases, value of company increases. So what is positive parameter? Positive parameter means when its value increases, value of company increases. What is the opposite of positive? Opposite of positive is negative. In contrast, negative parameter refers to those which when increases, value of company decreases. Example, gross NPA, non-performing asset in banks. Bad debt. Now if bad debt is going to be the basis of exchange, etc. Now when two companies are merging, or suppose one company is acquiring a sick company, and if it is a sick company, then they may have assets, so many assets which are bad. Suppose the companies are telling, no, I am going to acquire you. Let's see how many bad assets you have. So let us have bad assets as exchange ratio fundamentals. So as bad assets increase, company's value will decrease. So in that case, therefore, when parameters are negative, then exchange ratio is equal to acquiring companies parameter divided by target company's parameter. You can see that these two formulas, just see, exchange ratio general formula is this. But if the parameter is negative, the numerator will be acquiring company. We have a problem, we can go through it, you'll understand. Okay. Then now we calculate combined earning per share. Combined EPS, that is of merged entity. So we write EPS of A, B. If A acquires B, then we'll write general formula. Total earnings of A and B divided by total shares of A and B. Sorry. Total earnings, part of A, part of B upon share of A plus exchange ratio into share of B. Very, very important formula. Now, when two companies merge, there could be synergy. If synergy in absolute value is known, then what is synergy? Suppose A company's profit is 10 crores. B company's profit is 8 crores. A is operating in north of India. B is operating in south of India. When A and B merge, their profit will be 10 plus 8 plus 3 crores. Why? A will be known in south, B will be known in north. As a result, some additional business might flow, and as a result, there will be some extra profit. That extra profit which is arising due to merger is called synergy. If that synergy is known in absolute value, like I gave, A profit 10 crore, B profit 8 crore, when they merge, another 2 crores will accrue. So the 2 crore is known in value terms. So in that case, our EPS AB will be part of A, part of B plus synergy upon S of A, exchange ratio into S of B. If synergy is known in percentage terms, sometimes they will say, then if two companies merge, their profit will increase by 10%. And combined profit will increase by 10%. So if synergy is in percentage, then EPS of AB will be equal to PAT of A, PAT of B, 1 plus synergy percentage divided by S of A Now remember, S of A is nothing but number of shares of A. S of B is nothing but number of shares of B. So these two formulas also you must know. Okay. Now let us talk about market value. Now sometimes they will give how to find total market value. Total market value of merged entity will be equal to market value of A plus market value of B plus synergy, or market value of A, market value of B into 1 plus synergy percentage. So this is how we calculate total market value. So these are all the formulae that is used in this chapter. What kind of questions we get? First is, in fact, there are only two broad analysis: earnings analysis, market value analysis. Let us write this: earnings analysis. A is acquiring B. A is acquiring B. Just see very carefully. It's very, very important what we are going to write now. Number one, A is acquiring B. A shareholders are telling, look, our EPS is 5 today. After acquisition, my EPS should be same 5. Means what? A shareholder, the acquiring company shareholders are putting a condition that we want to retain our EPS. Then what should be the exchange ratio? If A shareholders wants to retain their EPS as they were before merger, then exchange ratio should be based on EPS. Therefore, ER should be equal to EPS of B upon EPS of A. Then both the companies should agree for exchange ratio based on EPS. If they do this, it will be the same. Okay. Now, how to find out this? This is the answer, but you can't write answer directly. So how to show the working? working. So we write EPS of A should be equal to EPS of AB. This is equal to part of A plus part of B upon S of A exchange ratio into S of B. Now I am putting a tick. This all will be given to you by substituting tick values. We would get ER equal to EPS of B upon EPS of A. Automatically you will get this. So this is how you have to show the working. Very, very important. Now there is another method which I will do after this. After I show the what is called as market value analysis, retain their EPS. Now you could get another question. If in the same thing you can write, if target company shareholders want same EPS after merger. Now target company is telling, we will support in the meeting, we will vote in favor of merger only if our earnings are protected. Our earnings should be equal. So then how we solve? For this, we solve EPS of B upon exchange ratio is equal to part of A plus part of B upon SA plus exchange ratio into SB. So here I will substitute everything. We have got ER. When we solve for ER, when we solve for ER, we get answer equal to, automatically you will get EPS of B upon EPS of A. Automatically you will get the answer. You must have seen this already. So you can see some problems. So you will get the idea. Next, if target acquiring company is telling we want to protect the market value. If acquiring company wants to protect market value, then we have to do, then we have to agree for, right, then they have to agree for ER equal to MPS of B upon MPS of A. In that case, we can say they will protect their market value. This is also very important. Now, generally what happens is, note, if no information is given, Pay attention now. I am going to write something very important. Therefore, I have paused here. A is there, B is there. A shares are traded in the market with a PE of 10. B shares are traded in the market with a PE of 8. This is a PE, remember. A is having a PAT of 10 crores. B is having a PAT of say 6 crores. This is crores. Now A is acquiring B. In this case, what will happen is after they acquire, A acquires B, the perception of the investor might change. Investor will think, oh, A earlier was alone. At that time I gave a PE of 10. Now A has acquired B. Therefore, I think PE will increase. So, the perception of the investor on the merged entity will alter the PE usually. But in the exam, we will write by default that PE of the acquiring company remains unchanged. So, if no information is given, we assume that PE of acquiring company remains unchanged after acquisition. This is very important. Most of the question they write, assume PE remains unchanged. Now why PE would be required? Let us see. Why PE would be required? See, after acquisition, market price will be market price of acquiring company will be equal to EPS of merged entity into PE. So we need a PE, to calculate market price per share and ultimately to calculate market value. So this PE assumed unchanged if no info given. This is also very important. Okay. Now finally, let us do one small example, because this example is important because sometimes you will be asked to present the answer this way. A, B. Let me write the values. PAT 120 lakhs, 80 lakhs. Number of shares 15, 16. EPS 8, 5. EPS is PAT upon N. P ratio is given 15, 10. MPS so you write the formula. Here the formula was PAT upon N. Here the formula is going to be P into EPS. So 120, 50. Market value. So we write market value MPS into number of shares. So 120 into 15, 1800. 50 into 16, 800 lakhs. So this is rupees, 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 rupees. So these are data given. What we are supposed to find out? A. Find we'll write find exchange ratio required to maintain their EPS. So we already found this, but this now I'm going to do in a different manner. Why that is required? Because sometimes they'll ask. Show the working, etc., etc. So I'll just showing you another method. So let us write part of A 120 lakhs, part of B 80 lakhs, total PAT 200 lakhs. EPS of A, this is rupees. EPS of A is what? PAT upon, sorry, EPS of A is given, I'm sorry, rupees 8. So when you divide PAT upon EPS, what you get? Therefore, number of shares total that can be issued is equal to rupees 200 upon rupees 8. So that will give you 25 lakhs. What you have done? Total profit divided by EPS of acquiring company. Remember, we are actually find ER for, all right, find ER for acquiring company to maintain the EPS. So we are calculating that. So 25 lakh shares can be issued. Of this, shares held by acquiring company is how much? 15 lakhs. Here 15 lakhs. Therefore, balance that can be given to B is 10 lakhs. We calculated total profit divided by EPS of acquiring company. We got total number of shares that can be issued. Acquiring company is already holding 15 lakhs. So balance 10 lakh can be given to them. That is, exchange ratio should be, now you can give 10 lakh shares. How many shares B is holding? B is holding 16 lakh shares. So you can give 10 lakh shares for 16 lakh shares, or 5:8, or 5 upon 8. Okay, so you can see what is the exchange ratio based on earnings. EPS of target company upon EPS of target company. Same as exchange ratio based on EPS. So this is another way you will see in your material, etc. So straight away we know the answer. EPS has to be earning per exchange ratio has to be based on EPS. Similarly, they can calculate for value. B, find exchange rate for acquiring company so as to maintain same market value after merger. Now we have to maintain what? Market value. Just see what is the market value of A before. Market value of A before is how much? 1800 lakhs. Are you able to see this? Market value of B 800 lakhs. Total market value 2600 lakhs. $1,800 lakhs. Market value of B before 800 lakhs. Total market value 2600 lakhs. Now what is the market price today of A acquiring company? 120. So when you divide by market price, you will get total shares that can be issued. MPS today of A 120. Therefore, total shares that can be issued will be 2600 lakhs divided by 120. So you will get 2600 divided by 120. 21.67 lakhs. Now 21.67 lakhs you can issue. Already held by A is how much? Of this, or you can write shares already held by A. You can see here 15 lakhs is 15 lakhs. Therefore, shares that can be issued, shares that can be issued. So when you subtract, you will get 6.67 lakhs. Therefore, exchange ratio that can be agreed. Now you can issue that can be issued to B. So you can issue 6.67 lakh shares against their 16 lakh shares what they are holding. So this is can issue to B. This is currently held by B. Currently held by B. So for 16.67 lakh shares of their own, for 16 lakh shares of their own, you can issue 6.67 lakh shares of A, the acquiring company. So what is the exchange ratio? Is equal to 6.67 upon 16. That comes to 0.0.0 0.4167. We will get 4.4169 round off, but I did not change, I continued 6.66666. You got 4.67. Now, what is ER based on MPS? ER based on MPS equal to market price per share of B upon market price per share of A, which is how much? B's market price is 50, A is 120, so 50 upon 120. 50 upon 120. What is 50 upon 120? 50 divided by 120, 0.4167. So we can see that whenever the acquiring company wants to have same EPS after merger what they were having before, simply agree for exchange ratio based on EPS. Number two, whenever acquiring company wants to have same market value after merger as what they were having before, simply agree for exchange ratio, what you call as based on MPS. So when ER is based on EPS, acquiring company's EPS will be intact. When ER is based on MPS, acquiring company's market value will be intact. Remember one thing, we are assuming PE. Okay, we are not taking into account PE. So that is beyond the scope here. Okay, so the problems are solved. You can just go through it. Hope you have understood all these things in this chapter. Let us see the next chapter, mergers and acquisitions and corporate restructuring. We have a couple of basic formulae with that is the entire heart of the chapter. In fact, first we should know what is earning per share. It is nothing but total earnings divided by total number of shares. Now in mergers and acquisitions chapter, there will be requirement to calculate combined EPS. When I say combined EPS, we have to add part of acquiring company A. Assume that A is acquiring B. A is acquiring B. So part of A plus part of B divided by number of shares of A plus number of shares of B into exchange ratio. So the numerator is total PAT, denominator is total shares after merger. You can see total shares is nothing but acquiring company shares plus target company shares multiplied by exchange ratio. Now we are going to talk about exchange ratio below. So this is how we calculate. Now here we are not assuming any synergy. What is synergy? When two companies merge, there is some additional benefit that comes out. If at all, if I had assumed that A is acquiring B, A has a profit of 50 crores, B has a profit of 50 crores. So individually when they operate, they get profit of 50 crores. But when they merge, when A acquires B, total profit increases to 130 crores. 50 plus 50 plus 30. So the 30 comes. It could be due to various reasons, but the fact is there is a synergy. So synergy is additional benefit that comes out of merger. It could be either in terms of earnings or it could be in terms of market value. Market would like it. So synergy, you can see if it is given in percentage form, we write earnings of A plus earnings of B. You have to put a bracket here into 1 plus G upon total shares. So total earnings inclusive of synergy growth divided by total shares. If G is in absolute terms, then we write earnings of A, earnings of B, G. Remember G will be in rupees, synergy in rupees. So I gave an example sometime back, 50 crore of A, 50 crore of B and 30 crore additional. So when they are given absolute form, we write like this. Now, what is P ratio? P ratio is market price upon P ratio is market price upon EPS. Now exchange ratio, very important thing to understand. Whenever you calculate exchange ratio, except for one situation, one for common rule. Common rule is whatever is a parameter, let it be MPS, let it be EPS, let it be P ratio, you must write a parameter of target form in the numerator. And you should write a parameter of acquiring firm in the denominator. Now these are true for all positive parameters. Now what do you mean by positive parameter? Let us take earning per share. If earning per share increases, is it good for the company? Yes, therefore it is a positive parameter. Okay. Now let us say that I am valuing an auto company and it is making auto for adventure sports. I mean, adventure, there is a lot of risk. If the auto is not good or if the vehicle is not good, then it may lead to accidents. So assume that I am actually seeing two auto companies and number of accident is a benchmark, whether I should buy that bike or not, or whether I should buy the share of that bike company. You must have seen bikes, adventure bikes. So they are prone to a lot of risk. If the quality, if the build is not good, then both biker and the bike suffers a lot. Suppose I am valuing two companies based on number of accidents. Now if the number of accidents is high, is it good or bad? If the number of accidents is high, it is bad. So it is a negative parameter. So when it is a negative parameter, so I will write exchange ratio is equal to parameter of acquiring company in the numerator. Parameter of acquiring company in the numerator divided by parameter of target company. Acquiring company divided by parameter of target company. Otherwise, we have the general rule. Target company in the numerator divided by acquiring company. See, we have solved problems in the section with considering both. So when you go through it, all these concepts will be brushed. Now, when the exchange ratio is based on EPS, if the exchange ratio is based on EPS, then pre and post EPS. Pre means before merger, post means after merger. So whenever you are deciding exchange ratio based on EPS, pre and post EPS of acquired company and acquiring company will be same. About two companies are agreeing to do swap of shares or exchange of shares, which is based on EPS. Means say assume that A is acquiring B. EPS of A is 5. EPS of B is 3. Now EPS is a positive parameter. Why? Higher the EPS, better for the company. So it's a positive. So in that case, we have to follow the rule: target company B in the numerator, acquiring company A in the denominator. So exchange ratio is equal to 3 by 5. Now if you are agreeing for this exchange ratio, that is 3 upon 5, which is nothing but 0.6, then if you calculate earning per share before merger and after merger, they will be same. Why? Because you have agreed for exchange ratio based on EPS. We have a classic problem in the video that will give you very good insight into this. Now, when A acquires B, then we can find equivalent EPS of the existing members of B after merger if we know the exchange ratio. Now, this is given very well in the video. One of the problems we have already done in the class. You can solve the problem first, verify the answer. I have explained this entire concept in detail. So these are best understood when I have some example. That is the reason I am telling you the problem will teach you the concept much better than what I am going to tell if I tell now. Let us now go to the next chapter. Let us read this problem. The following information relating to acquiring company E Limited and target company H Limited are available. Share capital, market cap, reserves and surplus, promoter holding, number of shares, and PE. It is interested to do justice to the shareholders of both the companies. For the swap ratio, weights are assigned to different parameters by the board of directors as follows: book value per share, earning per share, market price per share. Calculate the free float market capitalization of the merged entity. Now you have to calculate the exchange ratio, and it is now banking on or dependence on three parameters. And then finally we have to calculate free float market cap. Extremely important problem. Better practice couple of times to get good grip. Let us see how to solve. So let us first see what is a market cap. I have written the formula that is going to be used. See, market cap is market price into number of shares. Free float is total shareholding minus promoters or controllers shareholding. So total minus promoters. They are asking us free float market cap. So we have to substitute this free float here. And they are asking market price. Remember, they are asking free float of merged entity. So market price will be of merged entity. Free float will be of merged entity. So we need to calculate merged entity free float. Therefore, everything should be of merged entity. Now, how we calculate MPS of merged entity? The MPS of merged entity will be PE into EPS. MPS formula is P upon E, that is price earnings ratio into EPS. Remember, EPS should be of merged entity, then only we will get MPS of merged entity. Now, PE ratio of merged entity, remember this, we usually take it as acquisition company's PE. By default, we always check PE of acquisition company. By default, unless they state, you take this as PE of merged entity, we usually take PE of acquiring company as a PE of merged entity. So we will get MPS here. So this will go here. So you can see that the free float will come from here and here. So this will give us the answer free float market cap. Now what is EPS of merged entity? So that we have to calculate this way. Total PAT of merged entity upon total shares of merged entity. So total PAT, whatever we are given, and shares of E Limited, because E is acquiring H, plus exchange ratio into shares of H Limited. Then this exchange ratio will have to be calculated using book value, which has to be given 25% weightage, using earning per share, which has to be given 40% weightage, and using market price, which has to be given the balance 35% weightage. And book value, you have to understand, we must take book value per share. So what is book value? Reserves and surplus plus share capital. Book value, whatever value stated in the books of the company as its own. So say reserves and surplus plus share capital divided by number of shares. So we have to calculate all this. So first we need exchange ratio, and then we need EPS of merged entity. So first we calculate exchange ratio, then EPS of merged entity, then MPS of merged entity, then we have to calculate free float of merged entity. Then finally we get the required answer. So let us calculate. E Limited H share capital. So we know that it is not given in rupee, therefore it is shares. So don't get confused by writing share capital, change it to shares so that you know very well what you are doing. So 20 lakhs, 15 lakhs. Now they go on market cap. So market cap is market price into shares. So 1000 lakhs, 1500 lakhs. Now this will give you market price. Now market price is not given there, so we have to calculate. So this will be in rupees. Now this is in rupees. So this is 50 and this is 100. Now they are given reserves and surplus in rupees. Now we need book value, but using MPS and P ratio, let us calculate EPS. P ratio is 10 and 5. Now we calculate EPS. So we write EPS is equal to, so MPS upon P ratio. So 50 upon 10. So you get EPS as 10 and 20. So we can see that the company E Limited is having lower earning per share and company H is having higher earning per share. Right, 50 upon 10, this will be 5 and 20. Then we can calculate PAT now because we need PAT. So PAT will be EPS into number of shares. So this will be 100 lakhs and this will be 300 lakhs. Now let us write the remaining information. We need book value. So let us write share capital. Now we need share capital, remember, in rupees. Now we can assume that it is 10 face value. So we write here assume face value equal to rupees 10. So this will be 200 lakhs and this will be 150 lakhs. And they are given reserves and surplus. We write these two together so that we can show book value per share calculation. In rupees, that is 600 lakhs and 330 lakhs. So book value 800 lakhs, 480 lakhs. Book value per share. So book value per share will be book value upon number of shares. So 800 lakh by 20 lakhs, that is 40 rupees. And 480 lakhs divided by 15, that is 32. Now we have got book value, we have got EPS, and we have got MPS. Now these three is going to form basis for calculating exchange ratio. So exchange ratio calculation. Now ratio of book value. Remember, target company upon acquiring company. So target company upon acquiring company. Similarly, ratio of MPS, target company upon acquiring company, and ratio of EPS, again target company upon acquiring company. Now we have to calculate the required ratio. We have to apply the weights now. %. Now book value is 25%. So 25% into 32 by 40 plus 40% is your son. 40% into 20 by 5 plus market values, market price is 35%. 35% into 100 by 50. We have seen that it is book value per share, earnings per share, market price per share. Therefore, we will get exchange ratio per share. You have to be very careful. You should not be taking book value. Then unless they say sometimes what happens is, if they are equal size companies, book value per share and book value the proportion will be almost same. But you have to be very careful here. In the exam, you have to be using book value per share into 25%, earning per share into 40%, market price per share, into 35%. So everything is there. So when you do this calculation, you will get an exchange ratio of 2.5. So first is 0.8, quarter of 0.8, that is 2. Then this will be, show the calculations. Now required ratio is 2.5, means for every 1 share of H Limited, for 1 share of H Limited, 2.5 shares E Limited will be given. Now therefore we can calculate total shares that will be given. So shares of H Limited is given as 15 lakhs. Therefore shares of E that will be given is equal to 2.5 into 15 lakhs will be 37.5 lakh shares. So 37.5 lakh shares will be given. Now we need promoters. Usually promoter shares of H Limited, that is the target company, will go in the hands of promoters of E Limited. So H Limited's promoter shares will go to E Limited promoters hand. So promoters holding, now how much it is given that promoter is holding 9.5 lakhs plus, now the target company is holding 10 lakh, so into 2.5 will be 9.5 lakh plus 25 lakhs. So this will be equal to 34.5 lakhs. Now what is the total number of shares? Total shares will be 9.5 lakhs. Total shares of this one will be 20 lakhs plus 34.5 lakhs. $20 lakhs plus 37.5 lakhs is equal to 57.5 lakhs. So you can see that shares, you are going to give 37.5 lakh shares. So that we have written here, you are having your own 20 lakh shares. So total shares will be 57.5 lakh, of which promoter will be holding 34.5 lakh. So we are getting free float here. So free float is equal to 57.5 lakhs minus 34.5 lakhs equal to 23 lakh shares. So free float is 23 lakh shares. Now these 23 lakh shares you have to multiply with the merge entity MPS. So free float, now we have to calculate market price. Market price is equal to this into EPS of merge entity. Now merge entity EPS, so this is P of acquiring company, which is given as 10 into EPS of merge entity, so PAT of E Limited plus PAT of H Limited upon shares of E Limited plus exchange ratio into shares of H Limited. Now this, we already have this calculation of the denominator. So we write 10 into PAT of E, so that is 100 lakh plus 300 lakh divided by 57.5 lakhs. Okay, that is the total shares we have got here. So we are substituting this particular thing, total shares. So when you do the calculation, you will be getting 6.956. So once you know this, so we get MPS equal to 10 into 6.956, 69.56. So 69.56 is the expected market price of merged entity. So we have now got MPS of merged entity. So you can write here MPS of merged entity. So free float market cap is equal to MPS of merged entity into free float. So free float is 23 lakh shares into 69.56. So when we calculate 23 lakh into 69.56, we are getting approximately, we are getting 1599.88 or approximately 1600 lakhs. So this is the required answer, 1600 lakhs. Most of the formula is well known in this problem except free float. So what another thing we learned, we have to be very careful when we see the given table. Have they given share capital rupees or have they given shares? And another thing which is a confusion point in this problem is P ratio. Now P ratio of the acquisition company should be taken to calculate merged entity market price. So one should not be searching for it. By default, we use PE of acquiring company as PE of merged entity. Okay, hope you understood this. Let us read this problem. LD Limited is a successful company and wishes to expand by acquiring other firms. Its expected high growth in earnings and dividends is reflected in the P ratio of 17. The board of directors of LD Limited has been advised that if it were to take over firms with a lower P ratio than its own, using a share for share exchange, it could increase its reported earnings per share. PC Limited has been suggested as a possible target for takeover, which has a P of 10 and 10 lakh shares in issue with a share price of rupees 15 each. LD Limited has 50 lakh shares in issue with a share price of rupees 12 each. LD decides to pay rupees 15 to acquire PC. Calculate the change in earnings per share of LD Limited after acquisition. Assume that the price of LD Limited remains constant. Very good problem, and it analyzes the possible takeover of LD of PC. Let us see how we solve this. P ratio is given by the formula market price per share upon earning per share. So P ratio is defined as market price offered by shareholder for every earning per share. Suppose I am telling P ratio of LD Limited is 17 and PC Limited is 10. Then I can write, now this is P ratio, I can write 17 upon 1 and 10 upon 1. We know that Any ratio is best understood by reading them in A upon B format. Suppose here P ratio is 17. Then what I should do? I should write 17 upon 1. Now just see how we are analyzing this. For every 1 rupee earning per share of LD Limited, shareholders are willing to give 17 rupees in the market for every share. For 1 rupee earning per share of LD Limited, shareholders are willing to give 17 rupees per share. Whereas for every 1 rupee earning of PC Limited, shareholders are willing to give only 10 rupee per share. Now the normal strategy adopted in the market is acquire lower PE companies and inflate your earning per share. And this problem exactly addresses that concept. Now let us see how it is true numerically by writing down all the information given in the table or in the problem. So I am going to write LD PC. So this is how you will be solving. And I want to tell you, though it is given in the objective format, it requires all the calculations what you would otherwise do in an exam. So entire solution need to be put and you have to present the solution. In the exam, they may not give you choices for various answers, but by giving choices, I have tried to ensure that a student is clearly focused and doesn't get confused with the remaining answers. So if you are focused and if your concept is perfect, then you will arrive at only one answer. Then you will take that focused answer only. So let us write down each information given. First is PE. LD Limited, it is given as 17. Then Board of Directors of LD has been advised. PC Limited has been chosen, which has a P ratio of 10. And 10 lakh shares in issue. So number of shares 10 lakh with a share price of 15. Market price 15. We can write rupees here. LD Limited has 50 lakh shares. Market price of 12. Now it is given that LD decides to pay rupees 15 to acquire PC. LD's own share is only 12 rupees. Mind you, if I am giving LD's share to PC, then actually I am giving 12 rupees. But here it is given that LD is offering 15 rupees. Okay, more than its own. So let us see how to proceed, what they are asking. Then what is the change in the earning per share of LD Limited, which is the acquiring company? Now we can find, what we have to find is, we have to find EPS of merged entity. So we have to find EPS of merged entity, and is it greater than or less than or equal to EPS of LD before. EPS of merge means LD after. What is the EPS of LD Limited? Because after merger, LD will have PC under its fold. So what is EPS of LD after merger as compared to EPS of LD before merger? Now before merger, this can be easily found out. Now we know that EPS is equal to, now we have the formula P upon E is equal to MPS upon EPS. Therefore, EPS is equal to MPS upon PE. So we can find out that. So MPS upon PE, 12 divided by 17. .706 and 15 divided by 10, that is 1.5. Now this is EPS of LD before, that is 0.706. So this is 0.706. What is this? So we have to find out this. So they are asking how much more it is than 0.706. And we know the formula how to calculate EPS of merged entity. EPS of merged entity is equal to PAT of LD plus PAT of PC upon shares of LD plus exchange ratio into shares of PC. Now exchange ratio is indirectly given. They are telling that they will give 15 rupees. Now your own share is only 12 rupees. So you are giving them 15 rupees. So exchange ratio is also calculated as price offered upon acquiring company's share price. This is 15 upon 12, which is 1.25. Let me verify this. So we are accepting exchange ratio as 1.25. See, generally in exchange what we do, the acquiring company will give its share. So when it is giving its share, it is giving 12 rupees. But it is not giving 12 rupees. It is giving 15 rupees. So against its own, it is giving 15 rupees. So 15 upon 12 is 1.25. So when we substitute this, this will be equal to, now we need PAT. So PAT we can fill it up here. EPS into number of shares. So 0.706 into 50 lakhs. So it is 35.3 lakhs. And 1.5 into 10 lakhs, that is 15 lakhs. So this will be 35.3 lakhs plus 15 lakhs divided by 50 lakh shares plus 1.25 into 10 lakh shares. So when we calculate this, 50.3 divided by 62.5, 0.8048. So we are getting EPS of merged entity 0.8048. Therefore, increase in EPS 0.8048 minus 0.7060, 0.0 988. So LD Limited will see increase in earnings of 0.0988. So this is what we expected before solving the problem. Now, therefore, in real world also you will find companies acquiring another company will prefer to see that the target company is having a lower P ratio than its own. Now let us see from one more angle how to know the final answer before solving. Now what is the exchange ratio? Now this complete the solution here, but what I am discussing is some more concept. What is the exchange ratio based on MPS? So target company's MPS, that is 15, upon acquiring company's MPS, and this what the company has offered. What is exchange ratio based on? EPS. Target company's EPS upon acquiring company's EPS, and that comes to 2.12. Now just see, this is ER based on EPS. Had LD and PC agreed for exchange ratio based on 2.12, then both LD and PC will find earnings same before and after merger. But the actual exchange ratio is 1.25. Clearly, the acquiring company is going to benefit. So, before solving the problem, had you taken the ratio of 1.5 upon 0.706, you would have got 2.12. And you are doing an exchange ratio of 1.25. Straight away the answer is LD should benefit. So, LD will benefit from the merger based on earnings. But you see, exchange ratio based on MPS, we are getting 1.25. And agreed exchange ratio is also 1.25. So therefore, in terms of market value, both LD and PC will find same increase or decrease in market value in percentage terms after merger. And that is not asked, so therefore we are not doing that. So this is what they have asked. So your exam solution will be only this much. But we have discussed so many concepts here. Hope you understood this. Let us read this problem. Given is the following information: day limited and night limited. Net earnings and number of shares are given. Shares of day and night trade at 20 and 15 times respectively. That is, the P ratios are given. Day limited considers taking over night limited by paying rupees 55 crores, considering that the market price of night limited reflects its true value. If it is considering takeover funded entirely in stock, what is the cost of takeover to day limited? Very important problem where we find the cost of merger. Now remember, here it is not done in cash, it is done in shares. Let us see how we solve this. Let us write down some of the facts. We are having day limited, night limited. PAT or net earnings are given 5 crores. Night limited 3.5 crores. Number of shares are given 10 lakhs. And it is 7 lakhs. Now PAT and number of shares, and then they have given PE ratio. P ratio is 20 and 15. Now PE ratio can give us market price. You would ask why we need market price? Because they are given the problem. I'm going to fund. Just see, it is given like this. Considering that the market price of Night Limited reflects its true value. So we are doing a deal based on market price. So therefore we need market price. Now using P ratio we can calculate market price. MPS equal to P into EPS. Now we have P, but how to find EPS? PAT divided by N will give us EPS. So when you do 5 crores divided by 10 lakhs, get rupees 50. Similarly, 3.5 crores divided by 7 lakhs, again you get rupees 50. So both the companies quoted same EPS. What is MPS? So we use this formula here. So rupees 50, P ratio is 20. So this is 1000 and this is 750. Now it is given in the question that Day Limited is considering taking over Night by paying rupees 55 crores. Now what is the market value? So market value is market price into number of shares. We also call market cap or market cap. So what is a market cap? Market price into number of shares. So rupees 1000 into 10 lakhs. So this will be 100 crores. And it is 750 into 7 lakhs. So 750 into 7 lakh, 52.5 crores. Now you are having a budget of rupees 55 crores. And it is given that it is considering taking over funded entirely in stock. So I am going to give 55 crores. But I am not going to give money. I am not doing a cash deal. I am going to give them shares. Whose shares? Your own shares. Day is acquiring Night. Day wants to give 55 crores in the form of stock of Day Limited shares. So what is the value of Day Limited? It is 1000 rupees. So you are going to give shares to be offered to Night is equal to budgeted amount divided by own share price. Now what is a budgeted amount? Now budgeted amount is rupees 55 crores. What is own share price? Is 1000. So you are going to give them 5 lakhs 50,000 shares. So you are going to give them 5 lakh 50,000 shares. Now what they are asking, if it is considering takeover funded entirely in stock, what is the cost of takeover? Now 5 lakh 50,000 means what proportion of the total company you are going to surrender to Night Limited. See, what is own shares? Own shares is equal to 10 lakhs. What is offered shares tonight? 5.5 lakhs. What is the total? 15.5 lakhs. What is the percentage check? Day is surrendering or day is offering or day is surrendering tonight. 5.5 lakh divided by 15.5 lakh, or what is this percentage? So 5.5 lakh divided by 15.5 lakh, 0.3548 or 35.48% of total value. So day is surrendering 35.48% of the total value. Now its budget is, so therefore how much it is giving? Let us find out. Its budget is 55 crores. Using 55 crores as a base, we calculated number of shares that will be offered. If we offer this many shares, total shares will become this much. In total share, the percentage check surrendered is 35.48%. Now what is the total market value? Total market value after acquisition is equal to market value of day plus market value of night. So that is how much? 100 crore and 52.5 crore. Now 100 crore plus 52.5 crore is equal to 152.5 crore. So in this market value, you are surrendering 35.48% to night. So therefore, in value terms, surrendered value will be 35.48% into 152.5 crores, and that will be how much? 152.5 crores, 54.11 crore. 54.11 crore you are actually giving. Suppose this is the total cake of 152.5 crore. You are surrendering 54.1 crore to night. Now you are going to give 54.11 crore. What you are going to get in return? I am going to get entire night limited under my control. And what is the value of night limited? Value of night limited is 52.5 crore. So I am offering shares worth 54.11 crore. What I am getting back? I am getting entire night limited whose value is 52.5 crore. So what is my net cost? Net cost is therefore cost of takeover is equal to value paid or surrendered minus value received, that is of target company, is equal to 54.11 crore minus 52.50 crore, 1.61 crore. So this is the cost of takeover of day limited of acquiring Knight Limited. Let us revise quickly. This is a problem involving how much value you are paying to acquire another company whose market value is known. Knight Limited is the target company whose market value is 52.5 crores. Your board of directors have agreed we can have a budget of 55 crores. So your shares are quoting at 1000 rupees. So 55 crore upon 1000 rupees is 5,50,000 shares. So you decide, let us give 5,55,000 to Knight Limited shareholders. Then your own shares are 10 lakh. You are giving 5.5 lakh, total 15.5 lakh. Therefore, you are surrendering 5.5 lakh upon 15.5, that is 35.48% of the total market value. Now, this is in percentage. We have to calculate in value term now. What is the market value of day? Market value of day is market price into number of shares. What is market value of Knight? Market price into number of shares. So that we got 152.5 crores. Now 35.48% you are going to surrender. It is going to be your cost. So that we calculate as 54.11 crore. What you are going to get in return? I am going to get entire Knight Limited under my control. What is the value? 52.5. So what is the cost of takeover for you? I paid 54.11. I received 52.5. My net cost is 1.61 crores. Hope you have understood this. Let us read this. We are given a table of two companies, Krishna and Mukunda. Krishna is acquiring Mukunda. Krishna offers an exchange ratio of 0.4 to Mukunda. Which company will benefit more? Very simple problem, but trust me, till now, whatever problems have been asked in mergers and acquisitions, in the old syllabus, new syllabus, everything involves this particular concept, what we are going to learn in this particular part. Very, very important. Small problem. You may, in the exam, you may get other information asked also along with this, but extremely important. So let us see how we solve this. Now this is a basic problem of comparison of earnings. Now how we should compare earnings for the acquiring company Krishna and the target company Mukunda. How we should calculate earnings before acquisition and after acquisition for both the companies. So this is a very basic element in understanding any mergers and acquisitions proposal. Now you will misunderstand the proposal in case you don't calculate earnings per share before and after acquisition properly. Therefore, let us get going with the given data first. Krishna is acquiring Mukunda. We are given PAT, it is 1 crore, and it is same for Mukunda also. Number of shares are given 2,50,000, 5 lakhs. Now this can give us EPS 1 crore divided by 2,50,000, 40, and 1 crore divided by double should be 20. P ratio is given 12 and 9. there is no need to calculate market value because the question doesn't ask you anything. Therefore, we are not calculating market price per share. The entire thing is surrounding these two. Now, they have also given that Krishna is offering 0.4 shares. So exchange ratio is 0.4. Now what we can do is, we can calculate for Krishna and Mukunda earning price before and earning price after. So EPS before and EPS after. For Mukunda, the target company, we can calculate, we can compare earnings by two methods. So therefore I have drawn two sections. And for acquiring company, there is only one method. So we have just drawn one section for it. Now Krishna is acquiring company. Now what was Krishna's EPS before? So we can see it is 40. What is Krishna's EPS after? So Krishna is going to acquire Mukunda. So EPS after merger or EPS post merger will be equal to PAT of Krishna plus PAT of Mukunda upon number of shares of Krishna plus exchange ratio into number of shares of Mukunda. So when you write this will be 1 crore plus 1 crore divided by number of shares of Krishna 2.5 lakhs plus 5 lakhs into exchange ratio is 0.4. So 2 crores divided by 4.5 lakhs. So when you divide that, $44.44. So we are getting here 44.44. So 44.44 is the earning per share of Krishna post merger. Now earning per share before was 40. So we can see that Krishna is definitely benefiting from this acquisition. Now we have to compare Mukunda. Now we can compare Mukunda by two methods. Either keep Mukunda's EPS before as 20 and find out post merger EPS. Remember, 20 is earning per share arrived at from Mukunda's share certificate. So or Mukunda's shares. So I want, and this 44.4 is Krishna's post merger EPS. So I can't compare pre-merger Mukunda's EPS with post-merger Krishna's EPS. I can't compare Mukunda Krishna. I have to compare, I have to convert them. Similarly, I can't do this also. Suppose I write here post-merger is 44.44. Why? because Mukunda is going to be part of Krishna. So post-merger EPS of Krishna cannot be compared with pre-merger EPS of Mukunda. So this also we have to find. So let me write what I have done here. Now this is pre-merger EPS of Mukunda. I'll just write it as M and write it as K. And this is post-merger EPS of K. So now what I want is, I want pre-merger EPS of K. Sorry, EPS of M. So then what will happen is, I will have both in terms of M. Means I need, then only it will be proper comparison. I'll just, sorry, just one mistake. I want pre-merger EPS of M and post-merger EPS of M. So both should be M, and I want to compare pre with post. Similarly here I have post-merger EPS of K. So what I need is pre-merger EPS of K. So we can find that pre will be compared with post, of K will be compared with of K. So either I should compare of M or K, pre with post. I'll explain this once again. No need to get confused at all, very simple. This is about comparing EPS of Mukunda. We can do it by two methods. Compare this 20. This 20 is what? So you can see I have written arrow here. This 20 is pre-merger EPS of M. So I should compare pre with post, but of M only. So I am comparing pre with post of M only. Or I can compare this. This is 44.44. 44.44 is what? 44.44 is post-merger EPS of K. Because K is acquiring company and it is going to be acquiring M. M is not going to exist. So I should compare post with pre and of K with of K. Now these two blank spaces need to be filled. Then we will come to know whether Mukunda has benefited or not. Now we have this formula, exchange ratio. Exchange ratio formula is given as exchange ratio is equal to EPS of target company upon EPS of acquiring company. This is a formula. Always target company EPS will be on top and acquiring will be down. This is how we calculate exchange ratio. I write one more time. I'll explain the reason why upon EPS of K. Now I can compare pre or I can compare post. So both should be pre or both should be post. Now you can understand why I have written two times, because we want to find. Now I want to calculate post merger EPS of M. I am talking about this. So I want to calculate this. This will give me this. I will write a number so that I can number 1. So this will give me number 1. And I want to calculate pre-merger EPS of 2. Now I call this as number 2. So pre-merger EPS of K. So this will be number 2. So I want to calculate this. Now we know the exchange ratio. So we can fill as 0.4 and whatever other data is there, we will fill it up and calculate. So let us calculate this. So from this, let us calculate number 2 first. Therefore, so this is number 2. Therefore, pre-merger EPS of K is equal to pre-merger EPS of M divided by exchange ratio. What is the pre-merger EPS of M? 20. You see this 20 divided by 0.4. This will give 50. So number 2 is 50. Now let us calculate number 1. So I want to find post-merger EPS of M. So post-merger EPS of M is equal to ER into post-merger EPS of K. Now post-merger, what is the EPS of K? 44.4. 0.4 into 44.4. That will give 17.8 or 78. So this will be 17.78. So we have used the same formula. Exchange ratio is equal to target company's EPS upon acquiring company EPS. When I wanted to compare pre-merger, both numerator and denominator pre. When I want to compare post-merger, both numerator and denominator post. And then by substituting the relevant values, I got. Now you compare Mukunda's EPS. Mukunda's EPS before was 20. I am saying this column, number 1. Post, it has come down to 17.78. Similarly, let us see the second column. Pre-merger, it was 50. It has come down to 44.44. So we can say that Mukunda's EPS has fallen after this acquisition, where the exchange ratio was 0.4, whereas Krishna's EPS has risen from 40 to 44.44. Therefore, Krishna is benefiting more in terms of earnings. So this merger is suiting Krishna more. Therefore, Krishna is benefiting. Now, we need not do any of the calculation. We can see instantly who is going to benefit. Let us see how. EPS 40/20. Now exchange ratio is EPS of Mukunda upon EPS of Krishna. Target company upon acquiring company. 20 upon 40 is equal to 0.5. Now 0.5 is the center. Center means when exchange ratio is 0.5, both Krishna and Mukunda will have same EPS before and after merger. I repeat, when the exchange ratio is based on this, both Krishna and Mukunda will have same EPS before and after merger. If exchange ratio is less than 0.5, then acquiring company will benefit. And if exchange ratio is greater than 0.5, then target company will benefit. So here the exchange ratio is less than 0.5 because we are given 0.4. So 0.4 is a number less than 0.5. Therefore, straight away we can write Krishna will get more benefit in terms of earnings. That's all. Now, in case working is demanded, then we can compare the way we are done. In case the working is not demanded, then we simply take ratio of earning per share, target divided by acquiring company's EPS, and see what is exchange ratio. Now here, target upon acquiring company EPS was 0.5 and the given exchange ratio is 0.4. 0.4 is less than 0.5. Therefore, acquiring company Krishna will benefit more. Had it been 0.6, then Mukunda would have benefited more. Hope you understood this. It's better to run through this video one more time to get total clarification and remove any confusion whatsoever. Let us see this problem. A is planning to acquire B. Shares, 10% debentures, 12.5% loan, EBITDA, MPS, that is market price per share, P ratio, market value or market cap, tax rate. Management of A is considering three proposals: scheme X, scheme Y, scheme Z. So they are given the terms. Which scheme is beneficial to A and B? Round off wherever required. So we have to analyze this proposal from both the company's point of view. Let us see how we do this. Let us write A, B, shares 20 lakhs, 10 lakhs, 10% debentures, 1000 lakhs, 12.5% loan, 640 lakhs, EBITDA 1000 lakhs, 230 lakhs. MPS is given 360, 110. P ratio is given 12, 11. Now we know that EPS equal to MPS upon P ratio. So we can calculate EPS 360 by 12, 30 and 10. Now therefore we can calculate PAT. And when you calculate PAT, EPS into number of shares, 600 lakhs, 100 lakhs. Now tax rate is given, which may not be useful to us. Now let us see whether scheme X or scheme Y or scheme Z is beneficial. Now what is scheme X? Scheme X talks about pay 7 point times EBITDA of B less outstanding debt. So pay 7.5 into EBITDA. That will be 7 into 230. So 230 into 7, 1610. 7.5 times, 7.5 times 7.5 into 230, 1725 lakhs. Less debt. Now debt of B is 640 lakhs. So you are going to pay 1085 lakhs, and it is given that you are going to discharge by own shares. So A is giving B is share. What is the share price of A? Share price of A, rupees 360. Therefore number of shares that will be issued, rupees 1085 lakhs divided by rupees 360. So 1085 lakhs divided by 360. Three 1389. Now so many shares will be issued. Therefore, what is the implied exchange ratio? Shares offered upon existing shares. So you are offering 301389 divided by 10 lakhs. That will be 0.3014. So scheme X, you are offering exchange ratio of 0.3014. And they are asking in scheme X, assuming P of the acquiring company is same, what is the post-merger share price? Now they are given is the post-merger share price 365. Now how to calculate post-merger share price? For that we need post-merger EPS. And when you multiply post-merger EPS by acquiring company's PE, which is 12, you get post-merger market price. And that's how we calculate and verify whether post-merger market price is 365 or not. So therefore, post merger EPS is equal to part of A, part of B upon number of shares of A, exchange ratio into number of shares of B. Now this is already calculated as 301389. So this will be 600 lakhs, 100 lakhs divided by number of shares is 20 lakhs plus this. So 23 lakhs 01389. So this will be equal to rupees 700 lakhs divided by 2301,389, 30.41, 30.42 we can write. So now what is the market price? Therefore post merger market price equal to P ratio into EPS, assuming same P of 12 into 30.42. into 12, rupees 365.04. So approximately 365. So what is given in the question? That post merger market price under scheme X will be 365. Now let us see scheme Y. Scheme Y is fairly simple. Issue 3 shares for every 10 shares of B. So exchange ratio is equal to shares offered divided by existing shares. Existing share for every 10 share, they are going to give 3 shares is equal to 0.3. Now it is given that scheme Y is same as ratio as per EPS. Now what is EPS of A? 30 rupees 30. What is EPS of B? Rupees 10. Therefore what is ER based on EPS? EPS of B, target company's parameter divided by acquiring company's parameter. EPS of A. So 10 upon 30 is 0.3. 1 minute. So we are getting 0.333. So the ratio of EPS is 0.333. Whereas the scheme Y says I will give 3 for every 10. It's 0.3. It is not same. So scheme Y, whatever they are given in the question, the information is not correct. Let us see scheme Z now. In scheme Z, Combined EPS under scheme Z is 30.8 approximately. Now, what is this? What is scheme Z? Pay 11.5 times PAT. So 11.5 times pay 11.5 times PAT is equal to 11.5 into 100 lakhs is equal to 1150 lakhs to be discharged by own shares. Therefore, number of shares issued will be 1150 lakhs divided by 360. This will be equal to 1150 lakhs divided by 360, 319,444 shares. So here the exchange ratio will be, therefore exchange ratio will be shares offered upon existing shares. $319,444 divided by 10 lakhs equal to 0.3194 or 319. So you can see that exchange ratio under scheme X was this. So we put a red box. Exchange ratio under scheme Y was this. And exchange ratio in scheme Z is this. So therefore we can see that the exchange ratio under scheme Z is slightly better than scheme X and scheme Y. Now it is given that combined EPS under scheme Z is 30.18. So what is the combined EPS? Combined EPS is PAT of A plus PAT of B, share of A plus exchange ratio into share of B. Now this is 319,444. So this will be 600 lakhs, 100 lakhs. This is 20 lakhs, 319,444. So this will be equal to 700 lakhs divided by 2319,444 equal to 700 lakhs divided by 2319,444, 30.18. 30.18. So the post-merger EPS under scheme Z is 30.18. So we can see that from the answers given, combined EPS under scheme Z is 30.18 is correct. Assuming P of acquiring company post-merger share price of 365 is under scheme X is correct. Now scheme Y is same as ratio as per EPS, that is not correct. Now instead of D, all are correct. Please change the answer to B and C are correct. So scheme information about scheme Y doesn't agree. Information about scheme X agree, and about scheme Z also agrees. So this we have calculated. Scheme X price is 365, that is agreeing. Combined EPS and scheme Z 30.18, that is agreeing. But this and this are not same, so it's not agreeing. So the final answer, instead of all are correct, make it B and C are correct. Now this problem, we calculated various ways of issuing shares. In the first scheme X, we use EBITDA and decided we will give so many shares, 7.5 times EBITDA less debt. Then in scheme Y, it was simple exchange of shares. In scheme Z, it was 11.5 times PAT less noted, sorry, 11.5 times PAT and discharge by own shares. Now, one thing you are all aware that earnings as per exchange ratio as per EPS is 0.333. Only when the exchange ratio is 0.333, only when the exchange ratio based on EPS is 0.333, both acquiring company A and target company B will retain their earning per share before and after merger. I repeat, only when the exchange ratio is based on EPS, that is EPS of B 10 divided by EPS of A 30, which is 0.333, the acquiring company A and target company B will retain their EPS after merger. Now we can see that in scheme X, the exchange ratio is coming to 0.3014. In scheme Y, it is coming to 0.3000. In scheme Z, it is coming to 0.3194. Now, all these are less than 0.3333, which is exchange ratio based on EPS. So, acquiring company A has given 3 schemes, and all the 3 schemes, they are only going to get benefit. See, had it been exchange ratio been 0.3333 recurring, both A and B would have got same EPS before and after merger. But once it is less than 0.3333, acquiring company is going to benefit. So all the 3 schemes, exchange ratio is less than 0.333. So all the 3 schemes favor acquiring company A. Hope you understood this. Let us now read this problem. Bank R is in bad shape. The gross NPA, that is non-performing assets, at 25% and capital adequacy ratio upon capital risk weight asset ratio at 4%. Shares traded early, and last week it was traded at 10 per share. It has 15 lakh shares, face value 10, outstanding in its book with just rupees 75 lakhs reserves. Bank P is professionally managed bank with low gross NPA of 4%. It has net NPA of 0% and capital adequacy ratio of 16%. Its shares is quoted in the market at rupees 300 per share. It has 20 lakh shares, face value 10, outstanding in its books with healthy reserves of 5,800 lakhs reserves. Bank P has submitted a proposal to RBI for takeover of Bank R on the basis of share exchange ratio. For swap ratio, weights assigned to different parameters were suggested as follows. Gross NPA 30%, capital adequacy ratio 20%, market price 40%, book value 10%. Assuming that the takeover will be permitted by RBI and shares should be issued based on ratio calculated using the above weights, find the total shares of the combined entity. Very important problem they have asked many times. It involves calculation of exchange ratio and where we have negative parameter of gross NPA, and it also involves properly calculating the number of shares. Let us see how we do this. Exchange ratio is usually given by the formula target company's parameter divided by acquiring company's parameter. Now what is a parameter? Let us take EPS is a parameter. What are all the possible parameters? EPS is one of the parameters. So if I am basing my exchange ratio based on EPS, then it will be target company's EPS divided by acquiring company's EPS. So we write target company's EPS in the numerator and the acquiring company's EPS in the denominator. Similarly, MPS could be one of the parameters. Book value could be a parameter. Capital adequacy ratio is given as parameter in this problem. NPA, gross NPA is given as a parameter in this problem. So there could be various benchmarks or parameter we can call. Now parameters could be positive or negative, and that will decide how you have to calculate exchange ratio. What I am trying to tell is the formula which I have written here is true for all positive parameters only. If the parameter is negative, then the exchange ratio formula is exactly opposite. So for negative parameters, ER will be acquiring companies divided by target companies. So we need not write all this in the exam, but you should know. Now let us see what is a positive parameter and what is a negative parameter. Let us take EPS first. When EPS increases, is it good for the company? Obviously yes. When EPS of the company increases, the value of the company increases. Therefore it is a positive parameter. What about market price per share? If market price increases, is it good for the company? Yes, because market value of the company will increase. Therefore, increasing market value is good. So whenever the parameter increases, if it is good, it is positive parameter. Whenever the parameter value increases, if it is good for the company, it is positive parameter. Let us take book value. If book value increases, is it good for the company? Obviously yes. When book value increases, when we keep on adding reserves, book value is equal to share capital plus reserves. So when reserves are increasing, it is good for the company. Therefore, it is a positive parameter. What about capital adequacy ratio? Again, when capital adequacy ratio increases, then in the balance sheet of the bank, own capital is more. When own capital is more, bank is stronger. So when capital adequacy ratio increases, it is good for the bank. Therefore, it is a positive parameter. What about NPA, non-performing asset? Asset in the books of the bank is what? Loans given by bank. When that asset will perform, when the borrowers who have taken loan will repay interest and principal on time. In that case, we say it is a performing asset. So loans given by bank and the borrowers who have taken loans repay interest and principal on time, then that loan, which is the asset for the bank, is a performing asset. Then what is non-performing asset? Non-performing, negative meaning, means you have bank has given loan, but the borrowers are not paying interest and principal on time. So it is a non-performing asset. Now when non-performing asset increases, means a lot of default happens. Bank is giving loan, borrowers are not repaying interest and principal on time. So and this increases, means the number of borrowers not paying interest and principal on time increases. Is it good for the bank? No. Therefore, it is negative parameter. So when the parameter is negative, use this formula. So in this problem, we are supposed to use this concept for positive parameter and this for negative parameters. Let us calculate one by one. Now first is they are given, let us write down bank R and bank P. What are the four parameters we are considering? We have got NPA. Now gross NPA. Bank R, what is the gross NPA? 25%. Bank P, only 4. Capital adequacy ratio. Now what is the weight you are supposed to take? Weight you are supposed to take is 30%. Capital adequacy ratio, bank R, 4%. Bank P, 16%. What is the weight you are supposed to take? 20%. Next is market price. Bank R, 10 rupee per share, 300 per share. And you are supposed to take 40% weightage. And book value. Book value we have to calculate. So book value of R, share capital plus reserves. Share capital 15 lakhs into 10 rupees. Reserves 75 lakhs. That is 225 lakhs. So book value per share 225 lakhs divided by 15 lakh equal to 15 rupees. So book value you are getting 15 rupees for R. What about book value of P? Share capital plus reserves is equal to how many lakh shares they have? 20 lakh shares, face value 10 plus reserves 5,800 lakhs. 6,000 lakhs. So book value per share 6,000 lakhs divided by 20 lakhs, 300. So this is 15, this is 300. So see working note 1. And what is the weightage? Suppose give 10% weightage. You can see the total is 1.00. Now we are supposed to calculate exchange ratio. Now first is a negative parameter. The remaining are positive parameters. So for the first we should take exchange ratio using the different formula. So exchange ratio on GNPA is equal to acquiring company upon target company. Acquiring company is 4. Target company 25. Exchange ratio based on capital adequacy. Target company upon acquiring company. So this is your target company. This is your acquiring company. Now exchange ratio based on MPS. Target company upon acquiring company. Exchange ratio based on book value per share. Target company upon acquiring company. So exchange ratio will be equal to, now we have to assign weights. So at this point, do not calculate decimal. See, there will be one round of error. Then again when you multiply by weight, again another round of error. Better to keep it like this. Because in case when you multiply by weight, some may get cancelled. So weightage should be given of 30% for GNPA. So 0.3 into 4 upon 25 plus 20% for capital adequacy ratio. So 0.2 into 4 upon 16 plus 40% for market price. 0.4 into 10 upon 300 plus 10% for book value per share. So we multiply this 0.3 into 4. .116. So we are ignoring the fourth decimal. We take 3 decimals. So 0.116 is the exchange ratio. So how many shares? Therefore, shares offered .116 into, now bank R is having how many shares? 15 lakh shares. So 0.116 into 15 lakhs. 1,74,000. So shares of combined entity. $20 lakhs plus 1.74 lakhs. is equal to 21.74 lakh shares. So this is how we calculate. The most important part what we learned in this problem is whenever we are having a negative parameter, we will be using opposite formula for exchange ratio, that is acquiring company's parameter upon target company's parameter. Hope you understood this.